ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Good morning, friends. Welcome. Day 2 of ESL Masters. My name is Bamel. With me is Rotterdam. We're starting with Asia. We got Europe coming up after that. We got Americas. Roddy, it's 11 best of threes. It's going to be a good day.
Yes, yesterday we had 10 best of threes with Wadi. I think it was a very fun opening day of the ESL Masters. We had a couple of surprising results. Wayne over Showtime. Just good series as well. Like Harsum against Cass was a lot of fun. And the Asia region definitely left me hungry for more because those series were pretty cool as well. That's obviously the region that I'm going to kick things off with. But yeah, mate, 11 best of threes together. I think by the end of the day, we'll never look the same way at each other again.
I'm going to know so many things about you that I'm not really sure I want to know, but it's going to work out anyways. But of course, before we get into these games, we do, of course, need to thank our sponsors, Blizzard, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and the ESL Shop, because again, without them, we're not sitting here. So thank you so much to them. They're doing a great job. And Roddy, as we move into things, well, we got 11 best of threes, but there is one that we're starting with. It's Jieshi and it's Rex. It's the up-and-coming, the Protoss player that, you know, he's had some good results. He had a decent showing in DreamHack Atlanta last year, versus this guy, this Rex guy, who, I mean, if you think about maybe Dark with Proxy Hatch or Bly, Rex is right up there.
Yes, but Rex also has a lot of bangers, especially in ZVP. If I think back of the old days of our DreamHack Masters, where these regions were separated and Europe would often have to wait for the Taiwanese region to be wrapped up, well, it was often Rex playing a 37-minute game against either Has or Nice. 37 minutes, data C, spore crawlers all over the place, 2K atmosphere. I've seen it time and time again. So he might be willing to be aggressive, but he's also a man who is willing to play the macro game. Coming into this one, BO, I thought it would be very even between these two. I was like, well, obviously I don't get to cast either Rex or Jieshi every single week. But I was like, in my mind, they are somewhat similar in skill level. Rex has actually never defeated Jieshi. He's 0-6 historically. I was a bit surprised by that. So I guess we have a favorite here, but we're about to find out.
All right, well, we're here, we're ready. We're just going to get into game one. Easy as that.
I think it's wise to not do too much StarCraft if we have 11 best of threes to make it through this Wednesday. So I'm loving it, mate. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of a Chinese Protoss. He is representing DKZ. This is Jieshi in his opening match of the season.
And then in the bottom left side, in the blue, he's actually, you know, a bit of a surprise. He's not on onside anymore. The teamless Zerg, Rex.
Rex definitely a household name in the Taiwanese region. He had a lot of good runs, a lot of top 3 finishes, but just couldn't quite get the best of Nice and Has in that region. Now the regions are fused together, so that obviously gives us a couple of matchups that we don't normally see. I love it. I think Rex is a very cool dude. He seems to be very passionate as well, right? And happy. He's hopping around the Twitch channels, and it's always cool to see the players from different regions interact with the Europeans and the Americans. I'm a fan, but I was a bit shocked. As I said, looking at that record, 0-6 historically against Jieshi. That doesn't bode well for him, but I still believe that we could potentially have a pretty close best of 3 here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm looking at this as well. I'm a bit surprised we're not getting any sort of proxy hatch type thing, right? And I know it's game 1, and I know it's Royal Blood and all these things, but when I think of Rex, I don't think of, and I know you're a little bit different here, but I don't think of standard macro play. I'm thinking, hey, he's going to do something weird. At least that's what we see when he plays on the on EPT Cups, things of that nature. And maybe, Roddy, this is just a marker of confidence, where Rex will do the proxy hatch against someone like Hero, where he feels like he needs that leg up. But against Jieshi, well, yeah, I'm just going to play a standard.
Yeah, and I don't hate that, right? If you know that you're a big underdog, it doesn't even make too much sense to go for your super standard macro-oriented build, because if you then keep on losing against guys that are simply better than you, it's almost like you start second-guessing your strategy. And that's obviously not necessarily where it goes wrong, right? Like in StarCraft 2, it's a game of minor details. These top-tier players, they find so many ways to get a little leg up on you. But if you feel like you're close to your opponent, yeah, go with the macro builds that you believe in. No need to get ultra crazy, unless that's that's obviously what you think is going to be your best shot at winning. But I don't hate seeing Rex have a sort of normal approach for now and just play a normal game because he is not a bad Zerg and he definitely doesn't only have to cheese to be competitive here.
Oh, not at all. So, Roddy, looking at our setup right now, Jieshi, he's gone Stargate. That we talked about standard play. We talked about this macro play. That shouldn't surprise anyone. I mean, that is how the Protoss meta has been going for, I don't know, a year and a half now. It's the best way to open. But the question we ask ourselves is, where does Jieshi go from this? Is he going to go for your standard? Well, it's not at all, actually, because there's a Void Ray on the way.
Yeah, no, as you said, Stargate is not surprising. I feel like Stargate or Twilight both are still totally fine. Twilight seems to be a little more popular on the smaller maps, and since Royal Blood is somewhat large and somewhat wide open, I was expecting though 2 Oracles, and we take it from there, right? That's kind of where the variation kicks in. Is it going to be triple Oracle or the 4-Oracle, as Wardy and Local like to call it? Is it just single Oracle into an all-in? But instead, we're opening things up with a Void Ray. You know, I don't know how you feel about it, Bio. I often think of it as like, I don't like the Void Ray, but it actually does pretty well in this matchup. Like, just roams around, finds an Overlord, finds a Creep Tumor, makes it easy for the Protoss to expand. It feels like such a big investment to me, but most of the time it actually just kind of goes pretty well into the mid game.
Yeah, the way it's been explained to me, because again, I don't really understand the appeal of the Void Ray either, but the way it's been explained to me is that if you think you're going to get like two Overlords-ish, then kind of you go for it. Otherwise, it's not going to work out super well.
I was worried there, man. I was like, I don't know if I like that fight going for that Overlord, but he does get the Overlord, gets the Void Ray out. One of the Adepts does get picked off. Obviously, it's no big deal for Rex to lose a single Overlord. Void Rays are expensive, and if that is all that he is going to lose against his Overlord, besides the Overlord that he obviously has on the other side of the map, I think it's still completely acceptable. If I was a Zerg player, I wouldn't hate seeing the Void Ray, right? It'd be like, all right, I know that is going to happen, but it obviously means Oracles are going to be later. Then we're not supposed to lose 4 drones, though, against this first Oracle.
Yeah, I guess on the flip side, there is this fact that the Oracle is very low, 25 HP. Okay, normally what's going to happen there? You're going to run in with an Oracle. You're going to get like 2 drones. You're going to go down to orange hit points. You're going to sit behind the mineral line as Jieshi is right now. You're going to get a second one. That's when the damage happens. But I guess maybe because you open with that Void Ray and you're not going to have that triple Oracle pressure that you might have, that it kind of makes you want to commit a little bit more. And yeah, 4 drones early, not bad.
No, not bad at all for Jieshi. And if you're Rex, it's like, okay, if that happens once, it is what it is. It did take a lot of damage, like you rightfully pointed out. But now we really need to stop losing drones. He is still losing a couple. This one was better, though, as he only loses 2 drones. And even the second Oracle drops ultra low on HP. We've got a pretty adventurous start to our day here, where on the other side of the map, GC went for a Forge, a Twilight, and a Robo. And as Todd would call it, Le Explosion, the gateway as well. This man is, I don't know, richer than Elon Musk or something, because he's just trying to do everything at the same time. And so far, it's actually kind of working out. He's on 63 probes, and he looks pretty safe on his side of the map.
Yeah, and I'm not super worried about these Lings either. I mean, they're going to try to dive in, but this wall, good luck. There's nothing there. I mean, I guess maybe you dive on top of the sentries, but there's a shield battery there, Adepts. Well, yeah, so Rex is not going to find his value, and I like this. I mean, he's already on his 4th base, +1 melee, 2/3 of the way done. He's actually delayed his lair quite a bit here, and the lair is going to be done in, is going to be done right around that 645 mark. So he's also doing a pretty good job of trying to explode. But the question now is, as they both exploded in this mid game, is Rex going to have enough oomph to bust this Jieshi down, or does Jieshi get himself really solidly into that position he wants to be?
Yeah, he's making a lot of roaches. We had 6 roaches on the way, now makes 11 more. I'm a little bit sad that he started attacking the Oracle from as far away as he did, because I think if he actually right-clicks on slightly towards the right of the Oracle, then you push it into the direction of the other queens. I think that could have been a dead Oracle, but it's all good. At least Rex didn't lose any drones there. Making this many roaches, though, and then going back into drones, I find a bit odd, because Jieshi is just macroing, right? He's not building any real battle units just yet. Yes, we've got a Colossus on the way, but it's mostly upgrades. It's a couple Stalkers. I would have preferred to see 15 drones and then we make all these roaches and links, but we're still getting up to a very healthy drone count, so there is no man overboard. It just could have been slightly more optimal on the side of Rex. Creep spread, however, BO, is looking pretty sexy.
And it is. He's also doing a great job of knocking the rocks down, which means any sort of attack coming in from the Protoss is not going to have a nice, easy choke to attack through. But Roddy, I almost wonder, considering this opening, right? Void Raid double Oracle behind that, the third base as it is, whether Rex was just kind of expecting this to move into quicker Blink Stalker pressure. At that point, okay, I do need roaches, I do need lings to make sure that I defend against that 7-minute, 7:30-ish timing where you move across the map with stalkers that just finished their blink. So I wonder whether Rex had the misread there, right? Okay, I need army units to make sure I can defend, and well, I mean, clearly he doesn't. That's a quick fourth base. Colossus on the way. Jieshi's not moving out until he has like 3 of those. So Rex does have that time now.
No, I think you're totally right, Bio. I think that's exactly what happened there. And obviously, we see that Jieshi wasn't actually moving out and wasn't planning on anything aggressive. But if you're Rex and there is a Void Ray denying Overlord scouting, there are Oracles denying Zerglings from the other side of the map. At one point, you're like, okay, I just haven't seen a whole lot. Let's just go ahead and make these safety units. I think that is exactly what happened. The good news, however, though, for Rex is that he did go into droning very quickly. And he had a damn early hive, man. Like 7 minutes, 40 seconds. You know, if this is a 7-minute, 40-second hive, we're like, whoa, let's go. That's awesome. Rex is just playing with a lot of confidence here. He's close to maxing out in a 9-minute game. He's got Hive, Vipers, Adrenal Glands. Like, I'm really feeling the way that Rex is playing this game. The creep has been absolutely amazing. And if I am looking at this game, Bio, 9 minutes in, and you're going to tell me that this Protoss has won all 6 encounters against the Zerg, I would honestly be a bit surprised because I'd be like, no, that seems unlikely. These two seem very evenly matched so far, 10 minutes in.
They do, and man, Jieshi's got to hit his timing. It seems like he wants to go for a 5th base, but this army is not getting any better, Roddy. He's got 3 Colossus. He's got, 5 Archons. Once those Vipers pop out, this army, it gets torn apart. So Jieshi, he's hitting his timing right now. He's moving on creep, and the question is whether Rex is going to be ready. He's got his Vipers out. They don't have their energy yet. They're getting there. So, Jieshi, razor thin timing.
Yes, but I think he's going to be okay, right? Because charge isn't even done yet. We have a decent amount of Zealots. It seems that our Protoss wants to wait. We have more than a decent amount of Zealots. We have a buttload of Zealots. We've perhaps waiting for a +2 as well. Like, I think Rex will be able to fight with the Vipers. And I was just taking a look at the larva, right? Because there is a chance that obviously the Protoss army wins the fight. But then with the Remax, the Zerg is supposed to be fine. We're looking at 44 larva. Like, Rex is totally fine in that department. The one thing that I would kind of like to see here is a Spire already, right? With +1 flyer attacks and maybe morphing into a great Spire. So we have that ability to go into Broodlords if we have a bit of a close fight, and then we can pressure afterwards because there is no Fleet Beacon, no second Stargate. So I think that would have been cool. But Rex just wants to get the job done with this army, and obviously with +2 melee, Banelings, Vipers, that is doable.
I do like these run-bys we're starting to see from Jieshi a little bit. I mean, this army that the Zerg has is tier 1.5. The Vipers are scary, but that means the Zealots, maybe they can try to move around a little bit. But look at this. Rex circumnavigates as Jieshi moves out. The counterattack on the bottom right side, well, that's going to find a lot. Drones have to get pulled away. Jieshi on the left side as well. Seems like he's going to try to get 2 for null as a Colossus gets hallucinated. But here come the Lings and the Banes. They're going to run on in. Banelings are not getting the best connections, and it's blinding clouds. The Abducts, they miss. They get, what was that, a hallucinated Colossus? But it seems like at the end of the day, regardless, there is no Warp Prism. Everything goes down. And by the way, based on the bottom right side, it's still alive.
Yeah, no, that was actually a great fight by Rex. I know it looked a little bit clumsy and weird, but yeah, the Blinding Cloud is kind of cool because it forced the Colossus to run away, and then they were not shooting, and then the Banelings were just able to splash on the Colossus and the Archons at the same time. The Roaches did their thing. Now we've got that Fleet Beacon. Now we've got that second Stargate. But if we take a look at the units lost resource tab, we can see that the Protoss has lost a little bit more. One base did go down, but the Rex had money for days. Rex had Larva for days. Let's see if he's able to capitalize on that great fight he just took on the left side. I feel like we need some more Banelings because it's a lot of Zealots. Zealots are good in buying time, but they are just not good against Banelings. Rex is willing to send it. One Viper does die, and that battery overcharge is just doing a little too much. I would have loved to see a couple of Banelings crash into that battery overcharge, but so far, still so good for the Taiwanese Zerg.
Yeah, it seems like he's absolutely pushing on through, but there is a counterattack on the bottom right side. 11, 12 probes, drones have hit the deck. So yeah, Rex kind of pushes through, and it seemed like he had a great timing, but Jieshi, that counterattack was everything. He keeps his base alive. He gets 12 drones, and Roddy, look at the worker count. 56.
Yeah, no, that's terrible. But he did still have some money in the bank. He is building Spy now, another base. I would love to see him just go, mate. You just took out all the Archons. There is no good army here to deal with all these Zerglings, with +2 melee, with Adrenal Glands. Rex had a 40 army supply lead. I really felt that was the moment to send it, go for it, pedal to the metal, because the longer you wait, the worse it gets. Not only do you have a worse economy, but your opponent has a bunch of carriers on the way. So it really kind of is now or never land for Nex. There is still a chance that these mainlings will connect with a lot of probes. That's a lot of workers falling. But now he needs to do something with the rest of his army because these carriers are about to show up. And it seemed that he tried, but he ran into a stasis trap.
Yeah, that's a bit of a... I don't know how much you would have gotten either. There are 3 Archons, a bunch of Stalkers. So maybe it is a bit of a saving grace as more stasis. They do get triggered, but now here comes Rex as the stasis ends. There's another one on the right side. Abducts there on some of the disruptors, but one's still going to try to get its shot off. Maybe. Concave coming in from Rex here, and the disruptor shot's okay. Second one gets targeted down. Shield battery overcharge, though. You talked about it last fight. It's doing an incredible job, and Rex... he almost shoves through, but every time he almost does it, his economy's still not great. His army, it just gets worse.
Back-to-back godlike overcharges, man. That first one ran for the entirety of the fight. This one ran for the entirety of the fight. Healing Archons, healing Stalkers. The overcharges really saved Jieshi not once but twice. And I think at this point he is in a great spot. Even if he's donating a couple of these ground units, he is not supposed to lose these carriers. There barely is any anti-air. Like, okay, you abduct the carrier. Now what? The carriers are like, cool, I think we can take this fight. And he is damn right. The carriers can take this fight. The queens are going to run out of energy. We have a parasitic bomb going down, but that's also not going to do a whole lot. I just think that we are in serious trouble against the carriers. Even if Drex is doing alrighty on the ground, he simply does not have enough anti-air to deal with these 3 carriers. They may be underwhelming, Bio. They don't even have +1 air weapons, but they are still 3 freaking carriers. And that's a problem if you have nothing that shoots up.
Yeah, you know, that does tend to work out pretty poorly, especially when the Viper goes and effectively kills the own hatch. We have a Spire, Roddy, but there are no corruptors on the way, so there is absolutely nothing that... I mean, hey, Parasitic Bomb kills a carrier. You don't see that one that often, but there's no anti-air. 5 corruptors are on the way now, but with the Archons and everything else, you're right. It's a razor-thin margin, but it's a razor-thin margin that is absolutely going to work out here for a Dragon Kaitsa Gaming Protoss player, and hey, I guess we're seeing why. Rex has never beaten Jieshi.
Yeah, but it was a really close game, though. Rex really was in a good spot. And I know at one point, as Jieshi gets called, Jieshi gets the 1-0 lead over Rex. Fun first game of the day here on Royal Blood. The thing is, when he had that 100 army and he had all the links with +2 and Adrenal Glands, he just took out the static defenses in that previous fight. And at one point, the army was actually literally Stalkers and 2 Disruptors while he had a Viper too. The Archons, they were being warped in. The High Templars were being warped in. But he really had a solid 15-20 second window where he could have fought with all these links. No Colossus, no Archons. I really think that was the moment. I think if he full sends it, at least that base is going to fall, and we are probably still casting a game right now. But yeah, obviously if you wait longer, more cannons and batteries go up, and the Archon count goes from 0 to 4, yeah, that's where links are going to be a little bit less impactful.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, I don't know much about this Rex Jieshi matchup. You know, I think I've seen it maybe once or twice on an EPT Korea broadcast or series, but I don't know. I feel like I'm getting this sense where, yeah, it's a kind of a Maru Beyond setup, right? Where, yes, obviously Jieshi and Rex are not Maru and Beyond, but you go into that, you're like, wow, this is going to be a great series. It's going to be hotly contested. It's going to be a 2-0. Now, I'm not going to say that this is going to be a 2-0, but you get the point, right? Where they're going to play really well, and one player's going to come out regardless.
I'm not sure. I get what you're trying to tell me, where you're like, okay, it's exciting, but it's going to go the same way as it's always gone. I was not that familiar with these two, so I was already surprised by the overall record. And like I said, 9-10 minutes in, I thought Rex was in a perfectly fine spot, where he even did have a tiny misread, where maybe he made some roaches earlier than he was supposed to. But that was a very playable game. He had an amazing fight on the left side, where, yes, he lost the hatchery, but he wiped the floor with that Protoss army. I don't see any reason why Rex cannot suddenly turn it around and cannot win game 2 and perhaps even game 3, because that was close enough. There were opportunities to win it, not just in the early mid game, but even in the later stages of the mid game. if it wasn't for the 2 overcharges that literally ran from start to finish, and on top of that, they were healing up Archons, BO, like, that's the sweet Protoss dream right there. Okay, there's maybe 2 units that you would prefer seeing healed up by an overcharge and being attacked. That's the carrier and the mothership, but the Archon is right up there, right? It's pure shields, no real HP. Yeah, and if an Archon stands there and just takes up volley after volley from all these roaches and banelings, and it doesn't die, you know that the fight is going to go well for you. I don't think there's any guarantee that the next game is going to play out in the same way as before. Rex looked good, he looked competitive, and I believe in my Taiwanese boy.
I do as well, I hope. I want a game 3. I mean, Roddy, I know we have 11 games, 11 best of 3s coming in today, but I need 33 individual maps today. If we don't, if I am not going to, if this broadcast does not run 13 hours, I don't have a lawyer, but if I did, I was going to call him up, because that would be absolutely unacceptable. And I just want more out of my StarCraft broadcast, to be totally frank.
Well, it's a beautiful month of StarCraft with the WTL codex, Kung Fu Cups, and now the ESL Masters are back. 33 is one of my favorite numbers, BO, because I am Dutch and I do like Formula 1, but I'm not sure if you get that reference. Let's go ahead and hop into Game 2, Babylon. Let's see if we are still on track for 33 games, or if at the very best we're going to get 32. In the bottom right side, taking the 1-0 lead over the man that he has always defeated in a competitive environment, our Chinese Protoss, Jieshi.
And in the upper left, in the blue, hopefully putting us on track to 33 maps here today. He is Rex.
Well, BL. Maybe in that first game we went all out macro, but here in Game 2, it feels a little odd. That is a super quick gas. That is obviously a pull before an expand as well. And it does seem that he wants to drop a hatchery at home. But if I was a Protoss player, which I actually happen to be, and I scout this opening, all the alarm bells go off. I'm like, what? You took an extractor like 30 seconds quicker than Zerg players normally take their extractors. Something is not quite right here. And even if you see this hatchery go down, I would still be ultra concerned, because link speed is early, a Baneling Bus could be early, a Roach Ravager attack could be early, and it can also be a very quick lair with something like a link dropping your main base. I'd be super concerned scouting this.
Yeah, that's, man, especially given who Rex is and given their history, right? 6-0. That means they've played 6 series. You have to assume that there is some level of history between these two players and kind of how they look to approach things. So not only is this scary, right? Delayed hatch, quick gas, quick pool, but on top of that, maybe there is some kind of individual meta going on here. But for right now, well, we don't see any of that. Hatch just goes down. I wonder almost whether the play here for Rex was just trying to make sure that Jieshi doesn't do anything super weird. Because I want to say Jieshi is one of these players that can cannon rush a little bit more often than he normally does. So pool first, 15 pools, something like that. That does do a fairly good job of just removing that opportunity.
Yes, but if we go for such a quick gas as well, like, let's be honest, we are completely destroying our own economy. And the reason that Rex did this is because he wants quick link speed, he wants a very quick lair. Now, I still wonder, what are we going to do? Link drop in the main base, link plot in the front? Is it... Yeah, I'm actually not totally sure, but it's clearly something with a lot of links, drop alert, and I guess that's what it's going to be, because now he's making a few more drones. But Rex has a terrible economic setup. He's a 2-base Zerg against a 2-base Protoss, and the only thing he really has to show for it is a bunch of links with speed and a lair. It must be a drop alert, right?
I got to assume he's not mining a lot of gas anymore, so this is not going to be some sort of Nidus play. He actually patently does not have the gas for it, so Ling's the front, but they're not going to get that much, and behind this, Rex is droning. Oh, there's the drop alert, okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit silly, though, I think, to invest this much if the only thing you want to do is drop 8 links in the main base. I just have a hard time imagining
no.
that these 8 Lings are going to completely destroy the Protoss. Like, Jieshi would literally need to be AFK for a little bit for this to do crazy amounts of damage. Now, it is still going to show up before even Warp Gate is done. The Dark Shrine might actually get revealed as well. These Lings have potential, but I think at the bare minimum, Rex needs to kill like 6 probes here. Yeah. Very little, very least 6 probes. Gets the first one immediately. That Immortal is going to spawn at a fortunate moment. Let's see if we can get these 6 workers to at least make this a playable game. Gets the Stalker.
That's really nice. Now, the Immortal is ideally going to put itself in a corner, and as the Adept shows up, it should be the death of these Lings. And so, Roddy, we ask ourselves the question. Actually, well, the Lings can survive a little longer, but shouldn't be. Yeah, no more drone kills. We ask ourselves the question now. Is this worth it? What has Rex seen? He saw, well...
everything.
Yeah, he saw the Dark Shrine. That's the important thing.
Yeah, but this could also be one of these moments where he saw it, but did he see it? We clearly had that yesterday in one of the games that we casted. Waddy and I, that is, where there was a spire that was spotted, but I don't think Showtime saw it in time. I am not sure if Rex really saw this, because I haven't seen a single Spore Crawler go down. I haven't seen a single Overseer Morph. Now, the good news is that Dark Shrines are a lot easier to recognize if you do it one more time. He has dropped another Ling in the main base, so this time around he should be certain that this is happening. Right, you can literally see the no, he didn't see the finish Dark Shrine, but he is getting an Overseer, so that is good news. 43 drones against 40 probes, 2-base setup for the Protoss. It is just a wild game, BO. Not the timings, not the setup that we normally see 6 minutes into Babylon.
You know what? I'll take it, though. I don't want... I mean, if there's a game where nothing happens for 10 minutes versus a game where this happens, yeah, give me this one. This is fun. And now, I mean, Roddy, when was the last time you saw a 2-base all-in coming in from a pro? I mean, I know this started weird, right? Early layer, dropper lords, whatever. When was the last time we saw a 2-base all-in coming out of a Protoss? But as I say that, technically, there's a 3rd base on the way.
Yeah, it could be transitional, as Dr. Dario once upon a time said. I believe one Dark Templar has been warped in. Let's go ahead and take a look if the DT can kill anything at the 3rd base. Seems like the answer to that is no. Now the DT and the Warp Prism go into the main base, but Rex is totally ready for that. And Rex is just gonna try to deny this 3rd Nexus. And where's our army, Jieshi? That's an uncomfortable army to move to the low ground with. You don't want to see these sentries get surrounded. I would just kill this pylon and be happy. Rex, you're not gonna kill a 2-base Protoss here, my friend. Kill that pylon, get a little bit of a contain off, don't take any damage. Okay, Rex says, no, Brody, I am gonna try to kill the 2-base Protoss. I think that's a bit crazy. He knows about the battery.
Yeah, and this is not just pressure to make sure he can drone up behind it. There is more and more roaches on the way. So force fields are going to be nice. Probes, actually. There we go. That's how you break a 2-base Protoss. Lings dropping into the main. So shield battery overcharge has been popped. Been popped for just a little bit, but it's not the god overcharge of that previous game. He's targeting, well, the Cyber to make sure the wall stays alive. So a couple more drones go down, or a couple more probes go down. The defensive DTs, defensive zealots are going to be enough. But Rex, he's kind of pulling back just a second. 9 drones on the way.
Can we please kill that pylon, man? I am having a seizure over here. It's like, no, the pylon! Killing a pylon is nice. And look at the supply block as well that Jieshi is already working with. He's only rebuilding 1 pylon. So if you take out this pylon, you're going to supply block him even more. And like, this is still all right for Rex. Sure, maybe he was hoping for more because he did make a crazy amount of units. He could have gone back into droning a tiny bit quicker. But if he just stays bulletproof against the War Prism harassment, and he just makes sure that it's really hard for Jieshi to go up to 3 bases, and thank the Lord, finally we have taken out that pylon. Like, this is not a bad scenario for him. He does find a couple of these units. Now he gets on top of the Immortal. Should be able to get 1. Gets the sentry. Can he get it? Yes. 1 sentry, 1 Immortal is decent, but now it's just time to chill. Be confident, Rex. You're a 3-base Zerg against a 2-base Protoss, and sure, we might get disruptors down the line, but that's still gonna take a little while. He doesn't have to run up that ramp, but it seems like he really, really wants to.
You know, I even more than just, okay, well, don't run up the ramp. I am so surprised that we do not have a 4th base, at least an attempt from Rex here. I mean, he has all the map control in the world, and yeah, you know, technically as a Zerg, you only need to be up 1 base on your opponent to be happy, but why not? Why not just get yourself up to 77 drones, max out here? I mean, Ravagers are nice, but I mean, he's not getting up this ramp easily at all. He keeps trying. It's just not really working. I mean, the supplies seem like they should eventually allow him to get through, as that Cybercore will fall, but I feel like there are easier ways, Roddy.
Yes, I mean, as long as he doesn't eat a massive Nova to the face, still playable. We've got those 4 DTs just lurking, waiting in the shadows. That could obviously be a problem. Rex is trying to make more progress into that natural. Getting a gate, getting another gate. All of this is nice. I understand maybe that he doesn't want to go up to 4 bases because he's literally on 40 drones. And now he's about to lose a few more drones as the 4 DTs will find the Overseer that got brought to the other side of the map or wherever it is. Man, you can thank the Lord, by the way, that these DTs were chasing Zerglings there instead of just going for the hatchery. I guess the Overseer was keeping the main base safe. Now 4 DTs get caught. That is a monstrous pickoff against a 2-base Protoss. Jieshi is going to try to expand one more time, and that's obviously where Rex is supposed to pounce. 46 drone hive. I love it. Let's go ahead and get some Vipers because the Disruptors are the only thing that's scary here. Let's see, though, if he can get one fight before those Vipers are out.
I mean, he's going to try. In fact, I think Rex is just going to try to give it to him, right? So Lings are going to pop on the 3rd base. No +1 melee, by the way, so they're not going to kill quite as quickly, but even still, that's a lot of Lings. Oh, look at this surround, though. Disruptor shots coming in from every angle. So many Disruptors go down, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough here. Now, Biles land on everything, and this is exactly what Rex was looking for. His opponent to show himself on the map, but Roddy, is this going to work out for him? It seems like not. Well, Disruptors, maybe another shot coming in, but now Zealots on the backside. StarCraft, they're playing forward here. Their mortals, they're getting so low, and it seems like Rex actually is going to be able to just barely push on through. But man, Roddy, Jieshi, he's making him work for it here.
A couple of slow Zealots are having such a big impact, and it's so painful from Rex's point of view that there are 3 Immortals that all took a lot of damage, but all 3 of them survived. Now, there is no battery here, but they will have another barrier. If Rex had like 12 more Lings to just put on those Immortals, he would have killed all of them. This game would have been over. He does find a Disruptor number 3 or 4. Here come the reinforcements, so that's a whole lot of roaches showing up. The Immortals have their barriers, but that's not going to keep them alive forever. Jieshi needs a battery or so, but he just doesn't have any access to batteries. He's building one. It's going to take a little while. Pretty sexy Immortal Micro, but 2 out of 3 went down. And I want to say that was more than good enough for Rex, especially because he has killed 4 Disruptors before Vipers or even on the battlefield.
I mean, you say that. Actually, you know what? You do say that because Rex, he has been droning up behind this. He's back up at 64, 65 drones. That 4th base is on the way. It's not there yet, but it's on the way. At least he has the opportunity. But Roddy, we got to give Jieshi credit here because that was by far the best possible. Maybe you don't lose a Disruptor on the final fight. It did run a little bit too far forward. That was the best possible fight that I think that Jieshi could have found. And for moments, army supplies were equal. That +1, that +2 attack, blink, everything else. That was actually working out pretty well for him.
And I think Jieshi did good because he was literally fully surrounded, and I could already see the doom scenario for the Protoss where your army just gets wiped off the map, where you full surround, corrosive bells land in the center, every single Protoss unit dies, and GG gets called, you lose the Nexus, it's all over. He did good. He did very good in keeping the Immortals alive. If the Disruptor Micro was half as good as the Immortal Micro, then he would be in a fantastic spot. Unfortunately, that wasn't quite the case. They were just kind of move commanding into the front lines. Now, that did allow, obviously, the Immortals and the Stalkers and even the slow Zealots to get a lot of extra shots off, since the Disruptors were doing what they are not necessarily supposed to be doing, but that is tanking a lot of damage. As I believe we have a DT just swiping up a couple of drones by the looks of it, somewhere towards the 9 o'clock base, but that DT will run away. Rex is in a good spot, but I wouldn't hate a few more drones, or just let's go immediately. We've got Vipers. We can abduct the key units here, right? Oh, hallucinated big units. That's kind of cool, but there are Overseers in the mix because of the Dark Templars. Here we go. We're going to disrupt. No, we're going to Blinding Cloud. We're going to abduct a fake Disruptor. So far, so good for Jieshi, but this seems like an unfair fight. Here's the overcharge again, though.
Oh, and look at that. Disruptors are going to go down as well. Big abducts there on the Disruptors, and they will fall, but hey, there's no detection here. The first thing that Jieshi targeted down was those Overseers, and that means these defensive DTs are absolutely going to town. It's going to force Rex back, and the DT on the other side gets 4 more drones before falling down, so income equal. Stalkers on the backside. There are no upgrades on these roaches, Roddy, so more and more roaches will fall, and Jieshi, he's not above 100 supply. Let's be clear. But he holds on once again. Losing those Disruptors is painful. Let's not be
painful. I thought it was funny when he was chasing. I was like, mate, we're down 50 army supply, but he's chasing with the hallucinated Colossus, the hallucinated Immortal, the hallucinated Disruptor. I'm like, You're aware of the fact that these units are fake, right? But yeah, blinks forward, and he actually got a decent trade there because, like you pointed out, the Stalkers did have +2, and the Roaches and Ravages didn't even have their +1 missile attacks yet. They do now. It still seems that game 2 belongs to Rex, but he just needs to deliver that KO blow. One more there, one more good abduct, or a few more blinding clouds should get the job done. Now this Nova has a lot of potential, and it's a picture-perfect Nova. Well, if Jieshi was ever gonna hold with Novas like that.
Yeah, 7 kills is good. It's fantastic. And on top of that, there's no detection in this army. So I know it's something that we keep harking on, but defensive DTs are going to make a lot of a difference here. Another, last second abduct there. So the Disruptors will not get their shots off. But this Concave, honestly, coming in from the Protoss player is really nice. And again, defensive DTs, they're doing a lot, but that blinding cloud in the choke is worth even more. Starks, though, they have Blanket, and now they're going to serve as a bit of a force field here. And again, this one defensive DT, it's got so many kills. 5 kills on this one, 0 on the other, but that's fine. Biles rain down, but doesn't catch anything. And the hatch stays, or the Nexus stays alive. The third base, well, there was an attempt at a run by there. It does not work. And again, Jieshi stays alive, Roddy. I think you will gladly trade 2 Disruptors for, well, keeping your hope in this game.
Yeah, he's not just staying alive. Now he's actually in a good spot. Previously, he really wasn't yet, but now he is. Especially because Rexus keeps on attacking without overseers. It's so painful. A few more force will go down. And, well, you were talking about Maru Beyond earlier, where it's exciting. Things can look good for Beyond, but it's often Maru who's winning. Now it does definitely seem to be that is the case, because Rex just lost a ridiculous amount of units in that attack, and he didn't really get a whole lot other than the 2 Disruptors. He's going to be forced to pull the drones here, but it does seem that the Protoss, who was at times 50, 60 supply down, is going to win because Rex kept on attacking without the DT. And obviously that initial Nova before the fight took place, yeah, that was a monstrous Nova, right? It's not supposed to happen when Vipers are out. Rex didn't see it. 6 or 7 Ravages went down. I think we can all agree that that fight would have looked very differently with 6 Ravages and an Overseer. It's a bit of a throw, but an amazing comeback by Jieshi.
Yeah, it really comes down to DTs, no detection. And again, that Disruptor shot you talked about. So Rex is going to give it one last hurrah, and the army of Jieshi is not there yet. So you can understand why, but it's not going to work out now. And finally, as importantly as killing that base, as importantly as killing that army is, the creep's going to go down. Jieshi's going to finally be able to deal with that. So Rex is not going to have this ability to run across the map, get damage done, run back, defend. It's just a little bit harder to track this army. So Rex, he's got a couple Roaches on the right side, but there's a shield battery here. There are cannons here. Zealots and Stalkers are going to warp in. That's not going to find anything. And now the question, Roddy, can Rex do what Jieshi has been doing for the last 8 minutes? Can he find some miracle comeback?
The problem is just that his units are not as well upgraded, right? Like, if he had +2 melee and Adreno Glance, I'd be like, you know what? I can still see it, right? You can crank out 40 links, but I think with only +1, no Adreno, I think it's going to be very hard. You know, during that big fight, where obviously Jieshi had the amazing hold with the DTs once more because there was no overseer, there was indeed an attack at the third base. I took a look at it, and it was like 5 Roaches, but 5 Roaches fighting 2-3 Stalkers near 2 batteries. That's just pointless, right? It doesn't do anything, as these 2 armies are very close to each other once more. We are going to land the Blinding Clouds, we are going to land the Abduct, but the Nova still goes off. And it connects, and it does seem that this Protoss army is too big, too powerful, too well upgraded, even though the Lings are trying to have a big impact on the fight. But I believe that this game officially belongs to the Chinese Protoss. He will improve his record versus the Rex, is 7-0 historically. I generally do not understand for the life of me how he won this second game. It was an amazing performance by him, but a bit of a sloppy one by Rex.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if Rex had that massive amount of map control when he was just sitting outside of the natural, and instead of trying to sledgehammer his way through, just take a fourth, get up to 77 drones, advance your tech, do that. But instead, Jieshi is the one that's going to be going up 1-0 here in the first round of the Swiss group. And again, we talk about it. All that matters is getting to 3 wins before you get to 3 losses. He's one step on that journey.
We had 115 army supply against 57 at minute 12. And later, it looked even better, I think. 113 against 47. You have Vipers, you have Hive. Like, it's a painful one for our boy Rex. But the good news is that with this new format, he will obviously have 2 more lives. He will now go up against somebody else that's going to lose their opening round here in the Asia ESL Masters region. Jieshi will play a winner, so that could be XY, that could be Oliveira. I think it's going to be tough for him, but he is obviously going to be competitive with pretty much everyone in this region. He is good. It's impressive he won that second game because he was pretty ultra dead, and obviously if Rex would have brought an Overseer, wouldn't have lost 8 Ravages against a single Nova, he would have ended up losing this game. But still a good showing, right? Jieshi showed up, he did what he had to do, and I'm looking forward to watching more of him in the ESL Masters.
I am as well. So, Roddy, that's our first series of 11 going down, and my dream is already gone.
Yeah.
We do not get 33 maps today, but that does mean we have 10 more series to look at. So, this is our schedule coming in over the next little bit. We saw Jieshi versus Rex. We're going to be going into Maxed, and Haas after that, and you can see the schedule going down. But, Roddy, before we go to a brief break, right? Can't go too long. Any expectations about this PvP that we got coming up next?
I think you will get your wish, and to me this has 3 games written all over it. Like, Max is actually surprisingly good at the moment. For a while I thought that obviously the glory days of Maxhead was when he and Jim often traveled to America and they competed in the WCS region. I was a big fan of those Phoenix, Colossus, Chinese Protoss boys, but then so many years went by and I was like, all right, Maxhead is not taking it all that serious anymore. But over the last few months he's looked good, man, in the WTL qualifiers, in WTL Code S. Maxhead is showing us that he's still competitive, so I think he can take at least a map against Haas, because even if Haas is great and is maybe the more active player, Haas is a wild card. He's the absolute definition of a wild, cheesy, crazy Protoss, so I can see this being a 3-game series.
All right, so Roddy says it's going to be 3 games. My dreams of never stopping casting StarCraft, they hopefully remain in the mix, but we'll be back because, well, we'll be right there.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back. We had a PVZ. We had a PVZ that likely should have gone to 3 games, but unfortunately it didn't. But luckily, I had been promised by the man sitting to my right that this one will go to 3 games. So, Roddy, it's Maxed, it's Haas. What do you think? Do you stand by that?
I still stand by it, but obviously there are no guarantees. I can't make you any promise because it is PvP. These boys are pretty evenly matched, but even within evenly matched players, it can easily be a 2-0. We're probably going to get some build order advantages for one side over the other. I'd be very surprised if either player actually goes ever for a 1-gate fast expand on a map like Ancient or Royal Blood. I don't think we're going to see that. But we could still see somebody trying to go 2-gate expand, and then we already know that the other guy is going to try to kill them because both of these guys like to be aggressive in PvP. And if you like to be aggressive in PvP, BO, you can 3-gate, you can 4-gate, you can 3-gate Robo, you can go 1 base Blink Stalker all in. The world is your oyster if you want to be a dirty boy.
I guess the question then is, how many gates are needed to negate the 3-gate? Gate.
At least 2 and a Robo, I'd say.
All right. Well, you know what? I don't have to guess about it because we have our second series ready up. It's Maxed. It's us. And here we are, Roddy. Game number 1. It's a big map. Maybe this means we don't get crazy shenanigans, but that's not what we want. In the upper right, in the blue, Maxed.
And that obviously means that in the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of the mad scientist himself. He has given us a lot of giggles over the years, but also a couple of great games. And of course, we always have to honor that magical run he had once upon a time at the DreamHack Masters Valencia. This is Sidestorm Gaming's Haas.
So, Roddy, if you were a betting man, I know we talked about the shenanigans that these players can pull off, but if you were a betting man, do you have a favorite? Like, is it 3-gate Robo? Is it proxy 4-gate? Is it absolutely nothing at all? I mean, we do see gate double gas here, so it is not going to be some sort of gate first expand like MaxPax would do on EU. But if you're a betting man, what you go for?
It's very hard. Like, I do think that if you are very solid, honestly, the best opening is Stalker Sentry into Sentry Stalker or into Double Stalker into Double Sentry, and you just expand from there. But you need to be proper good, and you need to be proper confident in your expand. I think, obviously, on maps with the ramp, the 1-gate fast expand is superior. There's a reason why we see everyone do it. There's a reason why we see everybody trying to break MaxPax when he does it, because if he gets away with it, he's just in a good spot. On a map like this, you know what's funny is that a while ago I really thought that 4-gate Blink Stalker on 1 base, this is kind of a terrible build, right? It's like, oh, that's not good, that's not supposed to work. But it works pretty much all the time. They just have so many freaking Stalkers, and it reaches the point where they one-shot units. So shield batteries become a lot less impactful because a battery cannot heal up a unit that gets one-shotted. So I wouldn't hate that one. It seems that Maxed is going to try to expand. Haas is actually opening up with 2 adapts. That could lead into more adapts, could lead into oracles, could still lead into 3-gate Robo, right, where they can even drop the adapts in the main base. But Maxed is showing us that he is confident in his ability to get an expand up and running and take the game from there.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I feel like that double adept opening, I mean, we definitely see it. But I feel like it is something that we see maybe a little bit less of, especially now that Sentry build time has been buffed a little bit. They're a little bit faster. You're able to kind of guarantee that scout with a kind of Stalker Sentry opener. So for now, though, Haas has it, and he is not going to go into that 6-8 adept idea that we do see some players go for. Instead, Stalker's behind. They're going to go that natural down, and it's just 2 slightly different approaches to the same opener. That's not good.
It's Maxed. Okay, that's unfortunate. Yesterday we had XY dropping out. His game crashed. Okay, fortunately for Maxed, that's not happening. Seems like the players are just good to continue. You guys got a quick glimpse at Bio and Roddy. So now you guys know that we are still behind our computer when we are casting video games. I mean, I don't know about revealing those state secrets there, Bio.
No, I'm clear. This is actually, it's just a hologram that I got set up before the broadcast. I'm actually like lying in bed right now. I got the game projected on the ceiling, and that's how this is going. It's real magic. You should invest.
I believe it. I am honestly very surprised that both of these guys basically made 2 units and expanded. Has was even able to expand a bit quicker. The opening of max set is totally fine, right? Stalk Sentry into expand. I have to admit that Has's opening is pretty wild. 2 adapts into an expand. That's obviously very vulnerable against so many different openings. If Maxset would have opened up with 4 stalkers, he runs them to the other side of the map. I think you're already in trouble with your double adept opening and your super early nexus, but Has is a man that does not shy away from taking a risk and rolling the dice, and he gets away with it, and it obviously catapults him into a pretty sweet mid-game here. Like, we're 4 minutes in, he's got a 5 worker lead, he's got Blink on the way, while Max at his Twilight Council is still being produced. So far, so good for the man from Taiwan.
There we go. Max said, oh, no, he doesn't. He cancels the shade, so the Adepts are going to get it anyways. But Force Fields seem like they're going to do well, actually, wait a minute here. Probe will go down, and it's going to be a full scout of the main base. So, yeah, it's not game-ending probe damage. A nice micro does mean that second probe, that third probe will stay alive. But Haas gets out. He gets a shade into the natural, where, unfortunately, shield battery means he won't get any kills. But that's a decent amount of mining time loss. That's a lot of just chaos. And okay, it's going to shade to the main base again. But he's not going to get another probe, but it's a full scout. It's chaos. It's just all these things that make Haas even happier. Maintain his lead. In fact, he's up 11 workers right now, Roddy.
Well, he's up 7 workers.
Oh, sorry. I can't do math. That's a problem. He was up 9 when I said it. Okay, not 11. There we go.
I thought you were the PhD man between us, mate. Come on now.
Hey, Roddy, I'm going to give you a bit of a secret here. At a certain point, math stops using numbers.
Yeah.
And that's my excuse. It's not a good one.
All right. No, but your point stands. He is economically ahead. Has done a great job in cranking out workers and obviously just keeping Maxset busy. Maybe Maxset dropped the ball a tiny bit on pro production while he was making sure he wasn't losing any probes to those adepts. Obviously, he was forced to pull a couple probes away. So he's just falling a little bit further ahead economically. Has is a very simple, straightforward Protoss, right? Just because he's got a economic lead, that doesn't mean that, he has the confidence to drop the Robo Bay and maybe the second Robo. No, I see Has as a guy that's good in building workers if he wants to, but then he has a simple follow-up, and that's most likely just going to be 1,000,000 Zealots and Stalkers. He's going to spam units, he's going to aim move, and it's obviously very hard to deal with that if you are economically behind, because it's a numbers game, and Has absolutely is going to have more units than Max sets for a while.
Yeah, I mean, there was a timing... okay, it wasn't really a timing, but there was a period of time where Max said, yeah, the supplies were actually fairly equal, because the economy very much in Haas's favor. Army supply very much in Maxed's favor, but that was never going to be a timing when Maxed could do something. The difference was 3 sentries, and yeah, they can be powerful, but with shield batteries, you're not going to press through that. So now, Haas has the full benefit of that early economy that he's been able to build for himself. He's up 4 workers. He's not up 7, 8, 9 like he was, because he did cut droning or cut probing to make sure he got to that third base, but +1. Immortals. Blink is done. I mean, if the world's an oyster, then I think Haas owns it.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that he didn't fire up charge, but right when I was going to talk about it, he does start up charge, but it's still going to take a little while. Now, the good news is that this upgrade doesn't take too long to complete, especially now that you throw a chrono boost at it or 2. Gateway counts are important. It's 5 against 4 at the moment, but I'm surprised to see Has take another assimilator. That almost gives me the idea that he wants to drop a Templar Archives in the near future, right? Because otherwise, what are we going to do with all that gas, man? Like, we don't need this many assimilators if we just want to build a couple of Stalkers and Immortals. So, and especially not if we want to spam Zealots. So I guess we're heading into a relatively early Templar Archives on the side of Has.
I mean, Roddy, I'm not sure that's going to matter here. There is no Forge coming in for Maxed right now. He's got 8 gateways. He's just running across the map. He's trying to end this game before Haas can get full advantage of things. And now Haas has to blink up on the high ground. 2 gateways depowered, and he doesn't have defensive blinks because he had to blink to get up here. But even still, the Concave is fantastic. Now he's going to blink forward, but he doesn't target the Warp Prism. He gets some damage on the Stalkers. He keeps himself alive, but you cannot help but feel here, Roddy, that could have been so much better for Haas.
Yeah, but I still think he handled it well. Like, sure, he lost the pylon, but more importantly is that he protected all the probes. He got into the main base immediately, where he didn't make it awkward that he had to blink into zealots and stuff. Like, he was right there. He reacted when he needed to react. And Max said, I think, was hoping for that to just linger on a little bit longer, right? There are the extra gateways, by the way, that I was mentioning a while ago. So Has is going to be able to spam a lot of zealots, a lot of stalkers, but there is also our Templar archives. And I guess maybe that's because he knows Maxed has a bunch of sentries, or at least he used to have a bunch of sentries. And then you have something that can break force fields, right? Because obviously zealots and stalkers can be a bit derpy if you're attacking into a guy that's sitting there with a bunch of sentries and you have nothing to break a force field. That's where Archons come in real handy. Not super useful in fighting stalkers, pretty good against zealots obviously, but more importantly, they can break the force fields.
Yeah, that they can. So Haas, he's got a 4th base on the way. Unfortunately for him, Maxed should be able to cancel this very quickly. And you know, talking about that last fight, Roddy, is we're going to see a couple zealots drop into the main base. Recall gets forced out here. I really did think that was going to be done with charge timing, right? As well, actually, life's about to get really complicated here for Haas because the Stalkers have found his army. That Immortal is very exposed. War Prism's going to go down. And the recall was used, so these zealots, they're going to get dealt with in the main. But the problem is this army on the left side. And Maxed, pretty superior concave here. But Roddy, doesn't matter. +2 versus +0 means these stalkers, they're just so much better.
Yeah, that really was the game changer there, because technically Maxed had a couple of good moves there, but he's down 2 freaking upgrades, and even when he sniped the Prism, he's still fighting so close towards that 9 o'clock base, so Has was able to warp in units for days, and even though he ended the game with 1100 gas in the bank, never made a single Archon, it did not matter. He had 2 upgrades, Maxed had no upgrades, and Maxed had good moves there, right? He definitely pulled a lot of units out of position, kind of caught the army out of position, but it was just an unfair fight, because the units of Has were a whole lot better than the units of Maxed. Very strong and actually somewhat macro-oriented first game by Has, but I have to still say that his opening, that's cheating, Biomorph. Like, you cannot go to Adepts and drop a Nexus. That is so bad against so many openings that Maxed could have gone for, and it's not that Has scouted, oh, I can go 2 Adepts into an expand. No, that's just something that he did, and he hoped he got away with it, and he did get away with it, but that's not something how you can open every single game.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here as well is, actually, I don't know if this is a decision by ESL, but we have had, I want to say, okay, no, there were a couple yesterday, but at least today, every single series has been, that we've had thus far in the Asian region, has been former Chinese region versus former Taiwanese Hong Kong region. So this is not one of those things where we can say that, yeah, you know, it's just because Jieshi and Maxed, or Haas and Maxed, they play each other like every other week in different tournaments, and therefore they have this experience, and Haas just knew that Maxed was going to open up Stalker Sentry, not put on a lot of pressure, so he can get away with it. No. He doesn't have that knowledge. He does not have that understanding of things, I could assume. So, yeah, Haas. Greedy Haas.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Max said, even though he is a guy that can macro, and we know that especially in the old days, he was a big fan of just Phoenix, Colossus defensive play. If I think of all the games that I've seen of Max said over the last 3 to 6 months, he's pretty aggressive, man, especially in PvP. He's absolutely willing to go for some of those one-base openings, whether it's Proxy Stargate or a Robo in the center of the map. So for Has to do that, I thought it was a bit crazy, but hey, it worked out in a beautiful manner. And he also created that 11 worker lead early on. So, yeah, he just kind of capitalized on that video and he ran away with it. Solid game by Has, man. And this is one of these games where I think if you would have hide the name tags, I would have never guessed, like, oh, yeah, this looks like Maxed versus Has. Hell no. Like, it looked like 2 European Protoss nerds that were willing to macro, but one of them got a bit cheeky. So, surprising way of this first game to play out. Has took the 1-0 lead, and let's see what game 2 has in store for us.
Yeah, certainly a different map. Royal Blood. Hey, Roddy, as we get into this, I can't help but think the answer is no, but this is Haas here. Does someone take the gold early?
In PvP, that would be wild, but these boys are wild, so normally my answer is no. Now that it's Maxed against Has, I'm like, maybe BO, but probably no.
Yeah, well, you know, we can dream. It's probably not going to happen, but if it did, that'd be fun. And the upper right here in the blue for Invictus Gaming. Please, give me a game 3. It's Maxed.
I think you'll get your wish, Bio. I'm still standing by it. In the bottom left side, looking at the main base, the man who took a pretty convincing 1-0 lead there. He focused on upgrades, he focused on macro, created the lead and never let go. Our Taiwanese Protoss player, it's Haas.
Might you say, Roddy, that he got into the mid-game rather hostilely?
Yeah, I can get behind it.
Okay, that's enough of that. I'm sorry.
You know, that was very close to a Dutch word, which would be haastige.
And what does that Dutch word mean, Roddy?
Basically rushing, because there is a Dutch expression that says, or that goes the following: haastige spoed is zelden goed, which basically means that nothing really good comes out of rushing into things, but, well, he rushed into that mid-game, and it's safe to say that good things did happen to him, so that expression did not hold up for game 1.
Well, you know, this makes sense. Haas is a Taiwanese player, and he is not Dutch. So I guess that makes sense, Roddy. And idioms only hold in the culture in which they've been created.
Well, we do have a pylon being built in the center of the map. Once in a blue moon, the pylons are fake because Maxed is obviously scouting the main base of Haas. And then he's like, oh no, a pylon is missing. And then they're going to be defensive. And then nothing happens. And Haas actually just expands. But I don't think that's the case this time around. This pylon is real. And is it for a robo then? Or is it for a gate based on the amount of gas we have? I think it's a robo. And then we're probably going to build one more gateway at home.
Yeah, most likely. The big tell, of course, is the fact that the probe was kept with the pylon. Otherwise, normally, the probe goes out. It goes for a scout, something like that. But not this game. So, Roddy, it's almost like, you know, PvP or something. That will, in fact, be a robo. Gateway, not there, not just yet. But Haas, a little bit more aggressive this game, number 2, compared to the cheesy macro game he played in game 1.
Well, what's kind of cool is that for a little while there was a Zealot on the production tab, and that is something that I'm familiar with, where if your opponent's probe is in the main base, you want to make sure that he sees both gateways are working, right? When you see the little sprinkle coming out of the top of the gateway, you know it's building something. You don't want to make it too obvious that you are proxying, so the Zealot is the cheapest unit you can make. And then the probe sees 2 working gateways, and eventually it has to leave, otherwise the probe dies, and then you still cancel the Zealot. But that Zealot was like 70% done, and I was like, is he gonna let the Zealot finish up? Is it really stock his Zealot? That would be wild. But then Haas did cancel the unit. But so far, he is selling it well. But Max said, I want to say he's not doing anything too crazy yet, but he will still go for the low ground expand. Now, Stargate can be decent. I still favor Haasy though. However, this is a big scout, but these 4 stalkers need to run back. They cannot fight Big Daddy the Immortal.
Yeah, they cannot here. They get the probe, so no forward pylon, but yeah, just dead stalker here. It's a good scout though, right? This means that you absolutely get a void ray coming out of this Stargate. It means you drop shield batteries going down. At least Moxhead has some forewarning now.
Yep, there is the Void Ray. I think it's so hard to defend that Nexus, but at this point, Maxed has the low ground pile, and he's like, nope, I'm committed. I'm just gonna go for it. I believe I can do this. Obviously, when it comes to batteries, the more the merrier. But the one big problem is still when Haas is going to get, let's say, 7 to 8 stalkers, right? Because Overcharge is just not as good as it used to be, and it's a lot more doable to one-shot a Void Ray. The stalker count has already gone up. We need that Void Ray right here, right now. Obviously, there is no Overcharge. If the Nexus isn't done yet, I love how fast Haas is going about this. Can he kill one of these batteries? The answer is yes. Here comes the Void Ray, though, so Maxed will be able to push this back. Maxed needs another battery, another Void Ray, and he needs to make sure that he times his overcharges very wisely. It's going to be a difficult hold for Maxed, Bio.
That it is. The Zealots now they're going to run forward, and there we go. Shield battery overcharge gets popped with the Void Ray. One more shot. No, it stays alive. Last shot there. So a little bit more damage. Now the Immortal takes half damage here, but the problem is, of course, Roddy, shield battery overcharge. It's over now. And this Void Ray, well, it has literally 1 HP.
Yeah, but basically every single time you have a Void Ray that can use prismatic alignment, you're going to be confident. So it's kind of now or never for Haas. He needs to take a great fight. 2 Void Rays are going to come. That low HP Void Ray is going to get one shot at the other. Void Ray does not have an overcharge to rely on, so you need to micro it. But look at them slow Zealots. They're actually getting a decent amount of hits off. Max said the next Void Ray is going to take a little while, and this is where we're going to take a look at the timing of overcharge. We're going to need to survive another 10 seconds or so before overcharge number 2 is ready. These are the scariest seconds of Max at his life. pulls the Void Ray back immediately. Slow Zealots are kind of getting picked off one by one. Stalkers go for the Void Ray. Stalkers will be able to kill a couple of the Stalkers of Maxed. That Void Ray falls, and it seems that Haas is gonna get the 2-0 victory. GG, well done by Haas. Game 1, all macro. Game 2, all aggression.
Yeah, it was close, right? That Void Ray staying alive. You had 2 up for a second. Eventually, keep it alive a little longer. Maybe you have a third. And you're right, Roddy. Those Zealots, they did so much worse. Just forcing Haas to micro, or micro parts of his army that he may not have wanted to otherwise. But at the end of the day, we are seeing why Maxed does not win his region historically. And Haas has. He can play macro when he needs to. He can play micro when he needs to. And certainly, that one worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, I think what maybe Maxed could have done differently, and don't get me wrong, this is just very difficult to hold, right? The 3-gate rowboat hits so fast, it's in your face, there's no ramp on this map, so it's always a very difficult hold. But I think after that Void Ray survived the first time, you're absolutely allowed to dream, but I think it was pretty obvious that that Void was going to be a target initially. So I think you should have the healthy Void Ray in the front, use Prismatic Alignment immediately, so hey, if he wants to go for it, he goes for it, but you're going to get a lot of damage, and then the lower HP Void Ray that has shields but no real health, that one should be in the back, so it's not an easy target. By having both Void Rays in the front exposed, obviously the low HP Void Ray is always going to get targeted, and without battery overcharge, you can't keep it alive. And then suddenly you have to show so much less respect to the other healthy Void Ray, because instead of 2 Void Rays, it's just 1 Void Ray. So I think Maxed could have positioned those units a bit different, but I can't even really blame him. It's a very difficult hold to pull off.
That it is. But regardless, it worked out. Haas moves on. He gets his first win on the board. And Mox said it's only his first loss. He has 2 more in the docket. You gotta wait. You gotta pass 3 death saves before you fail 3. I mean, let's be real. A Swiss group is just a death save in D&D. But for now, folks, we are going to be moving on to our 3rd series. Our first one between China and the former Taiwanese Hong Kong region, at least for today. But that's going to happen after the break. So we will be, all right, back.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Finally, we get a matchup that does not include Protoss. Finally, we get a matchup between the two former regions. It's Coffee, it's GoGoJoey, and as Roddy was talking about during the break, this is a Coffee that, maybe he has slightly underperformed in the Chinese region. I mean, he did make it to Katowice, but at Katowice, he took down Shadown. That is a result that is absolutely, that's pretty good.
I mean, our previous two best of threes were between two different regions as well, though, right? It's just that this one is... So basically it's 3 in a row, just that obviously GoGoJoey is from Hong Kong and he's not from Taiwan, but we got to see him duke it out with Coffee. I like the fact that you mentioned that best of 3 win over Shadown, because that was a big one. We were all basically, I think Coffee came into the tournament as like second lowest ranked player overall. I think only T-Ball had a lower ranking than Coffee, and Zam was one of obviously the most anticipated Protosses coming into that tournament, and we had high hopes for a living. Coffee, he didn't just win, but he actually displayed really good. Very Marine tank heavy, but great timings, great control. And I think Coffee is one of these dudes that gets a little overlooked by a lot of the American and European StarCraft 2 fans. If we think of Chinese Terrans right now, obviously Oliveira, the world champ. And then you're like, yeah, Coffee is all right. But I actually think if Coffee was more active in the European region, or he would be able to play European tournaments with 0 ping, we'd probably rate him a whole lot higher, because that man is just damn good. And I think he's a clear favorite coming into this best of 3.
That is, so let's see now whether he is truly that clear favorite, or maybe GoGoJoey has something for us. But for now, map 1. Bottom right in the red, that teamless Terran that Roddy's been talking up so much, it's Coffee.
He has played a decent amount of ladder games on Europe, and he often gets very high as well while playing from China, like 6.3, 6.4K with that latency. That's honestly very impressive. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the man who's the underdog coming into this best of 3, but I know him as a kind of crazy Zerg, so I hope he's got something special up his sleeve. This is our Zerg from Hong Kong, GoGoJoey. Do we call them Hongkonese biomorph? Is that a thing?
Hong Kongers?
Hong Kongers? Could be. I don't know. I'm asking
something
you.
Like that. I feel like this is something I knew at one point, but that's about it. I don't got much for you, Roddy. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna Google it.
Important things. Then, if you Google, I will talk. But it's kind of funny, actually. You've been talking about Coffee a little bit, and I don't know. I'm brought to mind the way you're talking about Coffee. Like, oh man, if we saw him in Europe and North America, he'd be so good. Back of like 2014, 2015, when we were first starting to get 2013, when we were first starting to get those Chinese players, we had Jim and Max Ed coming across, and there was all this hype about, wow, these players, this hyperbolic Chinese time chamber, how good are they going to be? And it turned out they weren't actually all that credible, or actually. I mean, they were good, but they weren't dumpstering the Koreans level good that we thought they might be. So, seems like we're finally getting that, though. We do have Oliveira. Coffee takes down Zhao and Katowice. Was, Roddy, when everyone was talking about this, I think this was actually you and Bitter, you and Mr. Bitter for the most part, was your prognostication just 7 years too early?
No, and I think we just liked having good Chinese players, and they were very easy to cheer for because they were very kind. It was always a pleasure having them over at the NHL studio, so I just had a lot of love for Maxed and Jim, but it was quite obvious that they were somewhat limited. But I also think back then, especially when they had to play online, the latency was even worse, as this first Reaper, by the way, is just going to town. What is that? 3 Zergling kills already? That's actually very good. At least not a drone went down for GoGoJoey, but yeah, the TLDR, we were just fans. We liked those guys, but we obviously knew that they weren't as good as even some of the best players in the foreign region. They were able to compete, but they were not better. I would be lying if I said I saw the Oliveira World Championship coming, BO, and I still stand by it that anybody else who saw it coming is also lying, because sure, we knew he was good, but he also attended the DreamHack Masters Atlanta like 6 months, 5 months prior, and he didn't win a single map in Atlanta. So who predicts a guy that goes 0-6 in Atlanta to then become the world champ? Like, that's just crazy. I do not believe anybody actually predicting that, BO, and I'll stand by it.
Now, you know what? I will stand by the fact that in the green room, I was saying that it felt like Oliveira had like this aura of fate around him. I didn't believe it, but I will say that I was kind of saying, okay, it feels like fate is on his side at this point. But that's about as close as I got. As Coffee, well, he's opening pretty standard here. The Reaper, as you talked about, is getting so much done. Even getting 3 lings early is fantastic. And behind this, well, yeah, again, pretty standard. Hellion's on the way, third base, Banshee play, but with the acumen that he's shown with this Reaper, it's gonna be interesting to see if he could get a similar amount of damage done with these Banshees.
Yeah, so far it's just looking good from Coffee's side, right? He's just clean. You can really see that he's got like expendable APM, where it's like, all right, this phase in the game, I've done it time and time again. I know how to macro, I know how to execute. And it's like, I don't really have anything else to do because I am good enough that I don't make any slip-ups when it comes to missing SCV production or missing a depot. Nope, I can do all of that, and I'm going to be as annoying as possible with my Reaper, so at least I can stay busy and keep the hands warm. This game is really going to heat up once the Banshees make it over to the other side of the map. Coffee is obviously not going to suicide these Hellions for no good reason. And then it really comes down to how good will the defense of GoGoJoey be, right? This is the opening and the build order that we've seen time and time again, and it truly is one that just comes down to execution. Knowledge both of these guys will have of this build. It just comes down to who executes better.
Yeah, good news for Coffee is that GoGoJoey is that he's doing the things that we expect him to do, right? 4:30, spores go down, you're there in time, you're ready in time for any sort of Banshees to show up. He's got queens where they need to be for the most part, 3 queens on the north side, creep, overlords ahead of the creep. So he's all battened down. And the interesting thing actually that we do need to point out is that there is no layer, right? That has not been started. Instead, the first 250 gas that GoGoJoey has, it's going for upgrades. Even before a Baneling Nest here, so this is very quick 1-1 melee, 1-1 Carapace upgrades coming down for our Zerg player, which means that if GoGoJoey tries to hit some pretty quick timing out of that, these Lings, they're going to fight a little bit better than you would expect. But on the flip side, this 4th base, it's dead.
Yeah, very important that he cancels it. Obviously, you don't want to lose all the extra minerals. Couple of drones going down to the Hellions. As I said, execution. This is a dance we've seen time and time again. But Coffee is just playing at a higher pace so far than GoGoJoey is, Biomol. 12 drones have gone down. Cancel on the 4th base. Good news, obviously, for GoGoJoey is that he does get all the Hellions, but the Banshees, they are still full on HP. Coffee is looking really good here, and you did mention the upgrades, and that's obviously awesome for GoGoJoey, but the downside of focusing on these upgrades is that your lair is later. That means later Overseers, so defending Banshees is harder, and also much later Baneling speed. And that means you're going to have to fight a bunch of Marines and a tank with probably slow Banelings. Good luck, have fun doing that on Babylon.
I mean, technically, you can be pretty okay with this. You get 4 spores instead of 3. You kind of put that 4th one between the natural and the 3rd, and it gives you the opportunity. But GoGoJoey didn't do that, and that meant he lost his 4th base. He lost 22 drones. He was not in position. Everything's out of whack, and yeah, Baneling speed's on the way now, and it's not going to be that much later compared to when it might otherwise be. But the problem is, he's had to spend 24 more larvae on building an economy that's honestly not even all that great right now. So this push coming out of Coffee when his 1-1 is done, when his combat shields are done, oh, it's going to be horrifying. And the Banshees, they stayed alive. You can bring them back, repair them, bring them into the push.
I gotta say, it's very ambitious that GoGoJoey has 6 Banelings in the bottom side of the map after losing all these drones. You'd kind of think that he needs all these units to defend, but he is still thinking about dealing some economic damage on the other side of the map, and I gotta give him kudos for that. Does force a very early pickoff on these first 16 or so Marines. Now even makes a few more drones. This man really does have some confidence against 1-1 bio. Maybe he just knows that Coffee is going to take it a little bit slower if he has a good start, because he doesn't want to take any damage from run buys. Let's see if GoGoJoey can get away with it. He's not playing poor, but it just feels that Coffee is playing once more at a slightly higher pace and is executing at a higher level.
I mean, Roddy, the good news here is the Banshees, they're going to try to cancel another base. This time, though, there should be detection. Meanwhile, Banelings, they got 2 workers for how many Banes? That's just really not enough. But the good news, you talked about that timing where there would be no Baneling speed, and the Marines, they're hitting hard. That timing's over. GoGoJoey was really not all that late on the Baneling speed whatsoever, so he's working to get these rocks down. Coffee's not going to let him do that, surely not. But he's got his upgrades. They're ahead of the Terrans, at least now they're equal, but they will get 2-2 faster. Hydras are on the way. He's finally starting to go up a little bit in supply, so if he can hold on to this push coming in from Coffee, feels like he's actually not in that bad of a spot.
Now, if he gets a good fight here, then he's in a very playable spot. We've got a lot of Lings on the other side of the map going for a monstrous counter. Let's go ahead and take a look. Coffee left plenty of units behind. There is a bunker. One tank will get picked off. GoGoJoey, mate, we do need to make sure that we get a good fight on our side of the map, though, because if you lose this hatchery, if you lose this army, the game is over. But he does have 83 drones, sends a couple of marauders forward. Now the Lings turn around. Micro on the side of Coffee is spectacular, though. Banelings don't even get close to connecting with these Marines, and Coffee is just honestly looking very, very good. The only thing he could have done is fire up those 2-2 upgrades a bit quicker, because his 1-1 was actually quick. Armory was done. He was a little late with starting those, but Coffee is in full control here in game 1. It looked promising for Joey. And BMO, I do understand what you were saying, because if he would have had a good fight here, then he's got 2-2 upgrades, he's got a 25 drone lead, and it would have been a very exciting game, but he just did not take a good fight at all.
No, he didn't. Imagine how much better that fight would have been if there's 30, 40 Lings, whatever it was. Instead of running for a counterattack that didn't get a lot done, they're actually, the entire breadth of that army is now sweeping from behind, and you have a full surround, and it works out a little bit better as the Banelings, they run forward, but the tanks don't go down, the Marines don't go down, and now down at the ramp here. 2-2's done for the Zerg, but it's not gonna matter because, well, base is gonna fall, and that Coffee can back up this point if he wants. It doesn't seem like he's going to, but he has found all the damage he needs.
Yep, now he will probably just keep on pushing, but make sure he doesn't do something silly with the tanks. This is still an army that is obviously amazing, but if the tanks are not sieged and the Marines are not steamed, yeah, then Baneling's gonna have a very good time against it. So Coffee does still need to tread somewhat carefully, but he has pretty much locked this game up. The 2-2 upgrades are gonna finish up for him as well, as GoGoJoey is trying to morph a couple of desperation Banelings in. He needs a few more. Doesn't really have the economy anymore. Gets a good engagement though on the top side. Those Baneling connections were sweet. Can the Banelings from the bottom left side connect with the Marines? The answer is no. Coffee has enough Marines left over to keep on pushing and probably close out this game. GoGoJoey looked alright. It's just that Coffee looked better.
Yeah, this was one of those fights where you gotta absolutely, not just do well, you gotta kill the Terran. And Coffee did not go down. In fact, he had all the energy from the coffee that he's been drinking or something like that. Coffee takes game 1.
Yep, traded very efficient. Zerg in a relatively short game lost 6,000 resources more. I did like that point though that you mentioned, because that link counterattack, like, it's funny, right? Because sometimes that link counterattack is a great idea. If Coffee is rallying everything to the other side of the map, you pick off reinforcements and then maybe you get on top of SCVs as well, and then it's a brilliant move. But it's almost like Coffee was expecting it to happen, so he actually left way more units at home than I think normally you would expect a Terran to leave at home. And yeah, maybe if GoGoJoey just full A moves on that army that was in the top left side, all those Lings come from the back, units come from the top left, and maybe through the rocks as well, then he actually would have been able to get a good fight, keep that hatchery alive, and we'd still be casting a video game right now. But yeah, I can't blame the man for trying to make some chaos happen on the other side of the map. It just seems that Coffee was one step ahead of him.
Yeah, and you talk about how good Coffee is. He's kind of showing it right now. He's playing well. That was okay. There was an opportunity there that you mentioned that GoGoJoey may have been able to make something happen, maybe. But he didn't, and Coffee was able to do a great job. But I mean, he got 22 drones early. He got 3 Lings with that first Reaper. Every time he decided to do something proactive on the map, it felt like he was cutting through butter. It was it didn't feel like there was much opposition. So it's good to see that Coffee does maintain that form from I Am Katowice. But now, Roddy, as we move on to a map that is ostensibly maybe a bit better for the Zerg, it's a much bigger map in Gressfon. What do we need to see different from GoGoJoey here?
Well, we need to make sure that we don't lose 20 drones against the Hellions, right? That's just that's unacceptable in high-level TVC. We praised Coffee. We hyped him up a little bit. I think in the first game, he absolutely lived up to that expectation. I think if Coffee is playing just that effortlessly almost, is what it feels like, right? He just seems to be in full control, and he's like, all right, I can just go the extra mile with my little Reaper micro with my Hellions, because I have nothing else to do at this point. I'm waiting for all my barracks to finish up. I'm waiting for the Marines to enter the battlefield. then I just think it's going to be very hard. This is a matchup that I think historically has been the most difficult matchup from both sides, both for the Zerg and for the Terran, to cause upsets if your opponent is better. PvP, we know it can be wild. There are builder advantages. ZVZ, you can get creative, you can get crazy. ZVP as well, I think you can do a lot of funny things with cutting drones, going for Zerg all-ins. That can work. Proxy hatch stuff. Protoss has a lot of dirty all-ins against Zerg. TVZ is just a matchup that really comes down to skill, where both sides can be very safe because they have a lot of information to work with. You kind of just have to outperform your opponent, and that's very difficult if your opponent is as good as Coffee.
Yeah, although, Roddy, I do want to push back. I wouldn't say that it comes down to skill. It comes down to mechanical skill, because build orders and mind games and all that, those are also skills. But yeah, you're right. It's comebacks, or not comebacks, upsets are hard, but let's see if the Juggernaut Zerg can make that happen, because Gresfon's here.
Yep, and he didn't look completely outclassed in that first game, because he did get up to 80-something drones. He had a lot of units. There was some potential for a great fight, so maybe we get some fireworks here on Gresfon. In the bottom right side, though, we're looking at the main base of the man who looked in control, looked confident, and he looked like the man that could very well be one of the players in this entire region to give Oliveira a little run for his money. This is a Chinese Terran player, Coffee.
And in the upper left in the blue for the Juggernauts. Hopefully giving us a game number 3. We haven't had one today. I would really like one. It's GoGoJoey.
First, the 33 map dream is dead. Then the 32 map dream is dead. Are you gonna tell me that the 31 map dream is dead as well, BMO? What is this? Can we even call this a day of casting if we only get between 25 and 30 games?
Absolutely. It's only 11 best of 3s, Roddy. I mean, come on. Like, I expected more. It's looking like I'm gonna be done before midnight.
Well, I don't think I will be, but we'll keep an eye on that. I think that this was one of the matchups, though, where coming into it, I did expect it 2-0. Like that PvP, I thought it had potential to go all 3 games, but Hans was deadly. I love how he was super macro-oriented game 1 and then super aggressive in game 2. This one, though, coming into it, I think a lot of the StarCraft 2 fans will expect the 2-0 for Coffee, just for all the reasons that we previously mentioned, but I'm sure you'll get your 2-1s later today, BO. I wouldn't be too concerned about it. It'd be very impressive if we have 11 2-0s, though, and we have a 22 map day instead.
You know what? That would also be, if there's a curve, right, on what you expect. I don't know. We're 26 games, maybe, something like that. That makes sense. But yeah, 22 on that outlier as well. As this Reaper dives in, does it get as much as it did earlier? Well, for now, no. It really shouldn't. The Queen, actually, you know what? The Queen still got a little bit of time here. So Reaper dives in, and normally we wouldn't be talking about this, but he got 3 lings last time. He's going to get 1 here. He's going to get a second. It seems like no third as the Queen pops out. So Coffee gets a solid 1/3 less, 1/3 less damage than he did from the Reaper early on. Does that mean that
2 more? Oh, can he get the 2 more with a grenade? Maybe no.
And he gets
that would have been big.
Oh, yeah, and he gets the last link too. And I'm just sitting here like, oh, does that mean that GoGoJoey's in a better spot? Well, 3 kills anyways, doesn't matter.
I think he's always in a better spot though, because this is Greswan and the last game was Babylon, and Babylon Terran players, it's just a very happy marriage, man, especially the Terrans that love tanks. And I kind of think that if you picked Terran all these years ago, everybody loves tanks, as that 3-2 does get picked off. Now there's still 1 more active 2 more, but it's just another solid start here for Coffee, but it's always going to be a bit harder for him on this map than it is on the previous one, just because there are less choke points, less side blockers, less awkward terrain in the center of the map, where it's difficult for Zerglings to get good fights against the Terran.
Yeah, that is certainly true, but that also means that we've gotten some of the best games of our, really, of the entire map pool on Gresfon, because it's big, it's expansive, it allows you to take the entire map, fights everywhere. The fun thing also is I don't know that we're going to see Coffee do this. I don't really have a good grasp of whether he's a mech player or a bio player. As they well, hold that thought. Hellions, Reapers are going to try to dive in, but it's only 2 Hellions, only 1 Reaper, so the Queen should be able to deal with this. 1 damage already gets done. Any follow-up shots here? No. Well, okay, it gets 1 drone, but it doesn't get much done here on the, and there we go. The Hellion will fall. this can be a fairly decent map for Mech, Roddy, because you do have that 4th base. It dominates the middle of the map. It gives you the 2 bases on the north side. So if there was a matchup, if there was a map where we did see Coffee go for something a little bit different, this would be that map, but it's 4:30, no 3rd and 4th gas, so it seems like that's not all that likely.
No, I think everything you said is true, but I think Coffee is actually a bit more of a bio boy than he is a mech boy, just because he is excellent with Marine Tank. And we saw that in the TVP versus Zone on IM Katowice, and we saw that here in the first game as well. Much better startup for GoGoJoey. Did not take too much damage from those 2 Hellions and the Reaper. And I think we have to give a little shout out to that one Queen and the thick butt that accidentally trapped that Hellion between the mineral patch and, well, the ramp there. So good that Queen has a couple of extra pounds on it, because otherwise, if the 2 Hellions would have snuck through, then a few drones were still exposed. You gotta love the thick butt, Bio.
Accidentally, I'm gonna give GoGoJoey the benefit of the doubt here and say that was on purpose. That was a fantastic. There we go. But Lings, they're gonna try to find their way in onto the other side. Hellions forced back home, so they really don't have nearly the amount of map control that Coffee had in game number 1. So the creep is going out pretty nicely. And again, we're seeing GoGoJoey. This is very quick 1-1 idea. Delayed lair, delayed Bailey nest. But Ling upgrades, Ling Bane upgrades going well apace. So this is Gress fun, though. This is a map that it is far more likely that works out, especially as the Hellions and the Banshees have not killed 22 drones.
And this is very exciting, right? Because that last game, at one point, we're like, okay, it's going to be painful as the 2 cloaked Banshees are battling the Queen and the drones there. Nice micro by Coffee. Maybe a little bit of luck involved there, because one Banshee's down to 2 HP, but still so far so good. It's just GoGoJoey is doing the same thing as he did before, but he's off to a much better start. He's bleeding out a couple drones here, but it's a lot later than when all the Hellions killed those 22 drones. And on top of that, this is not 22 drones. We are now looking at 7 drones going down. So that's just exciting, man, because GoGoJoey showed us that he does find good spots to macro, crank out a couple of extra drones. He's got APM to find some damage with Lings and Banelings. Honestly, pretty exciting setup here, as the Lings are going to run into the 3rd base of Coffee. Can we take a little look at what Coffee has there? Well, he's working on a beautiful little supply depot wall, and that makes his life easier.
That it does. The Banshees, they get out, by the way. 1 on literally 2, or, well, yeah, 2 HP, as you said. But now there's the 4th base. Actually, yeah. Wow, that's a really interesting 4th base from GoGoJoey, but 4th base up nonetheless. Normally we see the Zergs take this as their 5th, and they take this one as the 4th, but GoGoJoey just really wants to get the creep spread towards the Terran base as quick as possible, make sure that he has a bit better of an opportunity. But now here come Marines and Hellions. Banelings are not ready. Lings are not there. Wow. And this is a bit of a scary timing. So Lings, they're going to run forward. They have their upgrades. Marines don't, not for another 8 seconds. But there's nothing to follow up. The Banelings are not ready just yet. So Spore gets targeted down. Queen's taking some damage, but the Spore goes down. And it seems like this will be enough to force Coffee back. It's only 4 drones going down. Feels like that could have been much worse.
Absolutely, and I thought it was going to be a lot worse. So good job there by GoGoJoey. Nice crisis management. Obviously has those 2 upgrades on the way. Coffee does not have an armory yet, because I was actually checking. I was like, can these Hellions morph into Hellbats? And nope, armory wasn't done yet. He does plant it down right now as we speak, but it obviously means that he is going to fall behind in upgrades down the line. And this time around, he doesn't have that absolutely amazing start like he had in that previous game. Much more playable scenario for GoGoJoey, but needs to be careful because he's probably going to be forced to take a fight on the edge of creep, and the tank positioning of Coffee is very nice though.
The one thing we do have to pay attention to here, Roddy, is Lings are going to find their way in, as most of the Marines, they're just picked up here. So this tank position that you're talking about, it's dead, it's gone. Marines, they try to eat some of the Bailings, but it's not going to work out super well. Here come the reinforcements, though, and it is an 8 rags. Here on the biggest map in the pool, Coffee just wants to shovel, to absolutely muscle his way through. Bailings, well, they're just getting targeted down.
And there are 6 Banelings on the map, 4 more Banelings morphing, but that's probably not enough against this many Marines. Coffee's macro is honestly sick when it comes to cranking out as many Marines as possible. We now have 54 Marines out on the map, only 8 Banelings. A couple of Banelings are going to try to connect. The splits have been excellent by Coffee throughout this Vessel 3 so far. He does it again. I think GoGoJoey is in a bit of trouble. Got some money in the bank. He could technically evacuate this hatchery, wait for the 2-2 upgrades, but this is obviously painful because on the other side of the map, Coffee is also still macroing, right? Dropping another CC, saturating bases, getting on top of more Banelings as well, and these Hydras, they just look harmless.
And it's so satisfying to see an 8 rags get so much damage done where it's like, yeah, you know, this actually was just macro build. It's transition area. I'm going to get my 4th base at a, not as quick, but still pretty decent time. These Ling's Banes, they're going to try to find their way in, but there is just not enough room here. The splits are fantastic now. Lings get on top of the Hydras. They cannot take this fight, so more Hydras will fall as the Banelings, hey, they pop up, and we continue that ebb and flow. The Banelings now, they run forward. Tank will fall, but every time the Terran maintains their emplacement here, every time more damage happens, even as Coffee is forced back just a little bit. It's a 4-base Zerg. 4th base again, just about done for GoGoJoey, and this army that our Terran has, well, you know, supplies are not that far. If these Banelings could pop out, but I'm not sure how many of them we're actually going to get.
Yeah, the last 25 seconds were a bit better for GoGoJoey because we could really see the impact that these upgrades have on some of these fights, but that was a bit on creep as well. Now we are off creep, and that means it's so much harder for these Banelings to connect. The Hydras, they honestly have ran out of support, right? It's pretty much just Hydras and Queens right now, and we are obviously not too far away from these Marines getting their 2-2 upgrades as well. There is a misrally tank there in the center. It is important that Coffee saves that. You don't want to be bleeding out tanks randomly, because that is when you will allow your opponent to stabilize. I think Coffee can just take a small moment for himself, wait for the upgrade disadvantage to disappear, and then he can continue pushing, and I think he will be able to close out the game rather convincingly. But good job there by GoGoJoey, putting up a fight, and actually lovely timing here right before that planetary fortress is done. Finds a few SCVs, but I'm afraid it's all a little bit too late for GoGoJoey.
Yeah, I mean, the supplies are not bad. It's a Zerg that has equal army supply with the Terran, and you know what they say about Lings and Banes on creep and supply efficiency. I mean, this supply fights above its weight right now with this army that GoGoJoey has, so long as he stays on creep and can take a decent fight. The problem is his economy is not that great. Only 68 workers, only actually a little bit less than that as a drop on the left side, and he can't take a fight through the center. This concave on the high ground and the low ground causing so many issues. Now the drop gets dealt with, and actually no Marines get out, so at least that's something. More Queens continue to fall down, and you talked about just Coffee taking a little bit of time for himself. That supply gap is continuing to increase. He's up 6 workers now. He's got his 3-3 on the way. So that decision to pull back a little bit seems like it's working out pretty well for him.
Yeah, obviously he's just producing a ridiculous amount of units. GoGoJoey is going to run off creep there for a split second. Does have a counterattack happening, by the way. We can see what these Lings can get done. Unfortunately, these Lings don't have the upgrade advantage anymore, so just these Marines is going to be good enough. GoGoJoey's army is a bit clumped up there, so if these tank shots land in the middle of the Banelings, this could very well be the final fight of this game. GoGoJoey has tried. He has tried to battle his way back into it, but it just seems that Coffee's macro is too good. Coffee's micro is too good. And don't forget, there is no hive, no saving unit on the production tab for GoGoJoey. Coffee gets a convincing 2-0. And he honestly, I think, just kind of shows himself as one of the guys to really keep an eye on in this region. And GoGoJoey, it's going to be exciting to see what he can do against one of the guys that also loses this opening match. Coffee is good, man. I'm a bit of a Coffee fan. I'm sure that you've noticed. But this man has impressed me a couple of times already. And I always think whenever someone plays from China on the European server and they get up to like 6.4k MMR, I'm like, what? Like, that's legit, man. That's really legit. Coffee did what he had to do, and he looked good doing it.
You know, I do think we do have to give GoGoJoey a little bit credit, though. He took a lot of damage in game 1. He never really got to play his game, and honestly, game 2, he had that great fight where he got the tanks down as soon as Coffee picked up into the Medivacs, and then he didn't pull back fast enough. And then the reinforcements came in, and then it became awkward. But those were a couple things that were honestly big results, but small mistakes. And certainly GoGoJoey did a pretty good job of fighting back from those deficits. So did he look in good enough shape to beat Coffee? No. Is he going to beat Oliveira? Probably not, but he's probably not going to run into him. Given the fact that he's already lost a game and considering who he's probably going to have to play, I kind of don't hate his chances. He did look good at times.
Yep. For everybody who's unfamiliar with our brand new format, basically winners will play against each other, losers play against each other. You win 3 series, you advance into the playoffs. You lose 3 series, you are out. So that obviously means that there are 2 more lives right now for GoGoJoey. And his next series will always be against a fellow competitor that's 0-1. We have 16 players in the region. 8 will advance, 8 will be eliminated. I'm with you. I think he's an outsider to make it into the playoffs. I wouldn't necessarily say he's like one of my top 5, top 6 guys, but I think if he keeps playing like that and then he goes up against players that are slightly less strong than Coffee, Yeah, he's definitely has a chance. But I think that's the cool thing about this format. I haven't really seen anyone in this region yet where I'm like, yeah, he's got no shot. Like, SCV also impressed me against Oliveira. The first game, he really got a good setup. And I think he was one solid weapon away from actually getting very far ahead in that game. So I'm loving it. I can't wait to see Playday 2, 3, 4, 5, because that's obviously where the stakes get higher. These are the opening matches, and we have some heavy favorites over other players. But it's an exciting, cool new format, and I'm really just curious to see how it plays out as a StarCraft fan.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. But for now, we're done with the Asia region. Right? Coffee has his win, as too does everyone else that played today. In about 15 minutes, we'll be moving on to Europe. The glut, the majority of the games that we get today. The 33 map dream is done. The 32 map dream is done, as is the 31 map dream, because, thank you. But we're more likely to get some longer series as we move on to Europe. So friends, we'll be back in like 15 minutes. And when we are, Europe, right after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Europe time. We had 3 matches in Asia. They all went 2-0. The 33 map dream was dead, then the 32 map dream, then the 31 map dream. But we have a 30 map dream still available to us. My name is Bamwolf. With me is Rotterdam, and it's Europe time, baby.
Everyone's favorite time of the day, right? Even if you're American or Asian, I don't know. But obviously, I always love the European region. I think there is a reason why this is the biggest region, and we've got 32 players rather than 16. It's just that there are a lot of good players on the European continent, and of course, some kind of stand head and shoulders above the others. But I think especially in like the mid region and who's going to make it into the playoffs, I think we're going to have a lot of very close, very competitive matches that will be hard to call before the match and probably even during the match. And I think today we already get a little sneak peek of that, BO, because we looked at it and we're like, actually has some serious potential, and it's tough to make predictions.
Yeah, I think we have 2 matches that we can pretty consistently say, yeah, okay, that's probably going to be, we know how that one's going to go. It likely is a 2-0. And that is, of course, the Raynor series and the MaxPax series. But we have 4 other series that probably go to 2-1, maybe. If not, if it's a 2-0, we don't know which way it's going to go. And the first of those is Akaron and Shadown. The French Protoss versus the Spanish Terran. And, you know, they've had good runs in ESL Masters before, in DreamHack Masters. They've also had years where maybe they're not doing so well. Roddy, do you have a good idea about how Akaron and Shadown are playing right now?
A little, actually, because last Friday I hosted another edition of the Big Brain Bouts, and Shadown was playing in it, and he played PvT against BattleB, so the man that we're going to see in the following series, and I was like, okay, that's going to be close, might still be a bit too difficult for BattleB, but the opposite was true. That young German man dominated the series. He won 3-1, he looked good. It's not that Shadown looked bad, he just never truly got momentum going, couldn't quite force his will upon BattleB. Akaron, I think, is slightly more aggro than BattleB, where BattleB is willing to go into the mid game and late game without too much happening. Akaron is an in-your-face kind of Terran, so I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's close. Obviously, small advantage for Shadown, just based upon all the experience and accomplishments of the past, but this could very well be an exciting best of 3.
I am absolutely looking forward to it. So, friends, we have game number 1 here of what is actually a team kill now that Shadown and Akaron are both on Platinum Heroes. Here's game 1. Bottom right, in the red, the young Terran player from Spain, it's Akaron.
I am loving how quick these segments are, by the way, BO. Wadi did a great job with it yesterday. You're doing it too. And I guess if we have 11 best of 3s, this is just the best way to power through. But in the end, that's what everybody wants to see. In-game probes and SCVs mining. That's the most fun part of this entire broadcast. In the top left side of Dragon Skills, also representing the Platinum Heroes, hailing from France, this is Shadown. Now that I think about it, BO, what is interesting about Shadown is that I feel like he is a very dangerous Protoss to go up against if you're a Terran and you're the favorite, right? So the likes of Cham, or maybe not so much Gabe, because Gabe is just an animal in this matchup. But Cham and Spirit, for instance, they would probably not enjoy playing against Shadown because he's very good at holding his own, but he seems to underperform a little bit when he's the favorite. And it's obviously kind of hard to explain that, but yeah, maybe he's just willing to be a bit crazy, a bit more creative when he feels that he's the underdog, and that works out well. And when he's the favorite, he's forced to be a bit more passive perhaps and just kind of play solid like you expect the favorite to do, and maybe that's what he struggles with a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good thesis. That's a very reasonable idea. But for now, Akaron is doing what he can to make it so that Shadown does not get to play comfortably, does not get to feel any way happy about this game. Because there's an eBay block early on. He forces Shadown to take the third base and the natural. And Ronnie, this can mean that follow-up aggression from Akaron, some sort of Hellion play, something like that, can be that much more powerful because, I mean, how in the world are you supposed to wall out this mineral line?
Well, I'm feeling the 3-Rex, mate. I am feeling the 3-Rex, and barracks number 2 has already gone down, and I think it's just a matter of time before barracks number 3 goes down, but that still stands by your point. If a Terran player gets the eBay block off, and they force the Protoss to expand elsewhere, yes, Hellions are a problem, because they are very freaking quick, and it's hard to defend your main base and the third, and keep your probes safe, but 3-Rex is also a problem, because if you scout 3-Rex early as a high-level Protoss, you're like, alright, I can stay on 2 bases a bit longer, or you can go for the Blink Stalkers immediately. But 1 gate fast expand at the third into Blink is not great against Hellion openings, so Protoss players tend to play Stargate, but then the Stargate can struggle with 3-Rex, and even more so if the expand is in the middle of nowhere, and that is what's happening now. I know that you know how I feel about the 3-Rex, Biomov. Let's just say that I rarely see this strategy lose.
Ah, man. At least not in tournament play, right? Yeah, it's too strong. That being said, it certainly can stall out. The problem is, as you pointed out here, this is A, Stargate opener, and B, it's Stargate opener with no scout of the main. We haven't seen the Oracle find its way across the map just yet. In fact, well, it's going to be done soon. But the big problem here is the dearth of scouting that Shadown is dealing with. Stim is on the way. Eventually, this Oracle is going to find its way through. But it feels like, maybe not now, but in the next 20 seconds, we need to see Shadown really starting to give this pressure credit, starting to put down shield batteries or getting maybe a couple more gateways, cut Phoenix production, really start to have a lot of ground-based defense to make sure that he can defend this. So Oracle's going to run in. It's 4 minutes. Stim is only halfway done, +1's only just now started. So at least Shadown knows now. And actually the Marines are going to try to target this down. Oracle might grow, and it dies.
Okay, that's a disaster, because I was already going to start my speech on how, jokes aside, memes aside, I'm really interested to see how Shadown is going to properly defend it, because you cannot just build all the batteries at the third, because then the Marines and Marauders could still just run into the main base, right? And he drops the Robo at the third base, so we can never ever lose this position here. If we lose the base, we lose the Robo, the game is over. And I was like, I wonder where he's going to drop the stasis trap, if we're going to warp in maybe like a bunch of adepts, because adepts, even in small numbers without glaives, can be somewhat decent against Marines, especially protected by a Guardian Shield and a Shield Battery. But by losing that Oracle, Shadown makes his own life so much more difficult that I honestly already fear for him in this game. However, these guys are very good BO. They are capable of miracles. We have some Sentry. Well, we have a Sentry. We have an Immortal. Second Immortal being Chrono Boosted. There obviously is a chance with a good Force Field, Guardian Shield, Overcharge, but it's not going to be easy. And honestly, the MVP move here for Akaron, I think, would be to completely ignore the third base and just stim into the main, because that's going to be so hard for Shadown to defend.
Or even just to force a fight here between the natural and the third, right? It's just so wide open. Certainly, yeah, don't go up the ramp into the third base. Now, I guess the one upside.
Go into the main.
Yeah?
Go into the main, please. Oh my god, if he doesn't go, I'm gonna lose it. He's worried about Force was the thing. Alright, here we go. We could have a stim. We are going to have a stim. The sentries get picked off immediately. One Immortal will fall. Obviously, these Adepts and Stalkers have done pretty good. And Shadown will defend in honestly a pretty successful manner. Like losing the sentries and an Immortal there, it's kind of inevitable. But he took out pretty much every single Marine with perfect shading. He even gets all the Marines. And that fight went really good for Shadown. And then we even have to keep in mind that he lost the Oracle right in the very beginning. Honestly, very well done by the French Protoss.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how well that worked. It's not going to work out right now, though, because there's a second round of bio up the ramp. So Adepts will fall. Eventually, they're going to run out of stim, ideally before they get on top of that Immortal. But if I'm Akaron, I stim once again here. Second Immortal's going to hit the deck. The Adepts as well. Oh. And Shadown, he had a great hold. You're absolutely right, Roddy. I'm so surprised at how well that hold actually happened. But then he ran across the map, and that is a massive overextension now. The entire army that he had on the map, all that map control, it's gone.
Yep, I mean, you're spot on there, right? Like, the initial fight actually just went damn good for Shadown. He handled it well, good target fire, but then he really got over eager, where he's like, run to the other side of the map. It's like, well, it's still 3 barracks producing units non-stop. Shadown apparently hasn't learned his lesson yet. He's gonna do it again with 3 Stalkers and a Sentry. Now, there aren't too many bio units, but just 3 or 4 Marauders is more than enough to stim forward and wipe the floor with this army too. Now, he does have a little economic lead, right? 60 probes against 48 SCVs. I honestly think this is kind of crazy. The man is throwing away robo units like they are zealots with charge, and we're on 6 bases. Not something I see every day, Bia.
I guess there is some small logic. You point out economy's going very well. He is keeping the Terran army small, so all the Marines died in the last couple engagements. Only a couple Marauders survived. So any sort of follow-up pressure that Akaron may look to try to use to run across the map, it's not going to be as powerful. But I don't really like that logic because Shadown's army is also much smaller than it should. You can't help but feel that he would have been able to grow more and faster than Akaron would have. So for now, drop shows across, and it seems like Shadown, yeah, he's going to see that the medevacs are boosting in, or at least he had the opportunity to. But he's, okay, so he's reacting into the main base just yet. Downside, there are no Twilight upgrades. There's no blink. There's no charge. It takes a moment to respawn.
Oh, nice pickup on one of these Marauders. The Colossus are a little bit exposed, but the Marauders will not go for it. That was good micro there by Akaron, saving one of these low HP Marauders that was taking some damage from these gateway units. The pylons really helped there, but you cannot protect the main base and the pylons at the same time. One of the biggest problems of losing that Immortal and losing that Colossus is that now obviously you need to build another Colossus, and that means that you don't have any robo time to crank out observers. And playing PvT against somebody with a lot of medevacs, high APM, a lot of mobility, it's almost impossible without observers on the map. That's why he's been dropping all these pylons. But yeah, these pylons, they're gonna save you once, but then they're gonna get picked off.
And as the drop here boosts onto the 4th base, a blink is done now, so at least there's that as a, well, Widowmine's actually going to get a decent shot despite the blink, but the base does not fall, and that's something. Shadown is starting to stabilize his position on the map here. The pylons, yeah, they're dead, but they bought the time. I want to say that they bought the time that they needed, Roddy. Now observers are out. We're starting to see disruptors get added in, second robo. The setup here that Shadown has, it's becoming a lot more stable.
Yep, he's gonna try his luck perhaps on the other side of the map once more, which would be great if there are no Vikings, but we do have a Viking. We've got a Widowmine here too, we've got a bunker. If I was Shadown, I would not stay here. Like, I understand trying just to see what's up. What you're going up against, that Widowmine shot is cash money. But the Viking count is already quite good, man. We have 6 Vikings, 17 Marauders. Akaron's army, if they fight without a battery, it would wipe the floor with Shadown's army. And I guess Shadown realized that very quickly. So he's going to recall. He does have that one disruptor. Can we get a big Nova? That's kind of what he needs. First Colossus is already going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one thing here, Akaron's lacking Ghost, but those Vikings, you're right, they're doing so much. Shield batteries aren't done at the 4th base, so one Colossus will fall, but the Zealots at the front, second Colossus going down, and it seems like the Concave of the Terran is going to be more than enough here. Zealot charge is not done. They're just slow Zealots. So the Stalkers, they have nothing really to buttress for them. The Vikings land right on top. And Shadown loses his entire army. Everything's dead. The 4th base is soon to follow. Imagine charge was done. Imagine that, well, he had shield batteries done, I guess would be the really big thing here. Imagine the disruptors landed. Shadown had opportunities, but unfortunately, those opportunities, they have come to naught because, well, 4 base is dead. There's not a lot left.
Yep, it was also just a good timing right for Akaron with the 1-1 upgrades and the heavy Marauder count when there wasn't really a good answer for Marauders, and that all goes back to the Immortals we lost in the beginning of the game. Losing 1 Immortal against the initial 3 Rex poke, yeah, that was inevitable, as we have 1 more Nova flying forward. Shadown is a warrior, but here are the Robos. He really has just ran out of power units, and I do not believe that a couple of Zealots without any armor upgrades can ever get the job done here. 1 more Nova! It's gonna be a pretty good one. I want to say nice split, but it didn't truly matter. GG gets called. Akaron wins game 1 with the strategy that never loses. But it wasn't so much the initial strat. If anything, Shadown, despite the fact that he donated an Oracle, he had such a good, clean defense against the 3 Rex. But then you said it, overcommitment. He got ultra over-eager. He's like, hey, I won the fight. I can run to the other side of the map with 3 gateway units and an Immortal. It's like, no. And he's like, what about 3 Stalkers and a Colossus? Like, no, stop, mate. Just stay at home. Get a proper Protoss army. So, Akaron wins, but obviously Shadown has mostly himself to blame for that.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about imagine there's a shield battery. Imagine that there's all these things. But I guess the promising thing about this, the nice thing about this, is that a lot of those mistakes are things that can be fixed. You win a fight and you don't run into the Terran's natural when you don't have a lot of army. You know, you maybe drop your shield batteries a little bit quicker. These are fixable problems. So hopefully, on Gressvon, a map that's a little bit bigger, you're less inclined to chase your opponent's army to the ends of the earth, and maybe more inclined to play a little bit more defensively. Maybe that's going to favor Shadown a little bit more. I don't know. But
No, I think so. I don't think there is a man overboard yet for Shadown. There's no need to pick Nick because despite the fact that he lost such a key unit, like if we're casting, let's say Maru against Hero, and Hero does that with his first Oracle, then we will pretty much always go back to you cannot make a mistake like that. Of course, the same can be said for this level because these guys are very good as well, even if they're not quite Maru and Hero. However, Shadown still got himself in a very good spot after losing that Oracle, so plenty of things that he can fix, and he should still have a lot of confidence going into Game 2. But perhaps this matchup is just not quite working out for him, and then eventually it becomes almost more of a mental problem than it really is a skill problem.
yeah. Well, we're going to figure that one out because here in the upper left, he's down 1 in the team kill, but certainly, as we talked about, plenty of opportunities for him to swing that one around. It is Shadown.
Shadown or Shadown? The age-old question, and nobody has the answer, including himself. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of our Spanish amigo, representing the Platinum Heroes. Vamos for Ruben. This is Akaron.
Where's it Shadow win, Roddy?
Mate, I don't know. I called him Shadown for years until I think it was Cats who started calling him Shadown. And then I read his nickname and I was like, that does make a lot of sense. And then I asked him and he's like, I don't know. Shadown, that is. He's like, I don't know and I don't care. I was like, oh, come on. You're not really helping us here. So I think both works. I used to be a Shadown guy. Now I became a Shadown guy. Don't ask me why.
I feel like Katz is the guy that just makes us really question players' nicknames. Like, when I was casting with him, we figured out that Akaron is not a Pokemon, right? It's not Quarion. It's not an eagle. It's actually a vampire. So, for whatever reason, Katz, I guess he thinks really deeply about nicknames, and we get a lot of clarity, or sometimes we just don't. So, thank you, Shadown. Thank you, Shadown.
As long as we don't call Akaron Aquarium, I'm just happy, man. Because that just goes a bit too far for me. He's not an aquarium. There is no fish inside. Let's go with something that's not aquarium, and then I'm happy.
I don't know. What if this SCV was doing something a little bit fishy? I mean, it's not, but it could have been.
Yes. In game 1, we went for the 3 racks. Now, I don't think that Akaron is necessarily going to do that again. We can already see a different start from him as well, right? It's Reaper into Marine. Last game, it was Marine into Reactor. Could have something to do with the fact that there is no ramp here on this map. There was a ramp leading into the natural on Dragon Skills. There isn't here on Grasswand.
So how much do you think, what is it, the 4-ish extra seconds of rush distance? Obviously, I know there are complaints with using probe or using worker runtime as whatever. How much do you think that a couple extra second rush distance makes up for the fact that there's no ramp? Or I guess, yeah, it makes up for the fact that there's no ramp.
Definitely changes how certain games play out, but I think stuff like the amount of space that medevacs have in between the main base and the natural, or if there is like a safe idle area behind the main base, I think that kind of stuff is often a lot more important with whether or not we open up with a lot of bio units or a Widowmine drop. As this Reaper, by the way, very casually gets 2 probe kills and gets out. I'll be honest, mate, if I was playing this game from the Protoss point of view, I'd be absolutely fuming right now, and I would feel there is no way to win. Now, hopefully Shadown has a much better mentality than I do, but this is a big deal, man. We only have 27 probes on the map. You randomly lose 2 probes, and you don't even kill the Reaper? Like, that feels terrible.
And now, full scout to the main base as well. It's going to be able to run away from the Stalker for just a second. Really shouldn't be another probe kill, and there we go, but full scout. You get 2 probes. That's far more than you expect to get out of a Reaper, but certainly pretty nice opening for Akaron now. And now, well, we got the medevac done. He's going to add on a tech lab here, so a bit of a Raven opening, much more standard build, or much more macro build coming out of Akaron in game 2 compared to game number 1. But it is Gressfon, so that makes sense.
Yep, Raven into tanks most likely. Maybe Akaron is a tiny bit worried that Shadown plans down another gateway or 2 and starts being aggressive. That doesn't quite seem to be the case. We have another gas going down, so most likely it's going to be Blink Stalkers into Colossus. And then I kind of feel that we're going to look at that good old dance of the Raven push, the interference matrix versus the Colossus. But maybe Shadown can even just prevent that Raven altogether. Sometimes when Terran players open up like this, they still just rally the Raven to the top left side of the map and they start doing auto turret harass. But I really don't like it if you expand so much later and you're going up against Colossus. I think interference matrix will always be a whole lot more impactful than killing a couple probes.
And I really like this opening, or this change. Well, actually, I guess if you're a Terran, you really like this change. If you're Protoss, you're not. But Ravens are much cheaper now than they were before Katowice. They're like 50 gas cheaper, 150 versus 200. And what that means is you can afford a Raven and a tank off this 1-1-1 opener. It used to be, okay, you're going to get a Raven, tank's going to be later, vice versa. So you had to make a choice. Now, you can be safe against Blink Stalker aggression. You can get those tanks out early, and you can get your Ravens just as much as you would like, which means there's kind of no downside. It really shored up a lot of the holes in the Terran early openers. So maybe that's why we're starting to see more 4-gate blink, just because Protoss, they feel like they need to get something done. But now this observer goes down, so even less. And let's see what this, I mean, early War Prism here, Roddy. This is going to be something.
Yeah, probably just to buy some time, because Shadown is going up to 3 bases, not playing the Colossus that I expected. Instead, drop the Templar Archives, is going to chrono boost the hell out of Storm. So you most likely have Storm against the first move out of Terran. That's obviously always great for the Protoss. Needs to be careful with this Prism though, because there is a Viking and there was still that Widow Mine. And now Akaron needs to be careful with his Viking. Loses the Viking for honestly not a whole lot. But that's a little bit sloppy. Third CC going up. What's interesting about going quick storm is that you often feel as a Protoss that, okay, I cannot be too greedy. Cannot build too many probes, because if I'm gonna get attacked and all I have is 2 storms, it's not good enough. But Akaron is actually dropping another CC, so it is important for Shadown that he keeps on building workers, because having storm but then being down in workers doesn't really do a whole lot for you. I think we've got Raven arrest, by the way, in the main base. Auto turret goes down, gets 2 workers.
Thank you. I really want to point out, by the way, the micro that we saw from Shadown with his War Prism on the other side. He was dropping individual stalkers as he was picking up the rest of them. So they were kind of conga lining maybe around the backside of the mineral line. And they didn't get a lot of damage done. I think they got like 2 SCVs, but it was fancy and it did look nice. So you know what? Shout out to Shadown there. Fancy micro.
Shadown could make his life. Oh, needs to recall that War Prism immediately, and he does. And what Shadown could do, by the way, to make his own life a lot easier is just warp in a single High Templar in your main base. And whenever that Raven reveals itself, you just drop a feedback, and then you just don't have to worry about it. I like auto turret harass in general against Storm openings, not so much against Colossus openings, but this was a good call by Akaron. We've got, honestly, a pretty damn competitive game on our hands, where there is a lot of potential in this Terran army, but obviously there's a lot of potential in the Stormy boys too. And as long as there are no ghosts, Storm is supposed to run Supreme, the rule Supreme rather.
Okay, Storm's on the low ground here. Oh, that's going to be an absolutely massive one here. And well, second one not really going to land. Meanwhile, Zealots find their way into the natural. Friendly fire from the tanks actually might do a little bit more. Charge is done. Well, not done just yet. 15, 20 seconds remaining. That Storm, that slowed down Shadown quite a bit as the Zealots finally dealt with. The thing we should point out here, by the way, is that War Prism was not with the army. There were a couple Light Templars in it now, but there really was no way for Shadown to properly get the flank that he wanted with the Storms. Yes, High Templar are faster than they used to be, but not by that much. And now, seems like he's a little bit out of position to defend the 4th, but no. Akaron, triple drop into the main. At least he's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's thinking about it, then he saw the pile and he's like, oh no, I'm not going to do that. It's a nice force to unload again. Akaron needs to be very careful here, obviously. Sure, he's got some mic potential in his army, but the first Storm was already such a monstrous one. I think there is a Zealot counterattack happening at the 3rd base, and that's quite nice, because I don't see a big Gabriel bunker here. No supply depots either to protect the bunker. So that's obviously very annoying. I think Akaron, as scary as it is, sometimes is a Terran where you see Protoss go up to 4 bases and they have Storm. You're like, oh no, I think he needs to chill right now. I think he needs to wait until he has a bunch of EMPs he can work with, because without EMPs against this many Storms, it's probably not going to end well for Marines and Marauders.
Yeah, that does get a little rough, but we are starting to see Akaron again have those transitions. He's got a bunch of ghosts, but honestly, almost as importantly, he's got 2 Vikings. And you might say, why in the world would you need 2 Vikings against Charge Lot, Blink Stalker, Storm? Well, it's to deal with the War Prism. It's to make sure that the War Prism cannot run forward and get its shots off and pick up and drop those the High Templar because, well, EMP plus 2-3 Viking shots, that pretty much kills the War Prism in and of itself. Meanwhile, Raven auto turret harass on the other side. Raven's low, but 7 kills. And by the way, the shield battery, it's dead. So 5 more probes at the deck here. And that Raven, you said you didn't like it. Well, in fairness, you said you did like it against Storm plays. It's been so successful.
Yeah, no, it's been very good. I wouldn't like it to use it like that against Colossus openings, because then I think the first push is too important. As an EMP lands, after the Widowmine shot went off, the Immortal gets stacked immediately. There are some storms, but that War Prism is indeed taking a lot of damage from those Vikings, like you already pointed out earlier, Bio. There's still some Zealots trying to cause some chaos, but this is an awkward moment for the Frenchman, because he's got Storm, but he's trying to make it into a bunch of Colossus, bunch of Disruptors. They are not out yet. If the EMPs land or a couple snipes go off without High Templars, this Protoss army is bad.
Yeah, you really need those storms to land, and the problem is there's no flank. There's no real way to get them from a surprising angle, so the Terran is just not going to allow those storms to get close. But here, Akaron is chasing. That's a fairly good storm, but the Widowmine kills the War Prism. You lose the High Templar. Luckily, most of its use had already been spent. But now there is truly not an easy way to get High Templar on top of this army. Disruptors, though, there is one of them. And that is going to have to do so much there. There we go. Feedback on a couple. Goes Storms on the left side are going to be fantastic. And the Storms, they actually happen to be even better. But Colossus on the left side. Vikings Marauders get on top. But here comes Shadown chasing down here. The Colossus stays alive for just a little bit longer. And the entire Terran army is going to get absolutely obliterated. We talked about how the Storms were not going to land easily, but they landed just well enough. The Disruptors did an incredible job. The Colossus peeking out at the last moment. And actually, Akaron's just going to tap out here. Too much damage on the other side. We finally get our game 3.
Yes, for the first time today, we are heading in game 3. Honestly, I'm very surprised this game just ended there, because that was actually beautiful army movement by Akaron. It was a lovely rotation, showing yourself on the top side, running up that ramp in the third. He threw down a scan, but I think he barely, he missed that High Templar on the left, and then he didn't quite have the courage to split off a couple of Marauders and go for those Disruptors, because this entire fight, it actually could have gone really well for Akaron. If he nails a couple of EMPs, he guns down a Disruptor, it could have gone well, but it almost felt to me like he panicked. He got feedback, a Nova, and then he wants to run to the left, and he runs into 2 massive storms of the High Templar that was barely out of scan radius. Honestly, a bit unfortunate, because he had a 40 army supply lead heading into that fight, and that could have gone a whole lot better for our Terran.
Yeah, I do want to point out, by the way, there was that one feedback that we saw on the leading Ghost, and I can't confirm, right? We'd have to go back and look at it, but it looked like knocking down the high energy leading Ghost meant that there was just a little bit more room. So any sort of EMP had to run a little bit further forward. And that, again, maybe bought the time for the storms to land. So small things.
It's more just that he didn't see the High Templar at all, because he threw down the scan on the high ground. He saw the Robo. He saw the army kind of out of position, but coming in towards the top. And then he saw the Nova, and he's like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run away from that Nova, because as long as I don't get a Purification Nova in the heart of my army, I'm going to be fine. But what he didn't know is that there was a High Templar running, hiding on the left that was out of scan radius. First storm goes down, the second storm goes down, and then to make matters even worse, another Disruptor pops from the right Robo, a Colossus pops from the left Robo. Bit of a nightmare scenario there for Akaron. Like, if you resume that from replay and you give Akaron another shot and do that, and you force him to maybe scan a bit more towards the left, that honestly could have gone completely the other way. Like, that was one of these fights where the Protoss could have won it convincingly, the Terran could have won it convincingly, or it could have been a wash. But good news for Shadown is that he was the one who won it convincingly. Just some nice spell casting, Bio.
Nice spell casting, and the best magic we're ever going to get is the fact that we do, in fact, get a third game. The 30 map dream. Roddy, it's there.
Can it still be 30?
Right? Because it was 33, and then we lost 3 of them. Yeah, I think it can be.
We're on our way, mate. We are on our way. Game 3 between these 2 lovely Europeans is going to be played on Royal Blood for the first time today. Things are all tied up. Besides when we saw the best of 3, that is. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the Frenchmen, getting the job done with a couple of amazing storms, not just towards the end of that game, but obviously earlier as well against the initial move out. This is the Platinum Heroes Shadown.
And on the bottom left, He had so many opportunities, but Storms, well, you know what? Stormy weather, something, something. Game 3, though. Let's see if he can take it. It's Akaron.
I think maybe some people felt that GG was a little bit early. Now, Akaron definitely was in all sorts of trouble after that fight, and I do think it was kind of game over because obviously he didn't get any economic damage done. He lost all of his expensive units, the Ghosts, the Vikings. Would it be the craziest comeback of all time if he'd still win that game? No. But it'd be very difficult. But I think above all, he was just a little bit tilted that went so poorly because he had a big old powerful Terran army and he just ended up getting stormed into oblivion and eating a Nova. Just got a bit unlucky. I think there was a bit of emotion taking over there where he's like, all right, I'm done. I'm not going to win this game anymore. 4 base Protoss, too much splash damage. Let's go ahead and hop into game 3.
He also, I think, took it decent. I don't know quite how much, but it looked like he took a decent amount of damage from run-bys on the other side as the Zealots, they ran in. I think he was down about 20 workers when that fight happened. So, yeah, you know what? Bad fight, bad economy. Might as well just go to game 3. And Royal Blood is a much smaller map. It's a map it's a little bit harder for the Protoss to play as aggressive as or as defensive as possible. There are maybe a little bit more attack paths. So might as well. It's like, okay, well, you know what? This was the map. I wasn't confident I was going to win anyways. Let's just go to game 3.
The only argument I think that can be made for Akaron staying in that game is that he did kill the War Prism right before that big fight took place because the Widowmine connected and that High Templar took some damage as well, actually went down from the splash damage. And I think without a War Prism, it's unlikely that a Protoss is going to run to the other side of the map immediately. But then again, Shadown didn't just win the fight, he completely dominated the fight, so maybe even without a Prism, Shadown would have just A-moved Akaron on the other side of the map. Don't think it was a big deal, but just wanted to clarify. We have another Reaper opening here for Akaron as we have a factory and another barracks going down, so it could be one more barracks even, right? And then we've got the good old Ryong setup, as I like to call it, where it's barracks into factory into 2 more barracks, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, and well, you know, in fairness, Roddy, to put a point on what you were saying, Shadown did show a propensity for running across the map the moment he wins a fight in game 1. Didn't work out for him, but, you know, I guess that is there is some warning there. Certainly, though, it's going to be interesting to see what Akaron is going for in this game. The way Shadown's been playing, a quicker stim does strike me as something that might be able to kind of punch through a little bit, right? You hit a minute early, and if everything Shadown have is timed out around that 7:30 mark, yeah, punch right on through.
Akaron drops an eBay before he drops barracks number 3 or a starport. He can obviously still go into starport as well. And then just kind of have a weird way of getting to a 2-1-1 setup, which is not ultra common in this matchup. But I also don't want to say like, wow, we've never seen a Terran player go 2 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport, quick medevacs. Like, there are some Terran players who like it just because they want to have that micro potential of the Stim Marines early. But it's not going to be the starport. It will be the 3rd barracks setup.
In fairness, we are seeing Bjorn actually do a lot of 2-1-1s against Protoss players. I'm not going to say it's the best thing. It's probably 50-50 on kind of how Bjorn does it, but it has been entering the meta, at least in kind of the Korean Terrans, maybe a little bit. There's a Cyclone there, gets an Adept, nice lock on. So the Adept falls down, map control goes down just a little bit more. But how do you feel about this, Roddy? There's another Warp Prism on the way. Blink is just about done, so Shadown is going to try to unlock his aggressive options just a little bit more off this 3-gate against a 6-minute stim. How does this one line up?
Well, I think it's more to buy time, right, and get any freebies. If Akaron makes a mistake, Cyclone is exposed, you take it down. If there is a tank that you can get, you take it down. If there are a couple of SCVs you can pick off, that's what you're going to settle for. But if we look at the production tab, we see the Nexus, we see the Templar Archives. Shadown clearly was like, hey, that Quick Storm, that worked out pretty good. Let's do it one more time. But you can't just do nothing and go into Storm mode. You can, but then you really need luck that the Terran player doesn't attack you before you want them to attack you. So you're going to try to buy some time with the Blinky Boys and a War Prism just to keep your opponent busy and get yourself further ahead. Don't hate it. Let's see if that Cyclone could be a target here, because that would be a lovely pickup for Shadown.
You should be able to get that. There we go. Blinks on top. One more shot, but well, a little bit too far away. And now Stim is done. Marines are going to try to chase that down. But, I mean, it is at the end. Oh, should not have lost that Stalker there. I was going to say at the end of the day, it is just Stim Marines. There are no tanks. The Cyclone is just about dead. So not a lot of follow-on anti-stalker play, right? But the stalker will fall, Marines are going to be there in enough numbers, and that, by the way, should be enough of a scout. That this is some sort of earlier third barracks, or earlier second barracks, that this is going to be some level of pressure coming out of Akaron. So Shadown, well, he's going to respond to it. We're going to have to see how, but the good thing is Storm's done in more than enough time to defend against this push.
Probably need to recall the War Prism though. Alright, ooh, the Cyclone got the lock on, but no scan went down, so the Cyclone will be able to break the lock on. Akaron is already moving his way to the other side of the map, so we're gonna have a couple of tanks, a couple of SCVs as well. And this is kind of awkward, because yes, there is a starport, there are extra barracks, but this is still a decent amount of SCVs to pull. Storms are ready. The first storm though, a little too early, does not really get a whole lot done. I think Akaron might still be a bit intimidated, but it's like, whoa, you've got Storm already? But that was kind of it, right? The rest of the army was really not all that impressive. So he's going to send the SCVs back. We'll just wait. Even drops the Ghost Academy on 2 bases, 5 barracks already.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm brought to mind of like old school TVP where you had the 3 base SCV pull, 3 ghosts, right? And the logic was if that push hits before the storm is done, Terran wins. I mean, obviously, I'm simplifying. If it hits after Storm is done, Protoss wins. So the decision to pull SCVs into a Storm play, I mean, it feels delightfully old school, but I do like the decision from Akaron to back up here. The SCVs weren't going to do anything, but now we got to ask ourselves, Shadown, he has the opportunity to be aggressive, but should he? That Storm gets on top of a High Templar? No, he's going to save them all, and the Storm is going to kill out of that biome.
Yeah, I don't know what Akaron was hoping for there. I think a random War Prism snipe, or maybe he was going to rally those units to the other side of the map and go for a run by. Did not work out. Shadown does not need to attack into Akaron though. Like, he's a 3-base Protoss going up to 4 bases. But I guess he just really wants to find damage. He's going to go for a Storm drop on the SCVs, but it's kind of wild when the 4-base Protoss is attacking into the 2-base there.
Oh, God.
The Storm drops are absolutely perfect, though. That's 14 SCVs going down, and I'm sure that Shadown is now never, ever going to run into those things.
Yeah, I think this was posture. I think it is a better version of what we saw in game number 1, where game 1 he ran up the ramp and he really should not have. But this is now... Oh, okay, feedback on the Ghost. No EMPs there. Second feedback. So it's going to be really hard now to take this army. There we go. These Ghosts, I mean, they're still strong, but they're not nearly as good as they once were. No ability to EMP anymore. So Shadown seems like he's going to try to take a fighting retreat for the moment. Storm's on the backside. Oh, man. Shadown trying to pick this apart.
Yeah, War Prism came in, but now you need to move the War Prism, though. He didn't. He's going to end up losing it. Loses the 2 High Templars as well. So obviously landing the feedbacks is amazing, because that means there are no EMPs to worry about. EMP great against High Templars, but also against the rest of the army. But Shadown still needs to be a little bit careful, because tanks can also be used to zone out High Templars. He's just going to go ahead and take this fight immediately. Doesn't seem like the best fight. It really comes down to the storms. But this is where these tanks can still come in handy. Like, obviously, if this game goes on for another 3-4 minutes, it's 100% over, but this army of Akaron still has potential if he controls it in an optimal manner. It all comes down to the High Templars. Can the storms hurt? That one was decent. It looks bad for our Spanish Terran, but there is still a tiny chance with the tanks in all this bio.
Yeah, so for now, it's a big concave coming out of Shadown. Tons of zealots on the right side. 3 Jaws of Death getting ready. And that previous fight, by the way, the Biostims forward does not get the High Templar. That previous fight would have been fantastic. The High Templar were so far away. Man, they're so clumped here. Storm, though, zones everything out as now runs forward. Feedbacks. Again, they're going to be fantastic. And we're just not seeing those EMPs, as you said.
Oh my god, 5 High Templars were next to each other. He only saw it towards the end. He did have energy for EMP. I checked for it. We do finally land a little EMP on 2 High Templars. There is still a chance. Shadown is floating some money. I do think it's almost time for our Protoss to just A-move and then warp in a whole bunch of extra units. Here we go. Terran army's a bit overstimmed. A couple of Archons obviously are very problematic. I gotta say though, the bio positioning behind the tanks is absolutely perfect. But Shadown is just so rich, and obviously these medevacs working overtime. How many more times can Akaron stim this army before everything gets one-shotted?
Oh, it's so overstimmed, and now the tanks are going to go down. Couple Marines, they're going to join the fray, but there is nothing for them to join. And you said you weren't sure how Shadown was looking. You know, he lost to BattleB 3-1 last week. Well, he gets his first win on the board. Only needs 2 now to move on to the playoffs. And a nice recovery from a bit of a shaky game 1.
And I have to admit that it's been a little while that I've seen feedbacks be this impactful in the High Templar ghost dance, right? Like often you see 1 or 2 feedbacks, but then the High Templars get EMP'd or sniped, and it still comes down to the flanking storms out of a prism and whatnot. But that was just very sexy feedback play. That kind of brought me back to the old days where feedback used to be used a bit more because it didn't just drain energy, but we would actually one-shot a ghost as well. You'd one-shot a full medevac. Those were the glory days of feedback play, but excellent High Templar control. Like Shadown just got the best of Akaron in the High Templar versus Ghost Dance.
Yeah, and man, some of those flanking storms were really good. Eventually, the War Prism went down, and he had to take the front-to-back fight. But man, Shadown did, on top of the feedback play, did such a good job of really harassing the army moving across the map. Made it so that a lot of War Prism or medevac energy would get used, and then you can't heal as much, and then there's not longevity. And again, well played by Shadown, but if you all thought that we were done with PvT, I got another thing coming to you. It's Gerald, it's BattleB coming up next, but before that, we do have to run into a bit of a break. So, friends, we'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, friends. We have more PvT on the way. This time, it's one that I think Roddy and I were talking about is maybe just a little bit more up in the, well, probably just about the same level up in the air. It's a BattleB who probably, this is his best matchup against a Gerald who at times is a world killer. Last season, he took down Cyril and Showtime in back-to-back days, and at times not. So, Roddy, I know you have a little bit of experience here watching how Gerald played. Where would you put Gerald right now?
That is a really good question, mate. And I kind of don't know. Like, I've actually seen him recently lose 0-2 versus Baby Marine as well, I believe, in one of the European Pro Tour weeklies. He didn't particularly look great in that best of 3, even though Baby Marine just played very well. But Gerald is actually one of these pros that can truly be all over the place. And I think just throwing out the word inconsistent doesn't even really do it justice. Because it's not even that he's like so inconsistent. It's just that his good days are so far ahead from his bad days. And it's not just that, like, okay, some days he plays well, some days he doesn't play well. Like, he can punch way above his weight and take down a guy like Serral, but then he can also lose against somebody that's 1,000 MMR below him. So he's like a very unique pro in that regard, because most of these guys, if you put it in MMR, Gerald, let's say 6,300, like he's never going to lose, or they're never supposed to lose against a 5,300 player, and they're not supposed to beat a 7,300 player. But Gerald is one of these very few special individuals that can do that. However, in this best of 3, the previous one, I was leaning a little bit towards the Protoss, right? I said I thought it was going to be close. We got 3 games, but I do think that Shadown was still a minor favorite. I actually think BattleB is a tiny favorite here, Bio. I don't know how you feel about that.
I don't really have a good I don't really have a good understanding, really. I think Gerald, if he is playing as well as he can, is miles away the favorite here. Again, he took down Showtime and Serral like back-to-back last season. But on the flip side, if he's playing like I've seen him play, where he gets 4-0'd by Future, it's got to be BattleB's the favorite. I think BattleB's style maybe helps him out a decent amount against Gerald, while BattleB is very much an aggressive Terran, a momentum Terran. And maybe Gerald's going to struggle with that. At the end of the day, Rowdy, I think the big question we have to ask ourselves, the question we're going to get answered here, is where is Gerald's mental? Because that has kind of been one of the issues. We'll see him tweet like about how he's done with the game, how he's just not feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see him kind of fall to those depths. So how's he feeling? He only needs to win 3 series. He has up to 5 to do so. Yeah. That's kind of a nice safety net if you think about it.
For sure, and historically, Gerald has actually kind of overperformed almost even in the DreamHack Masters Europe Regionals. Now, we call it the ESL Master Europe Regionals, but this has been a tournament not every season, but a lot of seasons. Gerald had surprisingly damn good runs where we saw some big names drop out in the group stage. Not that guy from Poland. Let's see, though. We had a pretty long offseason, mate, and however good you were in 2022 or 2021 doesn't really matter here, as we have entered May 2023, a new season of the ESL Masters. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who is obviously the more accomplished player and is the bigger name, but in my eyes, he's a minor underdog here. Hailing from Poland, Psystorm Gaming's Gerald.
And in the bottom left, in the blue, the young German player, the momentum Terran, BattleB.
He's good in the macro department as well, though, right? Like, I feel like we're selling him short a little, where it's like, oh, if BattleB has a good start, then he can just keep on attacking you and he's going to win the game. Like, no, BattleB's pretty damn good in, like, every aspect of StarCraft 2, actually. He's obviously not a big Gabe yet. He's no Cham, but he has truly made some tremendous progress over the last 18 months. He was hyped up. I remember we did a pilot show once a long time ago, and we were both surprised that he didn't make it into the DreamHack Masters back then. Obviously, at this point, that's not even a challenge for him anymore. He's always going to make it. And I think he is allowed to dream about top 16. He's allowed to dream about playoffs, man, because he really has made great progress.
Yeah, I think it's fair to put him as, say, 14 through 16, something like that. And this is, by the way, not saying that BattleB is a bad player. It's just, again, a statement on the caliber and experience of most people that play in Europe. But certainly making playoffs, I'd give him a good shot, especially with how the Swiss stage works, where you're not going to get unlucky and drawn into a bad... I mean, I guess Europe has 2 groups, so you can kind of get drawn into a bad group, maybe, but it's still 16 players. And for the most part, you're going to be playing against players similar in level to you pretty much after round 1. You know, you win, you go up to 1-0, you run against everyone else who's a 1-0 and vice versa. So that is a really good way of A, making sure that A matches matter, and B, making sure that the matches should be fairly close, right? The players are playing against players with similar results.
For sure. But I think for these guys, they have already found that in even their opening match in this new Swiss format. BattleB is being a nuisance with the Reaper here, and he's obviously would love to get a scout off in the main base. Like, yeah, we get probe kills, that is the sweet dream. We don't want to donate the Reaper randomly. What he does not know, though, yet is that there is a Stargate going up in the main base of Gerald. That's obviously one of these things that as a Terran player, you'd love to confirm that as quickly as possible, because then you can kind of build your own strategy around that fact.
Certainly. And it's interesting how we've seen the Protoss meta evolve. It used to be pretty much we would always see Twilight openers, Blink Stock or 2-gate Blink Expand, 3-gate Pressure, whatever it was. but it feels like more and more recently we're starting to see that Stargate meta start to. It's still not going to be like 70-30, but start to come to a little bit more prominence. And specifically, actually, I want to call out a Maru interview that he did recently where he was talking about how, okay, that Reaper went quite a ways. I jumped over the Adept, I guess, to find a landing spot. But anyway, Maru was saying that if you don't open Stargate, in PvT specifically, you're just kind of putting yourself behind. So good news. Gerald's not doing that.
He's not doing that, and he's also, I think, hided the fact pretty well that he was playing Phoenix at first, but now in the end he's forced to reveal it anyway. Will kill the Hellion, will kill the Reaper, didn't take too much damage from it. BattleB already had that Widowmine setup. Now, is it always a bad idea to Widowmine drop against Phoenix? Not necessarily, because the Phoenixes can be everywhere at once, but if you don't know where the Phoenix are, to then pick up your mines and then go to the other side of the map, that is a little bit crazy. Like, if you would have done it earlier and it's already idling in the bottom right side, then it's not a bad play. For now, I kind of like the booby trap, and the Phoenixes are on a collision course with the Widowmines. They actually are safe for now. At first, they were a bit more towards the bottom. Gerald needs to be very careful. Often we don't look where we fly out of a base. We only look where we fly in. But Gerald is doing a good job.
That he isn't behind this. There are kind of two ways you can go out of Phoenix play. You can go into charge, Phoenix charge, Archon, something like that, or you can go into Phoenix Colossus. And it seems like the latter is going to be what Gerald's going for in this game, getting up to... Well, actually, I'm really curious, Roddy, to what point he is going to keep making these Phoenix... Okay, he's going to be fine for the moment. There lifts up a couple Marines because there's just not enough anti-air. In fact, the medevac has to pick up boost away. So these Phoenix finding a lot of value here. And again, Gerald just keeps taking the proper route out. So good news there for the Polish Protoss.
I wonder if he even knew about the Widowmines. Like, I don't think that dotted line has ever revealed itself. Maybe he just saw it, because obviously on this map I think it's somewhat doable to spot it. Gerald is going to see it once more. There's an observer on the top side. He's not heading towards those Widowmines yet. He's getting so close to flying into them. I feel like if he would have known, he would have revealed the fact that he has an observer here. Instead, he goes around, wants to get the medevac, will get the medevac. The Widowmines have now moved, but now they are revealed by that observer, so that is not going to work out for BattleB. So far, very good Phoenix play on the side of Gerald. One thing that is maybe a tiny bit concerning for our Polish Protoss, and he's gonna fly in, lift these Widowmines as well. BattleB is having an unfortunate game so far, but the probe count, it's not crazy high, Bio.
No, it's not, but you gotta feel that maybe he's been finding enough value that it kind of makes it worthwhile. I mean, medevac going down means good luck on this pressure, right? It's going to be pretty delayed. He got he delayed some sort of production, and now maybe some tanks, but no, the Marines are there. But you're right, he's cutting a lot of probes. It does mean that this army that he's been able to build, though, it's got 7 Phoenix, it's got 1 Colossus, 2 on the way. This army he's building is pretty solid.
It's pretty solid, but I'm not terribly impressed by it, because right now it's not great against armored units. Okay, BattleB needs to be so careful putting tanks inside of these medevacs. Imagine if these tanks get picked up. I'm also really starting to have the feeling that Gerald completely forgot extended thermal lens. Okay, well, right when I say that, he does build it, but it's still a bit late, right? Because he's got literally 2 Colossus out and about on the map. Gerald has done a great job, and BattleB probably feels that he's in all sorts of trouble, but he's actually not in that much trouble if he executes this push correctly. Losing these Marauders that were trailing behind, that is painful, but there is still potential in this Terran army, because the Zealots don't have charge, the Adept count is low, the Colossus don't have extended thermal lens. There really is potential here for BattleB.
That, and there's only 1 shield battery in the 3rd base as well, and it's not really well placed. In fact, the bio is going to stim on top of shield battery. Well, popped immediately here as BattleB backs up. He doesn't really need to engage right now. And Roddy, there are 4 tanks. One of the downsides of the shield battery, actually, well, shield battery overcharge is done anyways, but one of the downsides of the nerf is 3 or 4 tanks. They punch through shield battery overcharge. They absolutely make it hard for a Colossus to get the damage that they need. They can't just sit there and soak. So this push for BattleB, I mean, you're right. This is going to be a difficult thing to dislodge.
Yep, the Zealot count has gone up very rapidly, right? When they started, we had 2 or 3 Zealots without charge. Now we got 18 Zealots with charge. All the tanks are going to get lifted. beautiful target fire with the Marines, though, to make sure that these tanks will get landed once more. I feel like BattleB is controlling this Terran army to pretty much perfection for what he was working with. It is not good enough to win the fight. Look at these 3 Colossus, man. They took so much damage. I thought he did a great job positioning the bio behind the tanks, gunning down the Phoenixes, but in the end, there were just a few too many Zealots to deal with in the end. I feel that if he would have gone for it a bit quicker before charge was done, siege the tanks a little bit closer towards that nexus, that probably would have gone even better, but it's still a playable game, I think.
I gotta give Gerald here massive credit for how he took that fight as well. You say, look at how much health is left on these Colossus, look at how low they are. He did such a good job of running them forward, targeting the Marines on the backside, so they were getting actual effective damage done and really knocking down a lot of DPS out of BattleB's army, and then B, kind of bringing them together, splitting them apart, making sure that none of the tanks killed them. So yeah, BattleB, good positioning on the bio, but Gerald took that fight absolutely masterfully in that previous fight. And you're right, the game kind of moves on at this point. BattleB, he's down 9 workers. His army's placed fairly equal. He's gonna have the upgrades complete. Vikings getting added in. And one thing we should talk about is, I love this Adept Shade. Friendly fire means that maybe a couple more go down, but only 3 for now. One thing we should point out is with how low these Colossus are, you don't need the same number of Vikings you might think, say 2 or 3 per Colossus. You'll probably get away with like 6 Vikings for the push here.
Another Phoenix gets picked off there. Yeah, you make a good point. It's really funny how StarCraft 2 works, but sometimes you can get punished for doing a good job and keeping units alive, because now if we do have a big fight between 2 maxed out armies, it's just going to be a whole lot easier for BattleB to take out 18 supply of this Protoss army, because it's going to take way less shots than usual. I don't even want to think about what's going to happen if a couple of ghosts make it on the field and land EMPs on those big boys. So Gerald needs to be very careful. He's in a good spot. He obviously has +2 attack finishes up, even Storm, but he really needs to be careful because his army is even more of a glass cannon army than it already would be. We do have a lot of Zealot run-bys happening, by the way. Some going into the natural, a couple of Zealots running into the 3rd base. Love the positioning of that bunker, but unfortunately for the German Terran, it's not done yet. He does have a feisty Terran army though. First Nova connects with a Marauder.
Not gonna get that much just yet. Stalkers, though, they've linked forward. They knocked down another Viking, so only 4 here. And there is a shield battery. There are 4 Colossus shield battery overcharge. Big thing we're lacking right now, though, is A, Storm in 3 seconds, but B, not a lot of Zealots in this army. There's really not a lot of just chunky units that allow Gerald to really take the fight that he would like. So yeah, you go fishing for a disruptor, it's gonna get a single Marine. I guess that's something. But you feel like you want the Zealots that they're gonna warp in right now to allow Gerald to really take this.
Yeah, I think BattleB was forced to keep a couple of reinforcements at home, dealing with these Zealot run-bys. His goals took a lot of damage. Why go now where you can wait? And you can have a couple of EMPs to work with, and you can increase that Viking number even further. We've got 8 Vikings now, against only 2 Phoenix, 10 Stalkers. These 4 Colossus are going to have a very hard time having a big impact on the next fight. This has been a great game. There are disruptors though, and this great game could get ruined by a couple of Purification Novas, but that has not happened yet.
Ooh, still those zoning out, buying time here for Gerald. It's not gonna get any substantive timing though, right? There's not like there's +3 that's 10 seconds out or something like that. High Templar runs forward. Does not get anything. Damage on a tank, I guess, but not really the value that he's looking for. And you're right, this is such a harder fight now. 10 Vikings, 3 ghosts, 3 tanks, 4 tanks. The Stalkers, they're gonna blink forward and just outside of tank range, get a couple Vikings down. And that's what Gerald needs to keep doing. Keeps taking fighting piecemeal before it really happens in earnest.
Yep, a really good job there by Gerald. -2 Vikings is going to indeed make his life a bit easier. The tank positioning is terrifying though. I really feel that patience is a virtue here, especially for Gerald, because you don't want to run into those tanks. He doesn't have the Phoenix count anymore to fly in and lift those tanks. He could technically evacuate this base, but he's not going to do that. He's going to take the fight with battery overcharge. Here we go, Bio.
Storms on the Vikings as well. No EMPs on this army right now. Disruptors on the left side. Stalkers, they're blinking forward, but it actually just does not matter. It looked like it was going to be a good fight at the start. Well, Stalkers, they're going to start to knock some of these tanks down. BattleB has to cut away, and you know what? At the end of the day here, supplies are kind of equalizing once again, and the Disruptors, they zone things out, and BattleB taps out?
Yeah, there's a lot of money in the bank for Gerald. BattleB did not have an armory, did not transition, did not drop a fourth base. It was really funny because there was a moment in that fight where I actually loved it for BattleB. He still had all the tanks, he had the Vikings, but a bunch of Marines, they were so eager to gun down the Disruptors that he didn't have to worry about that because he still had the tanks. I think if the Marines would have either taken care of the Zealots or go back to the low ground to protect the tanks, that would have been an amazing fight for BattleB. Now it was okay, but okay was not enough with how rich Gerald was, how much stack Gerald had, and unfortunately, BattleB was just committed. He was all in, he had no transitions, and it was not good enough for that.
Yeah, just not quite there. And you're right, I wasn't looking at the bank as that fight happened. It would have been much easier for Gerald to be able to pop in. Do we have you?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Did you guys start? Sorry. I was just taking another look at the fight because I saw it already the first time where it's like, sometimes it's obviously the right play to go for what I like to call the cuckoo, where the Marines and Marauders steam forward, they gun down a couple of Disruptors, but those Disruptors, they were sitting ducks anyway against these 4 tanks that were in an amazing spot. So if these Marines would have just ran towards the left, protect the tanks, you have high ground vision with all the Vikings and the Medevacs, I think that fight could have gone heavily in favor of BattleB, but he kind of ran through the Zealots. There were 6 or 7 Zealots just slicing up all those Marines and the Ghost. That was painful, and that is obviously what made the fight good enough in the end for Gerald, because it was a crazy fight, right? Where it's like, Gerald, you don't have to fight. He's like, no, but I'm going to overcharge, let's go. And then just all hell broke loose, and I was like, this can go either way, but well done by Gerald.
Yeah, I think the big thing there is I was looking, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't see a single EMP go down on that army. It just, when you have those ghosts, and it's not like they were feedbacked, when you have those ghosts, and that is so much of the power of your army there, knocking 50%-ish, half the HP off most of these units. When you just don't use it, that does hurt your fight in the extreme. But we're gonna have to see now whether Gerald is gonna take us to a 2-0 or whether BattleB, your favorite, can fight back just a little bit, because here's game 2.
My favorite. I thought I was the Protoss bias nerd over here, BMO.
Only when you say the Protoss is gonna win, but I was told that BattleB is the favorite. Unfortunately, his opponent in the bottom left in the red is up 1, Gerald.
I don't think I quite said that. I think it's a very close match, and I was leaning a little bit towards this man, but obviously this is not the same as like a coffee against the GoGoJoey. I think these two players are very evenly matched. In the past, I would have given the edge to Gerald. Today, I still give it to this man, because I think he got a bit unlucky in the early game. Nothing really went his way, but he still made it somewhat close. Hailing from Deutschland, a small, big Gabriel, representing Berserker Esports. This is BattleB.
Or Battle Booty, as I believe as the statement goes, Roddy.
I just love it, man. Like I didn't know what the B stood for, so I asked him once. He didn't want to tell me. I was like, all right, then I'll call you Battle Booty. And he's like, I was like, is that okay? He's like, yeah, I don't mind. I was like, all right. But that's not actually his nickname, guys. I can't help myself. I know I said it twice in that previous game, and I didn't want to harp on it too much. But on my own stream, I always call him Battle Booty. That's just a thing. But since that's obviously not his official nickname, I should shy away from that here, and I will. But you're the one who brought it up. I'm just the one who said it.
What we're finding out here is so many players, apparently, they have their nicknames, right? Shadown, BattleB, and they haven't put a ton of thought into it. How do you pronounce your name, Shadown? I don't know. BattleB, what's the B stand for? Well, I'm not going to tell you, even if I do know. So, we're 2 for 2 here of names that we've talked about that really exist because they look good, I guess.
Mate, we are 3 for 3 because we are watching Gerald, who spells his name with a D and a T at the same time. And then you ask him why, and he's like, well, on some websites the D looks better, and on some websites the T looks better. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, okay, where do we even start with these nerds, mate?
I mean, the future interior designers, something like that, graphical designers. There we go. This Reaper now. It's not going to get nearly the value it found in game number 1. It's got to retreat, but no probes, no full scout, nothing like that. But look at this push coming out of Gerald. It's a stalker. It's an adept. Let's see how much this gets done.
Well, it's gonna get a scout off, but I think at that point you either recall immediately or you just hope that the Terran messes up. But he is gonna go for the recall. Will still lose the adapts though. Love that target fire by BattleB. He was decisive. He knew he was never gonna get the Stalker, but he was gonna get the adapt. And if you're Gerald right now, you don't have a shield battery yet, I'd actually be a little bit concerned here, man. Even just warping in a single pylon is not gonna do a whole lot for you. A gateway, yeah, that's bigger. I like that because a pylon I think would have died quite easily against double heli and triple reaper. BattleB is still gonna see if he can get lucky in the main base, but there is a shield battery here, so as long as Gerald doesn't do anything silly, he should be fine. And he even gets the reaper kill. Very good defense by our Polish brothers.
Yep, you know, the gateway is a thick thing, and it will certainly block you out. Now, Gerald, there we go, does have to be careful to make sure he doesn't let that complete. It's one thing to lose 100 minerals on a pylon, and it doesn't take that long to cut through it, but 1000 HP, 250 minerals on a gateway, yeah, you probably don't want that to happen. So the Reapers and Hellions, they're thinking about diving in, but you figure with 2 and 2 and a shield battery here as well, they're probably not gonna, maybe a little damage on the Cybercore, but they're not gonna be able to pump through now.
No, this may be an uncomfortable game for Gerald right now, but it's definitely not a bad one because he's got the batteries, he's got observers. I want to say those would be very important against Cloak Banshees, but we are not looking at Cloak Banshees. We are looking at a BattleB who has been cutting some SCV production, just like some of these other Terran nerds that we saw earlier today, and he's now making his way to the other side of the map. That first observer is flying into the main base. We'll kind of know what's happening, but I have to admit that if I'm Gerald right now, like Blink is only halfway done. Like, what do you even do? What you go for a disruptor or something? Like, how do you buy time? His army is so tiny that I believe there is no such thing as buying time. But if these tanks siege up in range of your low ground wall off, then I also don't know what you do. So what's the best bet here, Bio?
I get part of what it is here, right? Force resieges with a couple stalkers on the map, and he's getting some units down. But yeah, once the siege happens, it becomes really painful. Maybe a warp prism, you know, drop something on the left side and have a bit of a surround, because there is absolutely no way you're breaking out of this natural now with the bunkers and the wall. You gotta fight through your own buildings and the bunkers of your opponent to have any shot, and that just doesn't feel likely.
I like the Disruptor. I think that's a better call than a single Colossus. This robot, though, is going to take a lot of damage. I think the Disruptor might not even come out. The firepower of the Banshee, the Marines, and the tanks, it is too damn high. Gerald has blinked to the low ground, so he's going to flank with the Stalkers. But that's a Stalker meat grinder if I've ever seen one. 4 or 5 go down immediately, and game 2 very convincingly goes in favor of our young German Terran. BattleB. Obviously, a bit cheeky, a bit dirty. However, there was a plan behind it, right? Where if you open up like Reaper, Hellion, you know that as a Terran, you've got the map control. Because those units are quicker than any other Protoss unit that is not flying, or Stalkers that don't have Blink, and they cannot have Blink. So you force the Protoss to stay at home. And while they stay at home, it's easier for tanks and Marines and Banshees to make their way to the other side of the map very early on. So smart build by BattleB, but wouldn't be great against a Stargate, for instance. Was great against Twilight, not so great against Stargate.
So, Roddy, going off that then, you say it wouldn't have been great against Stargate. What are we looking at then? Like just a bunch of Phoenix to lift everything and bust through that wall? Is that kind of what you would have liked to see?
Well, if it is a Phoenix opening or an Oracle opening, that wall, that will probably not even happen, because that's just it. Everything changes, right? The first decision in a game of StarCraft 2 has a very big impact on how the next few minutes play out. And if Gerald has an Oracle flying around, he forces BattleB to have units at home, right? BattleB needs to have a good answer against an Oracle. Reapers and Hellions don't shoot up, so maybe he's forced to build a Cyclone. If he builds a Cyclone, the tank pushes later. If he doesn't do any of that, he's going to lose a bunch of SCVs. Then maybe Phoenix Zealot A move, setting up a little bit of surround, couple of Zealots coming in from the right and left. But it would be a completely different game. If you don't go Twilight Robo, it's a completely different game. So we'll see. But I do expect Gerald to go back into Stargate play. Maybe that's why Maru said what he said, Bio. If you don't play Stargate, just put yourself behind, because there are some very dicey build order scenarios.
That there are, but maybe some icy build order scenarios, because we're moving to altitude. Game 3.
Well done, mate. Fear the Dragon is proud of that.
I saw him watching earlier, but in the upper right, in the red, tied up now because 46 army supply does in fact beat 12. It's Gerald.
Yeah, it turns out that 3 Stalkers without Blink and 2 Observers have a hard time with a bunch of tanks, Marines and a Banshee from this man. Played a very aggressive game too. Probably gonna be very different approach here in game 3, but I'm not quite sure what kind of a different approach. And I'm gonna keep a close eye on that SCV because I don't trust that SCV on the other side of the map. This is a young German Terran player representing Berserker Esports. It's BattleB. Is he gonna go for a second barracks? No, he's just gonna eBay block. What a dirty boy though.
Although, in fairness, right? He wins the game he doesn't eBay block, and he loses the game he does eBay block. So, actually, wait, no, I'm thinking of the previous series. BattleB did not eBay block game number 1. Now, bunch of PvT back-to-back. I don't have the Steel Trap memory of one specific game played back in 2015 that you do, Roddy.
Well, there's definitely plenty of 2015 games that I forgot about as well, for all the right reasons.
That's fair.
But I'll know a couple. But yeah, no, it's all good. Obviously, this long days, a lot of PvTs. We already had a PvP earlier today as well, right? In the what was our first series of the day? We had a PvP. Oh, that was the PvZ between Rex and no, so we didn't have PvT, but we do have back-to-back PvTs now. We had a bunch yesterday, and I know you're a passionate nerd, so maybe you're thinking of those as well. Yeah, it's just an eBay start. Gerald does not want to expand elsewhere. He's going to pull the probes. Obviously, successful eBay block, I'd say, right? Took a long time. Zealot got forced out. Nexus is late. But Gerald will not take the bait, and he will not expand elsewhere.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? So, on the one hand, that's a lot of mining time lost there. He pulled out, what was it, like 6 probes into the natural. Your natural's delayed. But I guess it's also altitude, and the distance between your main base and any prospective third is massive. BattleB's already shown this absolute willingness to run across the map, even cut a ton of SCVs to make that happen. So, I mean, I guess it makes sense, but I mean, it doesn't feel great any way you slice it.
No, it doesn't, but you know, on the other end, at least he took that second assimilator, so you can also look at the bright side of life and be like, hey, now I'm gonna be able to get my tech down quicker, or at least focus a bit more on the tech. Reaper gets a probe, and the Reaper is still living, so now it actually gets the perfect scout off as well. That grenade was a little bit too early. In the end, the Reaper will get cornered and picked off, but hey, probe kill, a scout on the Stargate, pretty good stuff for BattleB, I'd say.
Oh, it's fantastic. You know, if you know what's happening, you can respond to it, and you can either defensively counter it, or you can cut SCVs to 28 and run across the map again. I don't think that's what's happening, but, you know, on the flip side, we do, by the way, talking about how Gerald is delayed, he pulled SCVs. One of the downsides of eBay blocking, as he did, is you do have to build your command center on the high ground, right? It is going to be slowed down. It's not going to be mining as quickly. You can run Zealots and Adepts and delay that. So finally the Natural's going down, but this is 2 Adepts versus 6 Marines. That's kind of almost something that you can fight. If the Zealot was still there, I would have loved that fight for Gerald, but he loses it just a little bit too early, and now, here we go. Second barracks on the way. Cyclone done. BattleB has his Natural. Very happy.
If this was the DreamHack Masters Leipzig 2016, that is absolutely something we can fight. The glory days of Adepts, 2-shotting Marines and 2-shotting SCVs. Sweet, Petit Drogo still has some sweet Protoss dreams about it as he relives his victory over and over again. Every Terran in that tournament, Thermal, Marine Lord, and all the other ones that fell victim to the new and overpowered Adepts still have nightmares, but yeah, right now 2 is just an awkward number, right? You need 3 Adepts to one-shot an SCV and a Marine, so I understood that Gerald did not want to take that fight. Overall, Gerald just had a bad economy in this game because he got eBay blocked. He was forced to pull the probes not once but twice and even deal with that Reaper for a split second. Lost a worker. Like, we're looking at a 5-minute PvT where the 2 base Protoss has a 1 worker lead over the Terran. Like, that's a straight up nightmare. Now, BattleB is going to do something, BO, that I don't know how you feel about it. I'd love to hear your take, but it's the Raven against Phoenix.
It can work out really well, or it can't, right? On the one hand, if you are Maru or beyond, because we do see them do that a little bit, where they're just really good at making sure that there are always Marines between the Ravens and the Phoenix, and then it works out because the Phoenix Colossus behind that, you still get the shutdowns on the Colossus, and then it is literally just Vikings fighting. So if you can get them across the map, it's fantastic. But on the flip side, if you're not Maru, if you're not beyond, if your Raven control is not where it needs to be, then you lose the Raven. It's 150 gas down the drain, and you probably would have liked something else. So I'm kind of with you, Roddy. I'm a bit torn. If BattleB can hold on to it, he's going to be really happy. But if he can't, well, then he's wasted a lot of money that probably could have been better spent.
Yeah, it's very hit or miss. That Raven is just so, like, it takes double damage from the Phoenix. It has no armor, it has little HP. 5 Phoenix can absolutely just suicide on the Raven as well. And then if you lose 1 Phoenix, but you kill a Raven with 200 energy, that is a trade you'll gladly take. As a Protoss, you're almost never going to lose a Phoenix, because obviously they grow in strength the higher the number comes. And the more lifts you have, the more other Phoenixes can attack. But losing 1 Phoenix for a Raven is a very good trade for the Protoss. Gerald is starting to find more and more damage. What he has not found yet, though, is that Raven, as he loses a Phoenix to Marines Bio. That's a problem for the men from Poland, who already just had kind of a slow Protoss build. Cyclone could get the lock on here, and that would be a bigger problem for Gerald. Now it's a 4 HP Phoenix, but that's more energy drained. I don't like it, man. Gerald is going to have to really pull out all the stops to properly defend this army, because I think he's in a bit of trouble. In game 1, it's all the Zealots, right, with Charge that saved him. Well, no Twilight Council, no Zealots, no Charge. It's going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, absolutely. There are 5 Phoenix on the map. He's still making more, but it seems like Gerald's just going to give this third base up. He understands that he did not snipe the Raven. He's not going to have a lot on the ground once these Colossus get shut down, so just buy some time. All right, give that base up, expand elsewhere, bend like water around the map. But Roddy, I'm not convinced that BattleB is going to stop here with just getting that third base. I mean, his army right now is powerful. The Raven has taken no damage. I don't know that you bust into the natural, but I don't see Gerald holding on to this third at the very least.
No, the only problem for BattleB is that he doesn't know yet that that third has already been taken and is now 35-40% done. He's probably just thinking, I am not going to do something stupid. I am not going to run up to the ramp of a 2-base Protoss, lose my Raven, and fight a Colossus near a battery or fight Immortals near batteries. So he doesn't know yet, but he's still going to see it sometime soon, because obviously he's going to rotate back towards the top side of the map, and he's like, hey, wait, what? Just Pylons? No Nexus? And now you're going to split off 1 unit, or you throw down a scan, and then you know, and then we're going to have a very important big fight where there is a disruptor in the mix now as well. We can't forget about that. That 1 disruptor has potential.
Man, that Cyclone lock, how he just plays on the edge and it does not work. But now into the natural, and this is going to force a fight. So Raven zoning things out just by its very existence. We're going to see both Colossus get shut down and into the main base. BattleB is gonna go probes. They're running away desperately for their lives. A couple Marines deputized off. Widowmine's actually gonna be really nice here. And now it really is just Colossus that remain. Well, Marauders are gonna target them down. Disruptor though, oh, he splits against it. He survives with, well, a lot of it. And now the Nexus is gonna fall down. 22 probes hit the deck. Disruptors fall, Colossus go down. And even if this army goes down, Roddy, you gotta figure that this is absolutely worthwhile here for the Protoss or for the Terran player.
Absolutely right. Like Colossus went down, Nexus went down, 22 probes, even the RoboBay went down. So what does Gerald rebuild right now? I know we are working our way towards Charge, but Zealots with Charge are not going to kill a 3-base Terran. BattleB lost a lot there. If he would have microed a bit better against that 1 Purification Nova, I think he would have done even more damage, and that attack would have just lingered on. I think Gerald just has 1 shot, 1 opportunity, and that's play like Zealot, Phoenix, Archon from here on out. A move and Dream, but Widow Mines are a big problem. There are still 4 mines out on the map, and I really see no reason for BattleB to stop producing Widow Mines. We do have that. Crouching Disrupted though. Maybe 1 Nova is all it takes for Gerald to still steal this game away. 1 big Nova could do wonders.
Widow Mines! Oh, it's not going to kill it. Yeah, the Disruptor does not find the value, but the Colossus is still firing here, and there we go, Hallucinated Colossus. The problem was, actually, these 2 Colossus, they weren't firing at the army. They were doing the thing that Colossus tend to do, where they were just shooting at the orbitals, and that doesn't do all that much for you, but BattleB does not want to commit that far. It's not a good play. Sit back, defend. You're happy there. Don't go on the map. Don't give the Protoss the opportunity to get a really nice fight.
No, there's no need for him to chase there. He knows that he did a lot of economic damage. He took out the main base, throws down a scan right now, and he wants to see what he's going up against, and he saw the High Templar. That's obviously a very big tell that he needs to make his way towards goals. He was already doing that, but it's always nice to confirm that. And now you also know that he's not going back into RoboBay and Colossus production, right? So you don't have to worry about Disruptors and Colossus. That's where Widow Mines are absolutely god tier, and I think that's why we can see him go back into Widowmine production. Like, this game is looking incredibly good for BattleB. But not too long ago, I did see an insane comeback. That was of the Prince of Denmark, though. So not everyone can be the Prince of Denmark, but crazy comebacks can happen on this map. But it definitely seems very unlikely for Gerald at this point.
Well, you know, Roddy, Gerald and MaxPax, they're on the same team. So if anyone can go and, like, I don't know, rub the magic, like rub the hair for luck or rub the magic Colossus or something and have it wear off on him, well, seems like that is absolutely, hopefully that's something that Gerald can do. So Zealots into the natural, or into the third base and the main, a little bit of a run by. Now it seems like this, yeah, the Warp Prism is going to go down. Zealots in tow means that's just a little bit more dead supply. And now here comes BattleB on the other side. Gerald's harass got 4 probes. Let's see how much this gets done, but no, recall. More than enough here to force this, what, third quarter of the army of BattleB back, but that's kind of the entire army of Gerald right there, and that kind of illustrates the problem.
Yes, Gerald has 57 army supply. BattleB has 103, and he's just making all the correct choices. Stabilizing on 4 bases. Does feel that he kind of stopped producing SCVs for a while, which is not necessarily a big mistake, right? Because if you have triple orbital, you're already ahead against the 2-base Protoss. I think he was at first just worried that Gerald was going to F2A move to the other side of the map with all the units he had left over from that big fight. So understood that BattleB played it safe. Now I do think we can absolutely go back into SCV production. Otherwise, you make that unlikely comeback more and more likely. Widow Mines are set up here, but fortunately for Gerald, he's scared of the Marines and Marauders, and he will not fly into the Widow Mines.
Now, Gerald does take this opportunity. He scouts that there's a 4th base done, and again, that's pretty bad news for the Protoss. He only has 3, but at least he's taking the fact that BattleB does have a 4th to try to get a 4th base of his own. And while the Phoenix, oh, there's the Widowmine shots that you're looking for. Oh, he clumps them up. So once there were 6, now there are 3. But he, again, I was going to say I like the at least the scouting and the aggression of this Phoenix, but it's really not going to work out. So 4th Nexus gets canceled. High Templar just right outside of scan range. You can get a big scan of these Vikings. Maybe that's going to worthwhile, a bunch of the Marines. But it's a hard fight, Roddy.
Yep, BattleB sees it, can snipe it, can EMP it, or can just eat a storm to the face. All 3 options are perfectly viable. We've got a double drop happening towards the 12 o'clock base, so that one is going to get cancelled as well. We do have a Nova, and obviously you could look at this army and be like, is there a chance for Gerald? You know what's a even bigger problem than all the numbers when it comes to units, workers, are upgrades, man. We're going to have 2-2 for the Terran before +1 is done for the Protoss. A Terran bio army with 4 upgrades, 4 upgrade advantage over a Protoss army. Like, that's going to be brutal, man. I don't even want to hype that up because these Protoss units are going to disappear.
I mean, technically, Roddy, disruptors, they're spell damage. They don't care about your upgrades. High Templar is spell damage. They don't care about your upgrades, but you also need to be able to survive to get your shots off. So very fair here. Phoenix in the main. Disruptor shots are going to go out, and even with the last second, BattleB is able to snipe it down because, again, upgrades are a powerful thing. Now, Zealots, they'll get on top, and this is a bit of an awkward fight here. 1 Colossus will go down, but the good majority, actually, of the army of BattleB in the main will go down, but he's still got more. Onto the 3rd base. Disruptor for now is zoning out. 1 Colossus still here. BattleB thinks about getting on top, but not yet. And the shield battery overcharge, keeping this Nexus alive. Well, not long enough. More Zealots warp in, but it's another dead base. Gerald now on 2.5, really. And these Storms, they're doing more damage to him than they are really to BattleB.
Yeah, but 1 Colossus is remaining, does have extended thermal lens, but there are so many bio units making their way to the top side of the map. And BattleB is just starving Gerald out, man. He took out the main base earlier and now just keeps on taking out the 3rd base, the 4th base, the 3rd base. I think Gerald knows that this game at this point is even more dire than it's ever been before. I honestly think War Prism or build a pylon on the outside of the map, you gotta go, right? The longer it goes, the worse it gets. Maybe now you can land 6 of the best purification Novas that you can ever dream of, and you've got a 0.1% chance. It is unlikely, but obviously in the ESL Masters, you're gonna try.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gerald is a little bit too slow on the decision to run across the map here. It's just getting eaten out by the inside. He's losing his natural. He's losing everything. So even if you have a Warp Prism, if you have some dreams and desires of reinforcing into this, there will be no supply. The pylons will go down. The Nexi will go down. The money, well, he's got that, but he's going to lose out on his production as well. So this army is realistically the only army he's going to get. Now, EMPs, they miss the High Templar. So there is a storm opportunity, but this army just does not, even with the best shots, This army does not give me the confidence that we need here. Hey, I mean, that's a decent shot against a couple Ghost Side Templar falls. And this is just BattleB buying time. He literally does not need to take a fight right now. Eventually, this army on the other side will kill every structure.
He is killing pretty much every single structure. Gerald is rebuilding a base as he pulls a Nova back into his own army, sends a couple of Novas forward. But these Marauders, they just don't feel the Stalker shots. They don't feel the Colossus. They barely even feel the Immortal. And Immortals are always good against Marauders, but not today. Today belongs to the young German Terran. BattleB turns an 0-1 deficit into a 2-1 victory and gets his first win on the board in this big group Swiss format. That's Neil. Pretty fun series. BattleB living up to the hype and love we gave him, BO. He looked good.
He did look good. And honestly, I gotta feel like game number 1, was he in a good spot? No. Was that a win? Was that a playable position? Maybe. So I'm not gonna say that this was a 3-0. It certainly was not. But it felt like BattleB maybe had the opportunity to make this a 2-0 instead of tapping out maybe a little bit too early.
Yeah.
Regardless, he still gets his 2-1. He still gets his 1 of 3 maps that he needs to win, which means that, hey, he's going to run up against the likes of maybe Raynor coming out of the next series if he wins. He's going to run against the likes of Shadown, actually. So maybe that's going to be a matchup that he likes. He showed us he's got some pretty strong TVP right now.
He really does, man. And somebody the other day asked me, Roddy, who's the 4th best Terran in Europe? Because we all look at Gabe, Clem, Spirit. Those are the big 3. Then number 4 is kind of up for debate, right? Like, obviously, Kelazur, if he qualifies as European Terran, you can give it to Diego. But BattleB, I think, is in serious contention to very well be the 4th best Terran player in Europe at the moment. Kid is just good, man. Plays a lot, good motivation, great micro, great macro. And apparently, he's mentally quite strong as well, because you come into a series like this, you've got high hopes. Game, we can't forget that so many little things went wrong, right? The Phoenixes kept avoiding the mines, none of that working out, loses a medevac, loses all the Marines. It was just a bit of a disastrous start. Still made it a close game, hang in there, put up a good fight. But the second and the third game, they were honestly quite convincing.
Yeah, they very much were. But now we get into a matchup. We're going to head into a matchup that is maybe more convincing, at least expected to be. It's going to be ZVZ. It's going to be Raynor and YoungYakov. That's going to be right after the break. So in about 5 minutes, give or take, we'll have ZVZ for you. Don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
When we last left off, our heroes were discussing who was the fourth best Terran in Europe. Now, Roddy says it might be BattleB, but the important question, as I see some of you have brought up, is what about Cyril? What about Raynor? How's their off races compare? And Roddy, well, you know, as you were saying in the break, Raynor might actually be that number 4 Terran.
Yes, Raynor's Terran might actually be the fourth best European Terran, but I don't think that quite qualifies. That's not totally fair. Raynor is amazing at everything he does in StarCraft 2. And speaking of that man, we are getting ready to watch him play some ZVZ, though. He's not playing Terran today against YoungYakov, who's a very fun up-and-coming Russian Zerg player. Recently had a very strong series in one of the big brain bouts that I let him play in, a 3-0 over Nikic, the Belarusian Zerg. But obviously, Nikic is no Raynor. Raynor is incredibly good. This is going to be a tough one. Out of all the opening matches that we have in this new format, on paper, this is one of the more one-sided ones. But Raynor did lose to Soul Spirit once, 0-2, I even believe, in the group stage of the DreamHack Masters. So maybe YoungYakov can repeat that impressive performance of that French Zerg.
Yeah, the thing I'm really tracking more than anything is, has Raynor practiced his ZVZ? A lot has been made of the European Zergs not practicing because game theory says it's not worth it. But, you know, in Swiss, it starts to matter a little bit more because you can get some pretty bad draw luck, maybe. But we're going to figure that out. We're going to see what the state of Raynor's ZVZ is. Because map 1, well, it's Royal Blood.
Speaking of that man, he did whisper me a little bit. He said, nice prediction on BattleB, by the way. I wouldn't have called that. And I was like, yeah, that's right, mate. That's right. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of our Italian Zerg, representing Basilisk, back in the Netherlands, where he's sharing an apartment with Skillis. This is Raynor.
And on the upper right, in the red, for CSO Esports, he is the Russian Zerg, YoungYakov. You know, Roddy, one thing I guess we do have to consider is we talk about how things may or may not go. Seems like Raynor might have a bit of the content creator buff. You know, he started to make all these YouTube videos, he's streaming more. And as we all know with the career trajectories of Euthermal, clearly, when you start doing all those things, you get better. So everything I'm saying about Raynor maybe not practicing as much, I mean, who knows where his ZVZ is? That might be, you know, ameliorated a little bit by the fact that he's got that content creator buff.
Maybe. I think overall we don't have to worry about Raynor's motivation. Like, Raynor is a guy that throughout StarCraft 2 history has taken some time off from the game from time to time, but that's okay because the months where he pushes himself, he works incredibly hard. He can play 8-10 hours a day, and often we even say that once you've reached the level of a guy like Sarah, Maru, Raynor, these guys, they don't need to play 6 to 8 hours because they already have it. They just kind of need to get back into the swing of things, and taking a bit of time off from time to time is healthy. But I think at the moment, Raynor's motivation, there's nothing wrong with it. He wants to do well for Basilisk in the WTL. He wants to do well, obviously, at the DreamHack Masters Europe Regionals, because I'm sure that he still has some sleepless nights about the last time we ran this event, which was August, September last year. We can't forget that Raynor had a 3-0 lead in the grand finals over Cham, before Cham started that epic comeback and won 4 games in a row and crowned himself European champion once more. Raynor wants revenge. To do that, he obviously needs to take care of a lot of good players in the European scene, not just Cham. And I guess his journey starts off here with YoungYakov, but we don't have to worry about the young man. He still loves the game. He has a good time playing StarCraft, and I think it's only awesome that he also enjoys streaming and also enjoys making YouTube videos.
Yeah, and by the way, just to be clear, I'm not saying that, oh, wow, you know, he's making YouTube videos, that's going to make him worse. That's not even tongue-in-cheek. But it is going to be interesting. Again, we've been talking about this. Raynor, in the last 28 days, like recently leading up to this, he's got a sub 60% ZVZ win rate. If there is one matchup where I'm going to say he's vulnerable, yeah, losing to Soul Spirit last year, the aforementioned hard to find, not even motivation of not practicing, but just really hard to find ZVZ practice partners in Europe. Well, we're going to have to see if that really matters. But for now, YoungYakov, he decided to go for a Baneling Nest. Raynor has not, and with 12 Lings on the way, this is not going to be enough to go for, to call an all-in, but this is going to be a little bit of Ling Bane pressures. Now Lings, they find their way onto YoungYakov's third, but Yakov is going to have more than enough to defend. Raynor, though, Roddy, on the other side, that's Carapace on the way. And it seems like that's just how people are playing. You go for Roach Carapace all-ins or Roachling Carapace all-ins, and it works out pretty well for you.
One of the two banelings has already been detonated, by the way, so it seems that Raynor got a good little trade there. But obviously, Raynor will always be happy with banelings and is indeed going to rally everything to the other side of the map. We know that's not happening. We can see that the Russian Zerg is just droning up and is just kind of only making defensive banelings. And Raynor is just kind of trying to force out a couple of errors. So far, I think YoungYakov is holding his own and is honestly not making a lot of slip-ups. Maybe could have saved 1 or 2 bangs, but pretty good defense initially here by YoungYakov.
Honestly, the Bane or the Ling micro out of Raynor has been really nice. He's triggered, I think, 3 or 4 Banes to really no gain. And, you know, we might as well say, it's easy to say, oh, of course we expect that. You know, these are the best players in the world, but it is not easy to do. Not when managing everything else. But you talk about the Baneling nest being a bit surprising. Well, Raynor's got 8 Banelings morphing in. Now, good news. YoungYakov is aware of this. Bad news, it's still happening. Carapace is about 20-25 seconds from completion, so this timing from Raynor, it's a bit of an anti-timing. He's hitting before everything's ready, but now Lings find their way into the main base. YoungYakov dealing with that one. Banelings come trundling in. Great connection there from Yakov. Takes a positive trade, but the Lings, are they going to be too much here? Now, Queen in the wall. Banelings are not ready just yet. Carapace done now, so now it's 2 Banes to kill a Ling, and this becomes even more problematic, and the Banelings continue to fall down. Now, okay, there we go. They're going to get taken out. And it seems like Raynor just has enough to outmuscle here. The Baneling nest now going to come under threat. Drones are going to get pulled with 8 workers going down. And it seems like, well, actually, so the roaches pop. Yeah, even still, Raynor, he's got too many Lings. He's got too many Banes. He's going to punch right on through.
No, all the drones are clumped up on the extractor, and all of them will go down to the final 2 Banelings of Raynor. Raynor just does Raynor things there, because often when we have a big favorite going up against a big underdog, you can really see where they make the difference, right? It's just X, Y, or Z goes a little bit better. I don't think there was one big thing that really went wrong there for YoungYakov. And on top of that, I think this was a surprising build to go up against, right? Like at first you scout, you see the Evo chamber, you see it's wriggling. I don't think he was quite certain. Now, he did see all those Banelings morph, not immediately, but there was an overlord that kind of gave him the heads up by the time these Banes were pretty much done. He tried to get defensive Banelings up. He had indeed that favorable trade where it was 2 Banelings for YoungYakov against the 3 Banes of Raynor. It's just that Raynor truly went pedal to the metal and had a crazy amount of additional Lings flooding in, and once +1 Carapace kicked in. It was just a bit too much to deal with. Like maybe a safety spine would have really helped YoungYakov there, but you don't want to be that guy that's like building static defenses when you're already the underdog, because then you feel like you're just going to put yourself too far behind in certain scenarios. Like, I thought YoungYakov actually hang in there in a pretty great manner for quite some time, but in the end, Raynor just had a few too many units and had very good link control towards the end.
That he did, and yeah, it was just a little bit too much momentum, and I think you're right, though. It's interesting to see Raynor hitting an anti-timing for positive effect, right? I think Yakov had a solid idea of, okay, you know, this is when Carapace hits, this is how I defend, roaches were going to pop out in time, but Raynor hit 20 seconds early. And all of a sudden, all that preparation was not there yet. And then once you punch through the first time, then Carapace is ready. And as long as you take those good first trades, it's going to work out for you. Now, again, it seems like this is a common story. We had the short map. We had the all-in. We're moving on to Gressfun, though. It's a much bigger map. Let's see what happens. Does YoungYakov have what it takes to take us to Game 3?
It's going to be hard to imagine that even if the roaches would have been out a little bit earlier, if that would have made all the difference. Like, to stabilize on 2 bases, absolutely. But I do not believe that this man was ever okay with stabilizing on 2 bases, right? He obviously wanted to defend all 3 hatcheries, and that would have been hard. I think just having a spine, having queens extra in position, and having banelings for days, maybe that would have been the correct answer against what Raynor was throwing at him. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the Russian Zerg. Hang in there. Unfortunately, it was not quite enough. Representing CSO, this is YoungYakov.
And in the upper left, he's up 1 here with an early pool, early gas. Raynor pulling out all the stops in Game 2.
Could very well lead into more aggression coming out of this man. If we think back of some of the glory days of Raynor ZVZ, where he was one of the very few players on the entire planet that could make Sero bleed, when Sero was, I don't want to say in his prime, because Sero's entering another prime, as he's just not losing a single game at the moment, but when Sero was completely dominating, Raynor often found success while being the aggressor, right? Like, Raynor did his best work when he was the one bringing the fight to Sero, rather than sitting back and letting Sero attack him. So maybe Raynor has just kind of looked at a couple of games and he's like, you know what? What made me exceptionally good, not just good, but fantastic, was the fact that I could be aggressive and I could use all that APM and speed that I have to force out mistakes on the other side of the map. And maybe he's just kind of going back to his roots here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Although, Roddy, in fairness here, when we talk about Raynor and Cyril, that wasn't a ZVZ. That was an RVS. That was its own matchup, Raynor and Cyril, that so many mind games, and it's really not fair to call that a ZVZ. So, yes, that was a lot of value in the aggression. This is a quick bailing that's coming out of Raynor here. A lot of value in that aggression. But I think even more than that, we have to talk about how closely how good of friends those players are, how often they played. Again, the things that make it more than just kind of a ZVZ matchup.
For sure. And obviously, Raynor will probably feel very confident against YoungYakov in every phase of the game, right? Whether it's early game, mid game, late game, and whether he has to defend or attack. But maybe he's just trying to put on a bit of a show today. He is, of course, putting himself in a position where he needs to find damage. YoungYakov is already feeling that something is not quite right, drops the spine crawler, and knows about the timing of that hatchery. But what he doesn't necessarily know, right, is how real this is. You're always afraid that you're going to over-defend and you put yourself very far behind. That spine is not necessarily going to help out in defending the third base. Will Raynor settle for the third hatchery, or does he want a whole lot more?
Well, we're going to have to see. He is droning behind this, so this is not as committal as it looked like at the start. Bailing's on the right side. Well, Yakov actually lost a decent amount of lings. Not sure quite how many, but lost a decent amount of lings on the north side. Raynor, he loses the bailing, so I guess, you know, maybe it makes it a little bit harder, but that third base is just dead. There are too many lings, there are too many bailings, and with speed not being done, Yakov could not make the defense happen. But now, there are two queens on the low ground. There's a spine here, and bailing. Oh, okay, well, you can do stuff now. Lings, they're going to find their way in, and even with the queens here, well, Raynor, he's got all the room in the world to harass, to prevent the third base from coming up, or maybe dive in, but it seems like he just wants to go the macro option.
Yeah, since he was droning up behind this, it doesn't really make too much sense to attack into two queens that are well protected by buildings, mineral patches, and backed up by the spine crawler. And Raynor already got damage done. He forced out a spine, he took down a lot of lings, he got a cancel on the third base that was more than halfway done. So Raynor can already be more than happy with what he accomplished. That was obviously the first, I feel like, real big micro error we saw out of YoungYakov, right? And we can't fault him for it. We know how good Raynor is in this matchup. But in that first game, I didn't really see that happen, right? There wasn't one big explosion and we were like, whoa, that was bad on the side of YoungYakov. This connection was a little too big. We can't be making mistakes like that if we want to cause the upset here.
Well, Raynor just got 15 more. With 1 second, we're not looking at the Banelings here. Raynor connects his single Bane that was at like 10 HP that he'd been shepherding for forever on pretty much every single ling that Yakov had. And again, that third base is going to get canceled. Now, Raynor can't dive through past the lings and past the spines and past the Baneling. But look at where we are right now. Third base is done. 36 drones to 30 army supply for Raynor. And between the two big link connections that have happened, Roddy, do you want to guess? Do you know how many lings Raynor has lost this game?
Yes, I know, so I'm not going to guess because that would be cheating, but he's been incredibly effective. But this is the big difference between Game 1 and Game 2, where we do have two Banelings. Raynor's just on top of everything. Spidey senses tingling, even finds these two morphing Banes. Raynor has played a very clean second game here, and obviously looked good in the first game too. It's just that I felt in the first game, YoungYakov was a little more on point than he's been here in the second game so far.
And Yakov finally gets one of those Banelings. He does... Raiders been doing such a good job of keeping Banelings alive, but third base is never going to pop up. And now here comes Lings and Banelings and Roaches. We got actually not enough gas for Ravagers right now, so the spine might last just a little bit longer. Banelings struggle forward. They're looking for what they can find, and the second one sitting back. Actually, it's trapped behind a Morphing Bane, so you can't use that to keep the Lings from going down. Bit better of a connection, actually, from Yakov, but now the Banelings, they come rolling on in, and the Roaches, they're pretty much undefended, but Lings coming in from the backside. Actually, not sure where this came from Yakov. That may allow him to make this hold happen. Even still, Lings, they're filing their way in, and it seems like Raynor, his first round of aggression might get held back a little bit, but the damage, it feels like it's just going to be too much regardless of what happens here.
Yeah, obviously it's 3 bases against 2. The queens have gone down. That Spinecrawler has gone down, but Raynor is still not down. We have a couple of extra banelings show up. These banelings want to connect. Good move there by YakOv, moving that one roach forward, but the second bane still connects with 10 plus drones. And now the Lynx, if they make it into the middle line, they can just one-shot drones for days. I think we are 12 seconds away from this game ending. YoungYakov had a honestly great first game, even if it was short. I still thought he looked very good there. In the second game, Raynor is relentless, bringing the fight to the young Russian Zergy. Well, YoungYakov is not going to tap out just yet, but down 22 drones and down a base. I think it's safe to say that the writing is on the wall for this one.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the ones as well that just feels really bad. You're sitting there, it feels like maybe you're fighting back, right? Your opponent can't go kill you. And then you kind of look at the other side and realize that, okay, actually they can't kill you because they've fully droned their third base up. Or mostly droned their third base up. Their lair is just about done, and this has just been kind of the drips and drabs that they can spare to send across the map and keep you down. So YakOv, it feels bad again, not only because he's losing, and that's one notch against him as he tries to stay alive in EU Masters Group B. But on the flip side, you feel like you're holding on, and then you kind of realize that you're really not.
No, I think deep down inside he knows, but yeah, once in a blue moon, you do have a misread, and you're like, whoa, my opponent was a whole lot more committed than I thought he was. And if it was a lesser Zerg that they go up against, you know, I do understand, right? Because sometimes the Zergies are stubborn and they are throwing everything they have at you for 20 drones. They've got moments to drone up, they don't drone up, but what makes Raynor special is that he's able to thread that very fine line between units, drones, and then while you're just defending, and you hang in there, you're like, it's not that bad, right? And then you take a look at the replay and you're like, oh my god, it is that bad. Like, how did he manage to have that many units and that many drones at the same time? That's kind of what's happening here.
Yeah, so now Raynor, he's got a run by ready on the north side. He's got tons of roaches. The moment he sat back and decided to macro up, his supply ballooned massively. So, yeah, is he going to have +1 ranged? No. Is he going to need it? Also, no. His roach speed is done in 10 seconds. That's really going to be the time he's going to find on the other side of the map. And now, Lings find their way into the main. Drones die once again. Roaches as well. And this is almost, I mean, the game's over, but this is almost game-ending damage in and of itself with more workers, more drones going down. So Raynor into the third. He's got ideas about banelings into the main if this does not kill YakOv, but let's be real, it will. So a couple Ravagers, they're going to try to do something. +1 range, not ready yet, and YakOv does have to tap out. Raynor, despite the worries about ZVZ and European ZVZ, whatever, he gets his first win on the board. He's got 2 more to move out into the playoffs.
I mean, we don't have to worry about European ZVZ in the European tournament, right? Because I guess they would all suffer from European ZVZ. But I think that the European ZVZ is totally fine. But it is indeed a fact. The pros have admitted that they just kind of stopped practicing the matchup for a while. And I think it shows in some of the results in the cross or the open tournaments where the European Zergs in the past clearly had an edge in ZVZ over the top tier Koreans. In this day and age, the results are a lot more 50-50. Or if anything, the Korean Zergs have even done very well against the Euro Zergies. But this obviously is a region luck tournament. This is the European ESL Masters. Raynor did what we expected him to do, what he is supposed to do with a player of his status and his caliber. But I still thought YoungYakov looked very good in those minutes of game 1. Like, that was not easy. I thought he did a very good job in staying calm, cool, composed, had good micro, had some good trades, and didn't quite lose oversight of the bigger picture. It's just that eventually Raynor overran him. Game 2, that was a bit one-sided. Raynor just got very good trades early on. On this level, you cannot lose 15 links against a Bane, and if you do that twice in a row, unfortunately, the game is just kind of over already. But still some positives to take, I think, for YoungYakov from that first game.
Yeah, I don't know of a level where you can lose pretty much all your lings against a baneling and look to hold on in
you
ZVZ.
Play against Fear Dragon, Biomove. I'm pretty sure on that level you can, mate.
Wow, shots fired. I'm just gonna go hide in the hole.
More than a couple of links, mate. No.
The ZVZ is a different beast. Yeah, hitting the Zerg, but you hit the drone or the ling button. There we go, and you go to town. But we will also, one thing we're also going to go to town on, a break. We'll be back in 5.
Okay.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
If we peer into the mirror, what peers back? Well, Protoss, probably, because we have a PvP on the way up next. It's Rotterdam, it's myself, and this one should be a little bit of fun. It's Goblin.
For sure.
It's Goblin Gung Fu Banda. And Roddy, I know Goblin, at least, he's near and dear to your heart.
He is, and I think he's near and dear to the heart of many fans out there because he's been around for a long time. Had that magical runs in Kiev once where he made it top 8 at a big StarCraft 2 offline event. And we all know that the talent is there, but the work ethic, that's maybe a little bit more questionable on the side of Gobbes. On the other hand, Gung Fu is obviously a man that's had a full-time job for a long time. He's been very vocal about that, but still plays StarCraft at a very high level. Historically, this has gone in favor of Gung Fu Banda, but the last time they played Goblin won, and that actually was in the DreamHack Europe Regional Masters. It's a close one, right? Like previous series, we had Raynor as the overwhelming favorite over YoungYakov. This one, I think, is a whole lot closer. Would maybe lean a little bit towards Gung Fu, but Goblin is pretty good in finding cheeky ways to win, especially PvP, so I think it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Certainly a stylistic matchup, but to get into it, we got to talk about who our players are. So in the bottom right, in the blue, he is teamless now. It's Gung Fu Banda.
And that obviously means that in the top left side of Babylon, we are looking at the main base of our Croatian Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes, just like a couple of the other nerds we saw earlier. We saw Shadown, we saw Akaron, now we see Goblin.
Or Godblin, as he has been known at times, but I believe he doesn't like that nickname anymore. So, Goblin it is.
We have different openings here, Bio. We've got the Pylon and the Gateway on the low ground for Goblin, going for the, I think safe to say, superior one-gate fast expand setup on maps with a ramp leading into the natural. Meanwhile, Gung Fu, old school, he's been around for a long time, goes for Pylon on the high ground and the double gateway setup.
Yeah, and Roddy, when we were talking about PvP in Maxed versus Haas, actually, you were talking about how, yeah, one gate expand is technically superior, but you've been seeing that 4-gate blink is actually working out just a little bit more, is kind of providing you with maybe a little bit more value than you would have otherwise expected. Do you think that's kind of going to be where Gung Fu Banda is going to go?
No, that's not really Gung Fu style, and on top of it, I think that is a whole lot better on maps without a ramp than it is with a ramp. I feel like if you want to break this setup, if Goblin will indeed go for the quick nexus, and Gung Fu wants to break him early, then I actually think 4-gate without blink, or 3-gate with batteries, or 3-gate robo are better choices, but so far we haven't seen a nexus go down yet. And I kind of expect Gung Fu to just maybe make it seem like he's going to expand, right? Scare Goblin, force Goblin to build a battery, Stargate before Nexus, but then he's still just going to expand himself because Gung Fu is just not much of an all-inner. And on top of that, I think he's a pretty confident individual as well. And he probably thinks that as long as nothing weird or crazy happens, that he should still win this series. And I feel like if you're going to be the one that's confident in the macro game, but then you're still all-inning, that's kind of counterproductive, right? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So I think Gung Fu will just expand, play Blink Stalkers, take it from there.
And in fairness here, Gung Fu has done a pretty good job of making sure that the natural is not going to be all that quick, right? Stargate's going to be on the way, Pylon's block, Probes block. This is still a decently quick Twilight coming out of Gung Fu Banda. Yeah, it looks like there will probably be a natural based on probe positioning, but still, Twilight before natural does tell us that there is at least some ideas of aggression on the map.
Yeah, but can also just make your life a lot easier in dealing with oracles, right? Because he knows that Goblin went for the Stargate, and maybe he feels that if he goes 2 Stalkers into an expand, or Stalker Center into an expand, that it's just so likely that these oracles are going to find a lot of damage. While if he goes Twilight before expand, sure, he's going to have a few less probes, but he also did a good job in delaying the Nexus on the other side of the map. Just to make your own life easier, you can play Blink defensively as well.
That's very fair. So for now, Shield Battery in the natural, Stalker's taking position. Adept just gets a scout off, sees that, yeah, okay, there is a natural here. But I don't think we're going to see this Oracle get... Yeah, certainly not. The Oracle is going to show up, but there are Stalkers here. And it's not the 3, which makes it really scary, but even 2 Stalkers. More than enough, although the Adept makes life a little bit complicated here. And Goblin, he's really going to wish that he didn't just drop the Revelation because, yeah, you have energy for it. You have energy for some sort of Pulsar Beam, but not as much as you would have. And the Adept did a pretty good job of forcing things back, but there we go. Dives in once again, and it's actually going to get 4 probes here. Very nice for Goblin.
Yeah, well, it got 3 probes, and 1 probe went down to the Adept earlier. And that just kind of all added up over time. And then obviously 1 probe died in the early game on the other side of the map. So that makes 5 in total. But yeah, that was still sweet Oracle movement. And that's one thing that I do want to give Goblin some kudos and love for. In the early days, he was a Phoenix boy. He was pretty much only a Phoenix boy. And he really wasn't all that great with the Oracles. But if there's one unit that he just got a lot better with over the last 1.5 to 2 years, it's definitely the Oracle. You see that in his PvT, and you can also see that in his PvP. Because it wasn't easy there, right? Technically, there were Stalkers in position, but he just kind of outmaneuvered them, and obviously kept Gung Fu busy with the Adept, and then it allowed him to sneak in there, get a couple extra probes, and most importantly, keep that Oracle alive. So, good start for Goblin. I think overall he's going to be quite happy with it. Sure, his blink is a lot later, but it's not that Gung Fu can run to the other side of the map if there is still that Oracle out. And there is this thing, Biomorph, I don't know if you're familiar with it, that we like to call the negative IQ Oracle, where a second Oracle suddenly shows up and you don't expect it anymore when it's very late, when it doesn't make any sense, but it's still something that you have to respect, and because of that, Gung Fu just can't move out.
Yeah, you know, I don't think I've ever heard it called the negative IQ Oracle, but yeah, the whole, you would never, in general, this idea of putting something that doesn't make sense to exist, and therefore you get a lot of value. It's like, in TVT, you open Triple Reaper, and then you don't do anything with them, and then you dive in at 7 minutes, and it gets 10 SCVs, and it's just like, what? I like the idea. And certainly keeping that idea of that being a possibility. You're right, it is going to keep Gung Fu Banda back, and that means we get to shake hands. Roddy, you know, we reach across the aisle here and both realize that, well, nothing much is going to happen before +1 in Blink, so we're just going to kind of sit back here.
Yeah, I think between these two, Gung Fu is the one that's a little bit more likely to turtle forever and go double Robo Bay, Disruptors, maybe even Colossus, who knows? I think the Colossus doesn't get not enough love in PvP, and that's just because when it comes to Disruptor against Colossus, Disruptor is better. But if it comes to, tech units versus basic Stalker Zealot, I actually think the Colossus can be just as good, if not even better than the Disruptor. But I don't think we're going to see that. But I do think it's more likely that Goblin is going to be the one that stays on Zealot, Stalker, Archon, and that Gung Fu is going to be our double Robo Bay player.
I'll buy that. And you know what? I want to talk about this Colossus idea for a second. Nothing happens. There we go. Oracle falls. I'll buy your argument against, say, Charslet Archon, right? Lots of Zealots here. There's some Archons, whatever, but getting the Colossus there, yeah, shred Zealots. Makes sense. Against a bunch of Stalkers, though, I feel like for the most part, I see the Stalker, again, it's a very static unit, does not have a lot of HP. It feels pretty vulnerable against 5 or 6 Stalkers that kind of blink their side on top of it and kill the Colossus off. So yeah, I'll definitely buy it against Zealots, but I don't know that I buy that argument against like a heavily Blink Stalker Charslot composition.
No, but you don't, just because you go Colossus, it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to have Immortals, right?
True, fair.
Yeah, so the combination of Colossus and Immortals is also still very good against Stalkers, because the Stalkers need to get close to kill a Colossus. That's when the Immortals can do their thing, and the Stalkers can't pick up any Immortals if the Colossus from far away with extended thermal lens is doing their thing. But we're talking a lot about a unit that we're probably not going to see, because I'm a believer, but these guys are not necessarily believers, and that's okay. Gung Fu, however, is the first one to go into the Robo Bay and the Disruptor, so that part of the call was correct.
There we go. You say you're a believer, but I'm sure you're not the only one. So hopefully someday these players will join us, and then the map will be as one, something like that. Certainly, though, you talk about this, Disruptors coming on out. Is there some timing that Goblin can look to use where he's got +2 a little bit faster? I mean, it's going to be charged. It's going to be a lot of gateway units. His +2 is, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds faster. Or does the Disruptor count kind of invalidate that?
Since he is going up to 4 bases, he's dropping his own Robo Bay. I guess he's not going to do it. I kind of feel like if that was your plan, you have to commit to that all along, right? You have to have a crazy amount of gateways at this point. 4 gateways with 2 extra gateways finishing up does not qualify as a crazy amount of gateways. So I guess we're not going to see any of those things, and that is okay. It's a shame. Maybe on a map that's a bit more wide open. Babylon is just a bit choky, right? And we talk a lot about that in other matchups. But even in PvP, that can have a pretty big impact on how the games play out.
Yeah, certainly so. As you talk about it, 4th base now done. Gateway's getting added in, and it seems like Gung-Fu Band is actually the first one that's going to choose to get aggressive on the map. I mean, at least knocking some rocks down, making it so there's a little bit more free transit, but now posturing. Stalker's on the low ground here, and Goblin has this theoretically the better concave, but he doesn't trigger it, and now, ooh, Disruptor almost gets what Gung-Fu Banda has, but he's just going to back up.
These guys have done a very good job in scaring me over the last 2 days about blowing up their own army, and it has happened a few times, so I'm not crazy for no reason. As Goblin splits up his army, Gung-Fu now finds like 30-40% of it. The rest of the army of Goblin will turn around immediately though. Help out with the fight. One more Nova flies forward, does not clip the Immortal. Did get a single Stalker there though, as Goblin is the one who has +3 on the way. Gung-Fu not yet, but Gung-Fu is the first one to drop that second Robo.
That and Shadow Stride. So Gung-Fu is just getting yeah, okay, sure, upgrades a little bit slower, but honestly, once we move into 7, 8, 9 disruptors, the upgrades matter a little bit less. Gung-Fu is just running pell-mell into the late game. DT Blink, well, as I say that, Goblin's adding 2 more Robos, so he's going to go up to 3 Robo Disruptor here. And again, both players pell-mell into the late game.
We're gonna play some bowling over here, and I love it. It's been a while since I've seen a good old bowling match. A lot of PvPs have ended a bit early lately. Goblin can shoot there, and Gung-Fu couldn't see it because of the side blocker, but somehow is able to save pretty much every single Stalker by just blinking back. I really thought that was pretty much always going to connect, even with a defensive blink. So good job there, as Gung-Fu also tries to hit a strike from downtown, but Goblin not letting that happen. Does bleed out a few Stalkers, but at this point, 1 or 2 Stalkers are obviously not going to change the outcome of these fights. It really comes down to the army positioning, and observers are so damn important. And I see that Goblin has observer speed finishing up. Gung-Fu already has it. I think that makes sense. Goblin wants to knock down the rocks. That's a pretty cool play, but I don't think he can quite do a whole lot with it.
Now, it was almost cool, but Gung-Fu Banda aware of what's happening. But meanwhile, Zealots on the bottom left side, they're going to find a little bit of value here. Certainly knocking out, I think, a bunch of cannons. And honestly, the warping from Gung-Fu, it's not enough, and it's in poor position. So these Zealots are actually getting a lot of value here, and it may force a bit more of a reaction. But defensive DTs, they're going to clean this up for the most part now. Fight in the middle. Disruptors not really landing. And yeah, we're just bowling a little bit. So, Roddy, I got a question
Main base of Goblin, BO, sorry to interrupt you there, but that's a whole lot of DTs, and Goblin is not quite even able to deal with that. You can't ignore it either, though. This is just a few too many Dark Templars to ignore, as they are going to go to town on these pylons. Yeah, Goblin will go for the recall, and I think that's quite wise. He simply cannot focus on a fight or stalk a Disruptor in the center of the map, while there is a Warp Prism with 4 DTs, and potentially even more DTs, right, if you ignore it in your main. That just never ends well, so good job by Goblin, I think, taking it serious and going for the recall.
Yeah, no, very much so. And at the end of the day, it's more of a positioning win for Gung-Fu than it is anything substantive. It was like warp probes going down, pylons shut down production a little bit as no disruptors continue to fall. But it does mean now that Gung-Fu Banda can wedge his way in, maybe a little bit more, start to find some value. These disruptors are very exposed though. Goblin is going to jump on top. No, just too many disruptors there, but now that's a fancy blink. Blinks right on top. What was that? 3 disruptors going down? Gung-Fu Banda, he left his army just wide open. And now, this is a scary position to run away from. High ground into low ground like this. It feels like he's going to get trapped. Now he blinks back. Disruptors don't land, but he is getting value on the other side. DT's getting something, and as long as he can disengage here, that's 20 dead probes on the side of on the side of Goblin.
Yep, I mean, it's basically history repeating itself. Goblin once more is trying to take the fight while there is a Warp Prism in his main base and a bunch of DTs. Kill 20 workers. Forward blink there by Gung-Fu gets the majority of the disruptors, and Gung-Fu has a monstrous bank. Goblin simply does not. Goblin lost so many probes to those DTs. Gung-Fu just got the best of it there. Even though it may have looked scary when it came to this big army fight, it's okay because the German Protoss was dealing a lot of damage. Blinks forwards as well. Gets the final few disruptors. There are a few more coming in from the left, and one of these shots is good for Goblin. But the bank of Gung-Fu is humongous, and honestly, Goblin is starving at this point. He is collecting all the pennies he has. He has made a Colossus, but I have the feeling that that's an accidental Colossus. We are familiar with the accidental Swarmos, but this Colossus just sitting in the main base. Does not have thermal lands. Big Novas landing in the center of the map. Not quite. Goblin just kind of needs to try to hang in there, but I don't know if he can do it, man, because Gung-Fu can warp in units for days.
I guess good news right now is the, first of all, Disruptor will fall, but good news right now is army supplies are somewhat equivalent. It's starting to fall down a little bit more. Upgrades are the same. Armor is going to be it's going to be another 20 seconds. So a Goblin has had some time to redevelop his economy. He's actually, I was looking better than it was, but he's, at least he's on like full 3-base saturation. That's something. Yeah, you're right. The longer this goes, the worse it becomes. And look at what Gung Fu's doing. A couple Zealots just kind of held off behind, waiting for Goblin to overcommit just a little bit. And then when that happens, we're going to see Zealots finding their way in. So Disruptor, that's going to be a nice shot. 2 Disruptors will fall. And now Goblin, well, he's got to run back up. Gung Fu blinks forward, but it's just not enough.
Can hear the Quake announcer there. Double kill as Gung Fu lands that sweet Nova. It's gonna blink forward. Gung Fu feels that he's got enough to end this game. Does eat one big purification Nova to the face. But with the overwhelming amount of Zealots and Stalkers, it should not matter. Goblin does warp in a lot of units defensively. Doing a very good job and kind of hanging in there for having a 50 probe economy. But it's just not a fair fight. Gung Fu is too rich. Gung Fu got too far ahead after the DTs in the main base really put a number on Goblin. Not once, but twice. The first time Goblin took it very serious. The second time he said, all right, I know it's happening, but I feel like I've got a good fight here. And you're right? He did have a good fight. But it's so hard to keep on pushing into a guy with multiple robos that is producing disruptors nonstop. Eventually, shield batteries, cannons come into play. That even if you win the fight by 20-30 supply, it does not make up for the amount of damage you're taking at home from the DTs.
Yeah, they very much turned into, well, if I win this fight, I win the game too. If I win this fight, maybe I stay in this game. And Gung Fu, he just had to find a good way out, and he did. So, yeah, Goblin, a little bit too much damage from the Dark Templar there. I would have loved to see maybe, I don't think there were any cannons in the main, maybe on the outlying bases, but a little bit more maybe static defense when you know those Shadow Stride DTs are available. But regardless, didn't work out for him. And now,
I think the first time he was working on it, but the Prism showed up, and like 4 DTs are really good even against buildings, right? That if you want to be safe against 4 DTs and maybe a Zealot warping to complement those DTs, you're gonna need 3 cannons and 2 batteries and maybe activate overcharge immediately. It's just 1 cannon, 1 battery is not going to be enough against 4 DTs. They walk in range of the first one, they kill it. They blink on top of the second building, they kill that too. It just has a lot of potential. Great job by Gung Fu, right? Utilizing that prism like that. Goblin obviously had a prism too, but I don't think he really did a whole lot with it. Didn't really see it come into play. Gung Fu went for the risky move, rallying it in the middle of all those bases and going for that warp in. That is expensive, but it just paid dividends.
They absolutely did, but it's a new day. It's a new map. And the question now is whether Goblin can shore up those late game problems. We're not going to say weaknesses because there was only 1 game, but shore up his play against the DTs and maybe find another massive fight like he almost found in game 1. But to get that, we need to get into game 2.
And I'm in it. And so are you. I hope. Otherwise, we have a problem. In the top right side of Ancient, we are looking at the main base of the man who is not leading the series 1-0. He is instead down 0-1. This is our Croatian Protoss Goblin, representing the Platinum Heroes.
And in the bottom left, in the blue, he's actually, up a map. Well, he's Gung Fu Banda.
I was trying to give you a hint with my intro.
Then I looked down at the bottom like, oh no, what have I done?
It's all good, mate. There's a lot of things to manage, but I think we're having a fun day so far. A lot of good games. I guess we're around the halfway mark at this point. Plenty of best of 3s to come. Of course, later today we have a couple of series of the ESL Masters America as well. Where yesterday, I would say out of the 3 regions, that's the one that maybe entertained us the least. But I think from today on forwards, ESL Americas is only going to get better and better, and I really can't wait to see some of America's finest duke it out with Kelazur, and we saw special yesterday, but this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I want to say we're getting PattyMac versus Scarlett today. I know they're both playing, but I want to say they're against each other, and that's actually a really exciting matchup because PattyMac actually beat Scarlett last season with some really funky 3-gated depths, crazy builds. So I'm kind of looking forward to that one a little bit, but certainly, yeah, it should be a good series. But to get there, we need to get through this series. We need to get through MaxPax and Bly. And Roddy, for now, we're kind of seeing a mirror of game 1. Goblin goes for the low ground expand. Gung Fu holds on a little bit. Only difference, this is the MaxPax high ground Gateway expand.
Yes, it is indeed a true MaxPax special, where MaxPax will still try to do this, but the win record of MaxPax in PvP is still impressive. It's still spectacular, but it definitely has dipped a little ever since Overcharge got nerfed, and yeah, just a few other things have changed, and especially on maps like these, where there is no ramp going into the natural. I think you're playing with fire, and you were mentioning that 4-gate Blink Stalker all-in of one base that I mentioned earlier today. If there was a moment to bust it out, I think this would be a good moment on this specific map in this scenario. But Gongfu is not going to do that because he went for the sentry. Goblin gets a big scout off here, man. Like, it's normally not that easy to confirm for the 1-gate fast expander that the person with 2 gateways is also expanding. But yeah, that probe was a hero. It may have gone down, but we will remember it.
It's its name on the Nexus. Well, actually, we don't even get to remember it that long if you put its name on the Nexus, because that's what, a maximum of 20 minutes, and then it is lost to history. But I don't know. We're gonna find something, some way to remember this hero probe.
What is Gongfu doing with that pylon in the top left side? Seems like he's not doing anything, as he is just sending that probe home. Bit odd to build a pylon there, but maybe this is one of these things where he doesn't really think too much about it. He still had that probe active, and he's like, oh, have a little scout just in case Goblin is going to rally an Oracle to the top left side, and I will get a heads up that is happening. Goblin has not gone Stargate. Goblin has actually gone 1-gate fast expand Twilight Council. Earlier today, we spoke about Haz's build kind of being robbery, where he went 2 adepts into a Nexus. This is even more of a broad day robbery, where Goblin honestly is putting off a build here that shouldn't even be a build, that is incredibly vulnerable to all-ins. But in his defense, he did scout. There was a Nexus on the other side of the map, so he's going to try to get away with it.
All right, I do want to point out, you talk about the pylon on the north side, it probably is just going to be an adept pylon. There we go, the adepts have warped in. But I do like the double barrel, little bit of mind games where you put the pylon on the map and maybe Goblin Scouts you're lacking a pylon, and then you run in with a hallucinated Oracle, and maybe it scares Goblin for a second. But it's not going to work out as the adepts consider shading in. There are 4 stalkers in a sentry there. It's not going to work out. But I do like the mind game. It didn't matter. I don't think it made a difference. But it is, it's a little bit of a mind game. It's a little fun.
Yeah, one more thing that's nice about having a random pylon on the other side of the map, like you called it an adept pylon, is that if you warp in adepts at home and they walk a rather obvious route to the other side of the map, they are very likely to be revealed. But if you warp them in a random pylon in the top left side, they are a little bit less likely to be revealed until they actually show up for the first time. This time around, that didn't really change anything, as in the end they got 2 probes, but obviously 2 adepts for 2 probes, not a bad trade for Goblin, but it makes sense to go for these things. What Gongfu probably, though, was very sad about is the fact that Goblin went for an early Robo. That's not a given in this matchup, right? Very often we see people go Twilight Council, Forge, +1, 3 bases, and then they go Robo. Goblin didn't do it this time around, so he's got an answer for the DTs, but he obviously still needs to have observers in the right position.
Yeah, now Goblin trying to meet this aggression with aggression. So Gongfu is aware that the stalkers are on the map, and that actually may be enough to force Goblin back here. He does blink backwards a little bit. So at least that's going to be nice for him. Now, you talked about those DTs and the pylons warping in. Where are our observers right now? We have 2 of them. One's with the army, one's back at home in the natural. With the lack of a warp prism right now, it doesn't feel like Gongfu's going to get that much done.
Nope. Gongfu is just hoping that Goblin is not paying attention, but Goblin is paying attention. Force field would be nice. Not even needed. Goblin says, I'm not wasting 50 energy if I don't need to. This is just a really good game for Goblin. And, well, you want to see the maximum amount of games. Obviously, the 33, 32, 31 game dream is that. 30 games, I guess, is that too, after Raynor got the 2-0, but I do think this is looking into a potential game 3 as well. At this point, Goblin is just a little bit ahead in everything that matters in PvP. And I don't even really know what would be the best choice here to make for Gongfu. I'm not sure if Gongfu knows either. I think an attack is almost silly, so then I guess the answer to the question is always you just defend, and then you hope you can take a good fight with defensive reinforcements and hope that Goblin takes a bad fight into a battery or something. That really is the best choice for Gongfu at the moment.
At least Gongfu goes and he's able to get a couple probes down with that, but it's not really working out super well. I love the fact that the observer's just sitting here. I think it was in siege mode for quite a while as well, so just... You're not getting into the natural Gongfu. You're not getting into the main. not without a Warp Prism, no matter how slowly you drip feed these DTs in, but Kung Fu's going to try to take advantage of maybe some distraction of Goblin. You run a DT into the natural, maybe he's distracted, and then you try to dive on top of the third, but the army's just bigger. There's an Immortal. Well, actually, there's 1 for 1, but just a couple more Stalkers here. And yeah, a couple probes go down, but it doesn't really seem enough, and now where you're going to go? I mean, Stalkers, they got Blink, I think. Yeah, they both got Blink, so it's hard to run away.
Goblin has his own Dark Shrine finishing up, and Kung Fu only has a single observer, that is with the army, and that obviously means that it's in the center of the map. I do think that he spotted that Warp Prism earlier in the top left side with his pylon, and I think that's why Goblin is taking this very awkward route. Goblin was supply block there for a split second, but warped in 5 pylons at once. He doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Here come the DTs for Croatian Protoss. 1 observer. Can it be in the right position?
Well, the DTs are going to hit 2 bases, so I think functionally, by definition, they can't. But maybe they're going to be able to buy enough time here. So Warp Prism into the main. DT thinking about, okay, natural is going to be the direction it goes. And, well, now, Kung Fu, he does warp it in the main. And he's got a cannon in the main. He's got a cannon in the natural. This is not going to get any value here whatsoever. Well done, Kung Fu Banda, just predicting what was going to happen.
Yep, not easy there, but had a perfect read on the situation. These cannons finished up at a picture-perfect moment, right when the Dark Templars walked in. So very well done. Does not mean he's out of trouble, right? Because Goblin has just been greedier, has been economically ahead, has not taken a lot of damage, and ambitious forward blink there by our Croatian Protoss, as he wants to see what his army can get done. But it's always a bit hard because Stalkers are a bit clunky, and even though this may not feel like a choky area, for this many Stalkers it is going to become a choky area. So it's going to be difficult for Goblin to find a way for all of his Stalkers to participate in the battle.
And on top of that, the shield battery is very far away from where the army's fighting, so overcharge is not going to be particularly useful into this fight like it might otherwise be. So this is a fantastic position that, well, Goblin's found himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like DT, Zealot, something like that, denying the 4th base. Kung Fu's trying to take this fight, and how much? It seems like most of the force field energy is gone. But still, that's 11 dead probes. Now on the other side, it's a single DT. It's not going to get, I can't imagine it gets this Nexus before there's some sort of reinforcement, but Kung Fu not paying attention. So Stalkers, they get a little bit more.
Yeah, there was an overcharge. The overcharge has run out. I really think Goblin can just fully sense it. Now, he does have +2 attack finishing up in like 10 seconds. Maybe he's waiting for that. That Warp Prism is sitting pretty and safe in the back. I think if Goblin warps in a few more Stalkers, he can honestly just start going for this Nexus. I think there's very little that Kung Fu can do about it. But maybe Goblin feels, all right, let's not throw. I'm going up to 4 bases. You're not. So it's going to be Kung Fu who attacks into Goblin instead, and it's going to force Goblin in a rather awkward spot. All these Zealots are a bit derpy as Goblin doesn't have charge yet. Now if Zealots fight Zealots, that doesn't really matter too much. Kung Fu gets a reasonable fight, but +2 should normally be good enough here for Goblin, as he cannot save his Immortal though. Kung Fu really takes an excellent fight, but that doesn't mean that he's in a great spot, because he's still down a base, and he's still down an upgrade.
I mean, you say that, and certainly it feels like that should be the case, especially with how much damage that aggressive DT did, because detection was just really far behind the army. The one saving grace is that DT. It did go down, but it got 3/4 of the damage done on that Nexus, if we include the shield. So that may be a target that Kung Fu Banda looks to hit after that. You blink a couple Stalkers in, you target the Nexus down, but I mean, yeah, still 3 bases to 4. Upgrades going the way they need to for Goblin. He's got DT tech. Kung Fu's just, I guess, just got to drag this game out a lot longer.
Yeah, no, great job obviously by Kung Fu defending, because I really thought the game could have ended there. Maybe Goblin at one point over-respected the army or over-respected the impact that a single battery could have. Now Kung Fu is setting up a 1-2 punch. He's like, hey Goblin, look at my main army. This is where you should pay attention to. And then the DTs are going to go for that Nexus. But with the cannons and the battery, if Goblin just heals up the Nexus, this will not work. And it's going to be a cannon. Kung Fu goes for the cannons in the top side of the map. So 2 Dark Templars are just not going to be enough there. Well, one of them died, the other 3 do live. Shame, good idea for Kung Fu, unfortunately not optimal execution.
Yeah, good idea. And hey, he's gonna get a pylon. That's something. I don't know how bad the fight was on the right side, but I'm just looking at the supply at the bottom of the screen at this point. 160 to 130. Yes, there is a timing now where +2 is done for both sides, but that is a very slim timing. Kung Fu's going to try to turtle up. He's got his 4th base done. He's only down 10 probes. Shadow Stride, maybe that's going to be worth it. But yeah, Ronnie, this becomes more and more difficult the further on we go. And now the DTs, 3 DTs, they're just going to get found out on the map.
Yep, and obviously we saw Gongfu have a lot of success with the Warp Prism and DTs and Shadow Stride in the previous game, and Goblin is gonna say, hey, German veteran, pretty cool move. Do you mind if I copy it in game 2? As we've got a Prism sitting in the left side of the map, and I think at the moment that Goblin, I think right now, honestly, like Goblin can just start going for it with his army, and then he can send it that Prism. And sure, Gongfu has one cannon, but we all know that one cannon is simply not going to be enough against 3 DTs with Shadow Stride and +3. This is it. Gongfu is going to have to pull off the hold of a lifetime, not just here, but also against the DTs with the War Prism.
Yeah, so now, well, Stalkers run forward. Zealots charge down the ramp, and one Immortal will fall. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't even, this fight really doesn't even matter, and it is absolutely getting carried by Goblin regardless. So 15 probes at the deck. Goblin backs up for a second because he's got to deal with, well, some DTs on the other side that, you know what, they've got 10 probes. That is some nice value. And actually, he's going to try to get on top of the forge as well, but here comes the detection. Those DTs, hey, they're going to blink out. They're going to escape. But it's a dead natural, Roddy. Gongfu Banda is finding what he can find, but it is just not enough.
Yeah, no, that was actually sweet. Very sweet DT play, but Goblin is Dark Templars are obviously still just going at it on the other side of the map as well. Gongfu has one observer. It's a slow observer making its way over into the main base right now. And now he's going to have to blink the Stalkers in. He can finally clean up these DTs off Goblin. Now, Goblin did end up losing more probes than Gongfu in the end, but a base for a base is obviously a good trade for the guy who's got more bases, as Goblin also takes care of the Prism and the DTs that were left over. In the end of the day, the Croatian Protoss is still in the same spot as he found himself in before, and that is very far ahead. But it is about time that he closes the game out, though.
Yeah, so Goblin now, finally, you're right, he's dealt with it. So 117 army supply to 63, up an upgrade. This is a decent position for Gongfu Bandit to attack through. I mean, he had somewhat of a concave, but you're right. The supplies are far too much. The tech is far too much, so there we go. Last Immortal will fall, and with that, Gongfu Bandit pops out. Game 3 on the deck.
We expected it to be close between these two, and they're kind of hard to keep track of because neither of them are particularly grinders of the online tournament scene, especially Gongfu. I feel like Gongfu really flies under the radar until it's time for the Euro Regionals. That's where he always shows up, and he's like, hey guys, I'm still good. Easily top 32 Europe, maybe even top 16 on a good day. And with Goblin, you just never know how much he's been playing. I feel like Goblin never played more StarCraft than when Pig did the challenge of you have to defeat 8 insane AIs. Like, I've never seen Goblin grind StarCraft like that. He was suddenly playing 10 hours a day, spamming carriers, defeating 8 insane random AIs or whatever the hell the challenge was. So maybe that helped his mechanics a little bit a while ago. At this point, we didn't really know what we could expect from these two getting into it, but we thought it was going to be close. And after 2 games, BO, I still don't know who I favor. It's just damn close between these two.
It really is. And it's a big map for game number 3. So we've had 2 expansive macro games, 2 games that really could have gone either way through a majority of the game. And now we get the tallest map in the pool. I don't know if it's necessarily the biggest, but it's going to be fun. Or do you think we see finally some aggression coming out of Gongfu Banda attempting to punish this 1-gate expand?
Well, on this map, he might do it himself too, right? I feel like if you don't want to do it on Babylon, that's one thing, because Babylon is still somewhat of a short map. And I know some people think like, oh, it doesn't matter if it's short because you just get warp gate and you can warp in other units. But it still matters for the first units that can normally run to the other side of the map and like just complicate things a little bit for the fast expander. I'd be surprised if Gongfu doesn't go low ground pilot here, but we're going to keep a close eye on it and then we'll figure it out. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of one of my favorites, representing the Platinum Heroes, hailing from Croatia. It's Goblin.
And in the bottom left, in the blue, the German Protoss player. It's Gongfu Banda.
High ground pilot again, BO.
You know, I think the biggest example of this, of why in the world are you still going single gate expand when there's a low ground ramp, it really though has got to be Gerald, right? He's on the same team as MaxPax. I know they've practiced that together, and you will not see Gerald go low ground expand. Like, he will always go 2 gate. He'll try to break MaxPax. It probably won't work out, and things move on. But this feels just like, I don't know, not frustration. This feels like stubbornness at this point coming in from Gongfu Banda. Goblins showed the same look 3 times in a row, and it feels like GoGoJoey's not really reacting or not really adapting.
This time, I do think he's got a plan. You were wondering if we were going to see the aggression. This time, mate, I think you're going to get what you've been asking for. And it does seem that GoGoJoey is going to try to punish Goblin. Goblin who goes Nexus before Cybercore, by the way, because he didn't even see a probe. He's like, all right, mate, if you're not going to block me, if you're not even going to delay this, I will just get the quickest possible Nexus, other than Nexus first. GoGoJoey's got a probe in the top left side. Could be Proxy Stargate, but I'd honestly prefer to see Proxy Robo and just Treegate out of GoGoJoey. But one thing though that is a bit odd is that he's not particularly hiding this, right? Like you can say, oh, he didn't do it in the first 2 games, so why would he suddenly be aggressive in game 3? Well, he did scout in the first 2 games. He hasn't even scouted yet. Goblin is experienced enough to know that a probe pretty much always leaves the Protoss main base, and if the probe is not there to block the Nexus, it's out on the map to proxy something.
Yeah, and on top of that, you're right, this is a Stargate play, so yes, especially if you pool double Oracle, they can do a ton of damage. But I think it was more likely, as you said, that you drop a Robo, right? Run across the map with 3 Stalkers, a Warp Prism, have those Warpins, have the Blink, make it happen. But who knows? You know, maybe Goblin is going to be out of position. Maybe he doesn't have Stalkers in the mineral line, and you start to find a lot of value. But for now, it feels like the opportunities for damage are just a little bit less. Again, because of the Stargate opener. Because, as you said, Goblin scouted the lack of a probe.
Yeah. What is actually kind of cool now that I think about it, though, that is that a lot of Protoss players in the shoes of Goblin would go 1-gate Robo here, because it's so obvious that your opponent has proxied something that you're like, oh, well, if it's 3-gate or 4-gate or like proxy Robo, I should get my own Robo. So if Goblin goes 1-gate fast spend Robo, that is obviously not an ideal setup to deal with Oracles. So in that regard, it's kind of smart from GoGoJoey that like he showed the probe as late as he did, and he's just banking on the fact that Goblin will not find his proxy, which, to be fair, on altitude, unless your name is MaxPax, it is very hard to find proxies, right? So it's smart, but unfortunately for GoGoJoey, it's not quite working out in that manner, because Goblin is going 3-gate. Doesn't mean these Oracles don't have potential, they still do, but they would have had way more potential against the likely responsive Goblin that would have been 1-gate fast expand Robo.
And the interesting thing here as well is I thought he was going to pull, but there's actually no shield. Well, the shield battery is a little bit further away in the main. There's actually no army here. There's no shield battery. So we talked about damage potential really not being there. Well, 3 probes go down at the start, and I can't help but feel that maybe there could have been a little bit more. Regardless, that's a start, but you really need that second Oracle to start to find the value that you want. And that is some shoddy micro coming in from GoGoJoey Banda, just sitting there under the sentry damage. That Oracle could be totally healthy. Instead, it takes a lot of damage, and now, well, it's gonna be harder to pair him up.
Yeah, still doing alrighty though. As long as he keeps the Oracles alive, I don't hate it all that much. But what I don't get is why GoGoJoey is not building any probes. It's like, mate, are we... okay, supply block. Okay, that explains it. I was like, all of this damage is fine if you're just building probes at home and you're going to saturate it. And I was like, why the hell is he stuck on 25 workers forever? Well, it turns out that he was stuck because he couldn't build any workers. And yeah, now it still kind of stings, right? Because you're like, okay, hey, I killed 5 probes, but I am still down 9 workers. That's a problem.
That it is. Although, in fairness, it is always about the double Oracle pair-up that you really expect to get the damage done, but at this point, Goblin's well aware he does not have a shield battery in the main because you don't need it at this point. Double Oracles punch through it anyways, but 3 Stalkers in the main, Stalker, a bunch of sentries in the natural. It doesn't really feel like GoGoJoey's going to be able to get what he wants. At least he's preventing the shield battery. He's kind of denying any prospective third base. And Oracles, they dive in. A couple more probes hit the deck, but an Oracle goes down, and good luck punch. The damage potential's really diminished at this point, so it's just not really going well for GoGoJoey right now.
No, it's just not going all that hot. It's not bad, the idea. I kind of liked it the more I thought about it. It was like, yeah, I can see why this is smart. I can see how this is going to work out, but the macro on his side of the map wasn't quite perfect, and it obviously sucked for him that Goblin didn't go for the Robo that I think he hoped to go up against. Because if it was 1-gate Robo, Goblin's going to have very few anti-air units, and then these Oracles could have had a field day. So, tiny bit unlucky for GoGoJoey. The big brain play is not quite paying off, but finding bits and pieces of damage. What he does need to scout, though, are these two pylons and the gateway that's going up on the other side of the map. Because Gongfu's like, all right, that was all the craziness that my little old German heart can take. With 6 minutes in, now we macro, right? Well, Goblin is not wearing his macro shoes today. He did in game 1, didn't quite work out. He is ready to be more aggressive here. I don't know if Gongfu can deal with this, man. He has invested in the Forge. He is down in the Stalk account. And Goblin is also a very decisive boy, BO. He's not going to take this slow and steady. I wouldn't be surprised about a crazy blink forward on top of the battery and just try to win this game.
I guess good news for Gongfu is he does have Blink done, so there is that. But yeah, you just got to give this position up. Now Guardian Shield gets popped, and, well, Goblin not blinking forward, not just yet, but the shield battery is done, which means you're really not going to be able to hold on to this one super easily. Nexus, though, takes damage. Gongfu Bandit doesn't cancel that. I kind of would have wanted him to at this point, and there we go. Nexus just dead. Gongfu Bandit, that's why he didn't cancel. He's supply blocked now. He can't warp in anything more. The Oracle's just sitting there. He doesn't have the APM for it, I guess, not at the moment. And so he doesn't really have a ton of counter pressure opportunities. He's down to Stalkers. Actually, he's supply blocked by 10 supply. Can't build anything anymore.
Nope, there's the forward blink that we were expecting. Gongfu's going to be forced to pull the probes. That will at least on-supply block him for a split second. But it's an unfair fight because it's 5 gateways against 3. Finally, another gateway has finished up. No, not yet. It's still in production. So it's still 5 gates against 3. We do have the Oracle on the other side of the map trying to get lucky. But Goblin is still paying attention to that one too. There is no shield battery, even in the natural, to heal up these Stalkers. Goblin has a massive numbers advantage. And it seems that our Croatian brothers from the Platinum Heroes is going to be off to a good start of the ESL Masters as he gets a 2-1 victory over Gongfu. Not an easy series, an opponent that historically had his number, but Goblin played good. He played smart, he had a good read, good game sense in general, and he gets the job done.
That he does, and you know what? Remember what happened in the group stage last year, or last season, I think it was. Goblin went, 5-1? You know, he had that incredible group stage. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
Didn't work out in the playoffs, but hey, you actually can't go 5-1 in the group stage anymore. It doesn't exist. But a 3-0, maybe that's on the docket.
We did that because the world was just not ready for another Goblin 5-1 performance, mate. And I can get behind that, you know. Like, that was too much hype, couldn't contain it, so we switched up the format because we didn't want to see Goblin go 5-1. 3-0 would get the job done. I'm curious who is going to play in the next round of this Swiss format. I think there are a couple of players that have won the opening round that Goblin would have an alright shot against, but obviously he's going to be a big underdog against the likes of Cham, Serral. Well, Serral's in Group A, but Cham, if Cham wins the series, Raynor, who just won his series, but it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. And again, that's kind of the awesome thing about Swiss. The top players, they cluster against each other, so they're always playing. The players that are in the middle of the pack, you're I'm not going to say guaranteed to get good games, but the games are theoretically going to have a lot of parity. So regardless of what happens as the weeks go on, we're going to have a bunch of awesome games like the one coming up after the break. It's going to be MaxPax and Bly.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
We've got one more match for Europe. It's MaxPax and Bly PVZ. Proxies probably all over the place. But Roddy, old guard, new guard. This got a bunch of storylines.
For sure. I mean, once upon a time, we always got excited when Bly would go up against Neep, who was one of the best foreign protesters out there, and Bly would somehow have a good win record against him, even though they were practice partners, and that doesn't make any sense, because we were always like, the more you play against Bly, the better you get against him. It's just that I feel MaxPax is incredibly solid defensively, not just in PvP, also in PvZ. Maybe out of the 3 matchups, this is MaxPax his weakest, but he still beats Raynor quite often. He gets wins over Lambo, he gets wins over Kelazur. This really is a bit of a David versus Goliath at the moment. Bly, for all the obvious reasons, hasn't played crazy amounts of StarCraft over the last, even just like 2 years almost at this point. It's going to be a difficult one. I just hope we get entertained, BO. That's the most important thing here, I'd say.
That's what matters. So, as now we're in game number 1 in the upper right from Psystorm. Some people are saying he's the best protest in the world. I don't buy that, but some people are saying it. It's MaxPax.
I'm buying it.
It's Hero, man. It's got to be Hero.
That's okay, mate. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion about who is great in StarCraft. In the bottom left side of Royal Blood, we are looking at the main base of our Ukrainian Zerg. It is amazing to have him back. He still looked good in the qualifiers, and he has been playing a couple of ladder games recently, and we already have one of the drones leaving town. This is Bly.
Roddy, the funny thing, so I cast actually a decent amount of Bly in DreamHack Masters Fall last season because he fell to the B stream a lot. And it felt, as we have this proxy hatch coming out from him, which should be a macro hatch, 3 hatch before pool, by the way. It felt like when he was playing his cheesy shenanigans, they weren't working. He didn't look very good. But when he was going macro play, his macro actually looked pretty good. So it's going to be interesting to see here whether he does have that kind of strong macro performance, and not only whether he has it, whether he opts to actually use it. And by the way, I said macro 3 hatch before pool. I mean, but the block. Does taking the gold count?
Yes, I guess it counts. I don't know, man. It's just Bly. It's so hard to predict how these games are going to play out. But yeah, it could be some sort of a crazy follow-up. MaxPax knows about the hatchery and is natural, obviously. He's trying to keep a close eye on what's happening on the other side of the map. It's very important that he doesn't lose his probe randomly, because you don't want to be in the dark against a man like Bly. He's going to see it right now. Now, these timings are obviously a bit different, right, than they normally are. But I wonder if MaxPax will immediately realize, like, no, it's still not quite right. Despite the fact that you're building a hatchery in my natural, something else is missing. He is checking for it right now. I'm really curious to see if he's going to find the gold immediately. Well, this drone is kind of leading the probe towards the gold. That's not smart, but MaxPax turns around.
Yeah, he doesn't see it. So MaxPax, you got to assume, right? With how slow that spawning pool is, you know there is another hatch on the map. There's no way there's not. And as MaxPax has gone, he's checked this base, he's checked this base. He knows his proxy somewhere. Doesn't quite know where, but the first part of anything is figuring out kind of what's happening. So finally, this hatchery will go down. It lasted long enough that Lings popped out of it, or Lings will pop out of it. So it's going to be a bit annoying. 6 Lings, they don't have speed. They're not incredibly powerful, but they will still force Ring Around the Rosie. They will still force probe pulls here, maybe get a couple if they're lucky. Oh, look at that from Bly. Actually, this is great. MaxPax just had this on the A move, so the final Ling, whatever it was actually A moved on with Akaron, he pulls the Zealots away, so 3 workers go down, but on the other side, Adepts find the proxy. So as nice as that was, Bly, did some really nice things. He still loses 4 drones, and how in the world do you ever mine from this if it's scouted?
That is exactly the problem, right? The main reason why those Lings did a little bit more than they were supposed to is because the Adepts were not busy at home. They were not helping out. 3 Adepts can actually fight a Queen, especially a Queen off creep. The Queen is very far off creep. This Queen, I was honestly thinking, in all sorts of trouble. That's a Spore Spore Crawler, by the way. That's the world's earliest Spore Crawler against no Stargate, no DTs. Bly loses another drone because he got a Spore. And these Adepts have insane potential. Bly's going to be forced to produce Zerglings for days. This is not going anywhere, man. More drones are going to fall. This Spore Crawler will go down, and this hatchery could even go down. It is going to be so hard to fight this without a queen and with just a couple of Zerglings.
Yeah, that Spore was an attempted Spore cancel to save a drone and maybe wait for reinforcements, but it's not going to work out. It's never going to work out at this point. Lings are trying to find their way in. Another gas cancel, sure, fine. Anti-micro, really. It's just costing Bly more money. Lings will get this around here, but there are so many units here that, yes, maybe the Lings clean this up. It seems like they will force it back. That is so many Zerglings that just died. I mean, it's 20 Lings, 6 drones, a queen off that fight. Bly is kind of dead here. Like, I hate to say it this early, but the whole point of this build is to delay your opponent's natural and to get the gold. He kind of did both, but not in any way that actually matters.
No, Resonating Glaives is on the way. Bly is forced to obviously get an answer for these Adepts with Resonating Glaives. He's going to drop the Baning Nest, but he doesn't have crazy amounts of gas to work with. He does have that one extractor. Adepts now swing around, show up on the other side of the rich minerals. Nothing that Bly can do about it. He does not have enough links to dive on these Adepts without Queen support. Now the Queen is going to fight the Adepts alone. I think the only thing that Bly can hope for is just a Baneling bust into the natural, but MaxPax even has a Stalker. Stalkers are obviously the best unit. Now these Lings without a shield battery could maybe gun down the Stalker. That is exactly what's going to happen. I mean, this is going to be a short one way or the other. Bly is all out sending it. The Adepts get on top of the Queen. Second Queen goes down even before Glaives is ready. It really is all about the Baneling bust, Bio.
Yeah, and I think it should be telling here that Bly is just allowing MaxPax to effectively kill this hatchery if he lasts long enough. So MaxPax, he does have to find his way home. Banelings are morphing in, all 10 of them here, and there is still a Stalker in the wall. So the gateways, they're going to die just... Actually, you know what? There's no shield battery. So we were going to talk about how the gateways will die quicker. That is absolutely the case as now Lings, well, they're going to find forward. And the Adepts are at the front of the wall. This is a bit problematic here. They're going to try to shade in, but they're just going to get bust on down. Force field goes up, and round 1 of Bly's all in. It doesn't work, but it does not work either. That's a lot of dead Adepts.
Yeah, but we're gonna have force fields for days, right? Another sentry has been wiped in. The Adepts are gonna be able to kill that hatchery on the other side of the map or make their way home. Now, Banelings do sneak through. That was actually kind of a bad force field by MaxPax. I don't think there is any problem here. It's 41 probes against only 20 drones. And Bly is just starting to run out of units. He's gonna try one more time with a couple of bangs. Shield battery is ready. We could overcharge if we want to, but MaxPax doesn't want to. All he wants to do is build more probes, warp in more Adepts. And Adept with Resonating Glaive happened to be very, very good against Zerglings. And that is the only unit that Bly can produce in this game. It's ultra over, BO. It was fun. It was cool while it lasted, but MaxPax too good, game sense too high, scouting too perfect, and all the reactions. Besides that one force field, we're totally fine on the side of the Prince.
Hey, Roddy, just so we're clear, Bly can build drones, and he can build overlords, and he can build queens, so it's not the only thing that he can build, but point well taken. So the Adepts in the natural here, even with Banes, I mean, I guess if you shade on top of the Banes, that's going to be awkward, but MaxPax, he's going to have the splits here. A couple of Adepts are going to go down, and actually, hey, better Baneling shots than I thought they would, but even still, Lings are going down, Queens are dead, more warp-ins, Lings are caught halfway across the map, and Bly, you're right, it's a fun build. Unfortunately, it's not a fun ending for Bly fans. MaxPax goes up 1.
That Adept attack went about as poorly as it could, and it was still a success, which really says how everything else went in the game. MaxPax's reaction early on with the double gate was just good, getting the Zealots out there. And the only time he kind of dropped the ball, besides that one force field that let a few too many Banelings through, is indeed when the Zerglings were split off and the Zealots were busy chasing 2 Lings. The Lings got on top of the probes. That was very cool. But on the other side of the map, the Adepts found the gold base. MaxPax checked every other base. He's like, it's not there, it's not there, it's not there. That must mean that you've got the gold in the bottom right side. That was obviously a good catch early on, where he got 2 drones or 3 drones immediately, but then it truly spiraled out of control when Bly lost that first queen, right? Because if Bly would have just been able to keep that first queen alive and a couple of extra links show up, then maybe he can actually get some value out of that gold base. But by losing the queen off creep against just 3 Adepts, I felt that was a game-ending mistake.
Yeah, I wonder. I really want to know what Bly was attempting with that build. Obviously, I think we can assume it was not a Lingbane bust. It was not something like that. That was a kind of reaction to, I need to salvage what I can find to make sure, because I'm very much out of this game. Maybe some sort of roach pressure or something. I don't know. I would have loved to find out, but what I can tell you is that we have Babylon for map 2, and there is no gold base on Babylon, so we don't get to figure out whatever Bly had in store for us. It's very sad.
No gold base, no rich Vespian geyser. Lame. What can we even expect here, BO? What are we going to get excited over? Now, we'll find out. Bly obviously is capable of playing a normal game as well, but then it's like normal game with an asterisk, where we're not going to go double Evo and Hive. It's normal game where we're going to do something at one point a little bit different, and then we're going to try to catch our opponent off guard. We can also just get more proxy hatcheries, because that is what he does best. It is just very hard to break the man that some people indeed call the best Protoss player in the world. Let's go ahead and hop on into Babylon, Bio.
That sounds like a plan on this most ancient of maps. In the upper left, in the blue, he's up 1. Roddy says he's the best Protoss in the world. It's MaxPax.
Did I say that?
You didn't game 1.
No, I think you said some people believe, and I was like, I did. Well, you said it was crazy, and I was like, I don't think it's crazy. No, it's up for debate, but I just think he's amazing. I'm a fanboy. I'm not gonna hide it. The kid is absolutely fantastic in everything he does. In the bottom right side, though, it's hard not to be a fan of this man, because he has given us some of the most memorable games of all time throughout the very rich history that this beautiful game has. It is our Ukrainian Zerg going for a hatchery on his side of the map. This is Bly.
So I'm a bit disappointed, Roddy. If we don't have a hatch on the other side of the map, what even are we doing in this game?
Quick lair, quick muda, link drop, roach all in, I don't know. Bly can still entertain us, mate, even when the hatcheries are on his side of the map. He's crazy. He's done this before. He knows what he's doing. And I'm sure that MaxPax is obviously very familiar with Bly. Like, they may have been ultra active at different eras, right? MaxPax kind of started rising through the ranks when Bly stopped playing a whole lot more. But obviously, a lot of these kids are fans of the game first. They watch a lot of competitive StarCraft, then they keep on playing, then they get a whole lot better, then they start duking it out with the pros instead. So MaxPax is obviously very well aware of the player that Bly is.
How cool is it, by the way, that we are in an era where it's not, okay, people that started playing, I mean, there are still those players that started playing with the start of the game, so our fans are pro players because they got really good at the game, versus people that started playing the game because they loved watching the game. And they became fans of the esport, and maybe that's why they started to play the game and then move on and become pros. A second generation, third generation, as it were. And not a lot of esports have that. That's pretty special.
Yeah, I think it's a whole lot more than second generation.
Oh,
I don't even know which generation we are right now. All I know is that I'm a dinosaur, mate.
Everybody get on the floor. Somebody block my dinosaur?
I don't know the floor meme. What is the floor meme?
Song reference that I'm sure I'm botching the lyrics to. It's fine. What is not fine, though, is the lifespan of these lings, as one of them will go down and dodges the second, looking for that scout. What does Bly see right now? Well, actually, he sees everything, because the ling gets into the main, and that's pretty nice. He sees the exact timing on the Twilight.
Yep, MaxPax is a very big fan of playing Resonating Glaive on the smaller maps. I had a little cast with Lambos on the other days, and Lambos obviously always very dialed in on what the top tier pros like to do on specific maps. And he said, you've got your Stargate fans, fanatics like Mr. Mauer, for instance, who will pretty much play Stargate every single game. MaxPax, if he can do it, especially on the smaller maps, he's always going to go for the Resonating Glaive Adept. He can literally tell you in the lobby, like, hey man, I'm gonna go 1 gate Twilight, Resonating Glaive Adept. What you gonna do about it? And obviously there are certain all-ins that would be good against this if MaxPax doesn't scout it. But that's the problem, Bio. That's the big if. MaxPax scouts everything. The kid is so amazing at figuring out when things are not quite right. So Bly is just gonna have to defend this, like every other Zerg is gonna have to defend it. And I wish him good luck and all the fun, because MaxPax is adepts. And I don't know, man, they seem to hit a little bit harder than all the other adepts out there.
Yeah, he is extremely adept with them, and at least Bly knows the exact timings. You know, he saw the gateways when they popped up, he saw the forge, he actually sees everything now. But you're right. You know what? Understanding what's happening is only half the battle. Knowledge is only half the battle. You actually have to be able to respond to it appropriately and figure out what the follow-up is. Is there going to be a third base? Is there going to be a Robo Bay? How does MaxPax commit to this with, well, what he has? And there we go. Robo is going to be the follow-up. So we're going to see a couple less adepts on the early push because, again, you are already transitioning out of that. You want to force a bunch of roaches, and then you get the disruptors behind. So maybe Bly's going to be happy about this. You know, it means that he's not going to have 25 adepts into his main natural and third at the same time. Maybe not quite as quickly.
I don't know, so far so good for Bly, right? He's on 38 drones. He's actually going to get on top of these adepts. Very solid start here for Bly. Like, this is the kind of start that, some of the top tier Zergs in the world would sign for any day of the week against MaxPax, as MaxPax is trying to shade a couple of adepts into that old school, well, natural third base at this point. Bly is so confident that he's willing to chase these adepts all the way to the center. His roach count is high. The only downside here is obviously we don't have a lair. Bly is still making units. Are we doubling down on like hatchery tech, and are we just gonna try to send everything to the other side of the map? Is that the game plan here, Bio?
I think it is. On top, not only, right, does he have a lot of roaches here? Is he pumping links and roaches? He cut workers a couple drones early. Generally, with this hold, you want to stop at 41, right? That's 2 base saturation. You have gas on top of it, 3 gas. But he stopped at 37. He's at 36 now. That means his army is a lot bigger than you might expect it to be at this stage in the game. So the adepts, they're going to get found out. There is a disruptor here, Roddy, and that's pretty good against everything that Bly has.
I mean, MaxPax, I don't think can ever defend the Nexus. If he's going to try to keep this Nexus alive, he could potentially lose this game. It would be a nightmare if there was a Dark Shrine in this game. But there is no Dark Shrine. Nexus doesn't just get cancelled, it gets killed. Bly actually puts himself in an amazing spot. From here on out, he can drone, he can go up to a lair. He makes 10 drones exactly, so that is what we are going to do. Well, I mean, are you not entertained, Bio? As we do have a couple of Novas flying forward. First one is good, second one will not go off. MaxPax in a bit of trouble here in game 2, but we know that the Prince is good enough to get himself out of trouble and still turn this game around. But so far, this is looking amazing for Bly. Does need to tech up though. Where is this lair, man? We've got 600 minerals, 400 gas. There it is, but it's a little bit late.
There's the lair. So he is droning behind this as well. Right, he is developing his economy just a little bit more. Bly, by the way, had a really good opportunity. These links will go down. Adepts, disruptor shots. Get 4 drones on the other side. Bly had a really good fight around right here where he waffled a little bit as the adepts were shading through, where it felt like he really could have slammed home. But instead, the adepts, they got out, they shade back, and that is, again, probably the big reason that MaxPax is in this game right now. So, a lair halfway done. 62 drones for Bly. That's close enough to where he wants to be. Where does he go from here, Roddy? Is it 4th base? Is it just more aggression? Well, okay, it's Bly. Never mind. It's more aggression. What version of aggression are we going to see?
Roach speed, Ravages, maybe a couple Banelings, but I kind of feel that Bly already let go of the lead that he created for himself, as there is a Queen just lost, was drunk, took the wrong way home. I don't know, it was off trip. 7 Ravages are morphing, so that's obviously decent for Bly, but Novas can connect with Ravages. They are big, fast, juicy targets. We are going to shade a couple of adepts forward on the side of MaxPax. Triple Disruptor is a problem here, especially for all these Ravages. It's going to be hard to get on top of it, and that Nova will connect. There is another Nova. As MaxPax would say, there is more where that came from. Bly just really let go of the lead by donating all these links on the other side of the map, letting MaxPax expand as he now tries to get on top of the Disruptors. Does find the first one and almost gets the second one, so Bly's still in it, but there are so many adepts in his main base. And I feel with every second that goes by, Bly's in more and more trouble as these Novas are picture perfect. 1-2 KO punch. And suddenly MaxPax looks like he is moments away from maybe closing out this game.
Yeah, apparently we signed up for an M-Cannon game when we started watching this. Those are massive disruptor shots, and the supply actually doesn't really tell the tale of the story here, right? It's 101 versus 101, but the value that MaxPax has out of his supply at this point, he's got Blink, he's got Stalkers plus 1s on the way, Charge getting done, adding in Immortals, he's got Disruptors, everything that he has just fights so well against what Bly has, and Bly's got a chunky army. Sure, he's got roaches. He's up 14 army supply. That's an army that ages out so fast, Roddy.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Bly did so good initially against the Adepts. Got himself in such a lovely spot. Obviously, slightly different than we see Zergs normally do it, but it doesn't matter. He got a kill on the Nexus, and all he had to do, I kind of feel like, was just defend or drone up a bit quicker, fire up the lair a bit quicker, and try to deny that third base. But he kind of just went back, droned up late lair, Aiden over to the face, and then he sent links only to get another cancel on the Nexus, but he just sent them straight into the meat grinder because 20 Adepts were waiting for those Zerglings, and that really is all the momentum that MaxPax needs. And we all know that MaxPax is the man who plays a lot more, has much better results at the moment than Bly. Bly looked really good here for the first 5-6 minutes, and the spot that he got himself in, if you put Zero or Raynor or Dark or whoever in that spot, the Zerg will pretty much always win. Unfortunately, Bly is not quite at the level of these guys. MaxPax firing Nova after Nova. And, well, we've seen a couple of very big explosions these games, Dio.
Yeah, we certainly have. And, well, I mean, Bly is trying to hold on. I do like the idea of burrow and burrow movement on the roaches. That is absolutely a Bly staple, but it is far too little and far too late as the Stalkers forms force fields of their own. The roaches will fall. Bly taps out. And MaxPax, I think much as we expected, takes his first map here in the European Masters.
Yep, and that first game was definitely, I think, in the line of expectations where Bly tries to do something crazy and it just gets shut down because MaxPax will not allow you to have any fun. Second game, though, Bly was in such a good spot. Amazing roach positioning early. Loved how decisive he was by just battling the Adepts where he did, getting the kill on the Nexus. That was fun. That was exciting. Really cool to see Bly get himself in such a good spot. But it almost felt that he was a bit lost, right? Where he's like, I didn't even expect myself to be in such a great spot. Like, what do I do now? And it kind of fell apart at that point. But well done by Bly. A very tough opponent for him to draw in the first round of this Swiss format. Now he will obviously go up against somebody else that lost his first round. And I think that's where things become very interesting because Bly is still very scary for anyone that's not like in the top 16 of Europe.
Yeah, very much so. Now, Roddy, as we do have at least some of an idea on what is happening here in Europe, Group B is about halfway done. Group A is about halfway done. Is there anyone that you're kind of looking at? You might say, okay, who do I want if I'm Bly, or if I'm a fan of funky Bly games, who do I want Bly to draw in round 2?
Let me go ahead and take a look. Like, for instance, Bly against Spots would make for very entertaining games. Wait, that's different group because Bly is Group B. Never mind. Ignore me. I mean, we didn't have too many games yet, right, of Group B. We saw YoungYakov lose. We saw Gongfu lose. Like, I think Gongfu will already struggle a lot more with the weird stuff that Bly throws out than MaxPax. Like, MaxPax is just incredibly good. Whether you think he's the best, second best, or third best Protoss in the world, doesn't really matter. We can all agree that MaxPax is incredibly good. Bly's ZVP is a proper headache to deal with if you're not on that level. And that goes for pretty much everyone that's going to lose in the opening round. Out of all the players that I can see potentially losing the first game, I think... Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Maybe Bly against Hellraiser, Bly against Night Phoenix, because I think Protoss players will always struggle a little bit with the craziness of Bly. I think Bly will be an under. Bly against King Cobra. That's what I want to see. All right.
Yeah.
Easy answer. Skillless defeats King Cobra. We get Bly against King Cobra in the first round of the lower bracket of this Swiss format. That's the series, BL. That's the answer. Not up for debate.
We figured it out. That's the important thing. So that's actually great news. And we know what's going to happen here. So that actually does it here for our coverage of the Europe, actually. Group A and B, Asia as well. And as we get into that, one thing we should point out is that we have standings for you. Very, very exciting. I know. Just calm down. We'll be okay. But we didn't have them for the start. But let's take a look. So Americas coming up next. But we did do Asia earlier today. And as it stands, I think everything's just kind of as expected, Roddy. You know, Oliveira up top, Coffee up top, maybe Maxed down below, T-Bull down below. Although T-Bull did take a map yesterday, so maybe not quite as underwhelming as, or not quite as far down as we would have expected.
No, not too many games have been played yet over in the ESL Masters Asia region, but I am just loving this format, man. It's so much more fun than just the Chinese players against each other or just the Taiwanese players against each other. This is going to get so interesting by the time we enter the second play day, and it will just get better from there. So far, Oliveira and Coffee, yes, they have looked good. I think Oliveira, Coffee, Nice, probably are the guys that we expect to do the best in this region, but there's just a lot of solid players, man. A couple of these Chinese Protoss players are good, and then this is going to be very cool to see who's going to make it into the playoffs. We need a few more games to have more to talk about. So far, maybe playing out like we expected, but second, third, fourth, fifth play day, it's all going to be awesome.
Oh, man, it's exciting, and we do have results for Europe Group A as well. I mean, a lot of those games happened yesterday, but we got Shadown and BattleB sitting at 1-0 here, rounding out. And by the way, you can see right now that the top 8 move on to the playoffs, 9 through 16. They don't. They're down on the lower side. But we're far away from figuring out what that's going to be just yet. It's 1-0. Everyone pretty much on the left side right now is going to run into each other. Everyone on the right side is going to run into each other, and that'll get figured out more as the weeks go, or as the play days go on, because that's how Swiss works. We have matchups that matter. And Roddy, I'm with you. This format makes me so happy.
Yeah, this is awesome. It's the change up that we needed. Like, I like the idea of round robin, but we did it for 7-8 seasons in a row. It was really time for something different, and this is just an awesome format, especially for some of these guys that are good but are not quite like top 5 of their region. They're just gonna have more fun competing. We're gonna have way more fun watching it because we're gonna see a lot of very evenly matched guys going up against one another. It's very cool, man. It's gonna create some awesome storylines as well. Right now, it's still very early, and it might still be a bit confusing, but the most important thing to keep in mind, guys, is that winners play each other, losers play each other, and in the end, 3 wins, you advance, 3 losses, you're eliminated. And then day by day, we're going to figure out who plays who and what matchups we have to look forward to. But it's already off to, I think, a good start, but it's only going to get more fun. The deeper we get into the group stage, the more fun it will be.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. But for now, we've got about 50 minutes-ish before we move on to ESL Masters.
That's not fun, Bio. You just took away all my thunder, mate. I'm getting people excited, and you're like, yeah, 50-minute break. Come on now.
Well, you know what is exciting, though? We have the revenge match, the grudge match from last season. It's Scarlett and PattyMac. PattyMac had a really weird style that he debuted, which was 3-gate, actually glaveless adepts. He would run across the map, lose exactly one of them, recall home, move into double Stargate. It was really weird, but he 2-1 Scarlett. I don't know, let's see whether Scarlett has or whether PattyMac has another surprise for us, or whether Scarlett's going to take that 1-0. That's the exciting thing. But we do have to wait about 50 minutes to get there. So, halfway exciting, Roddy. Did I meet you halfway?
Yeah, absolutely. What else do we have to look forward to, mate? Because I know you've got a beautiful graphic. I don't know if it's ready, but obviously it's not just Scarlett versus PattyMac. Seems like we're going to get Cham versus X as well. So we have our Mexican Zur going up against the Colombian Zur. Cool matchup, to be honest. Cham favorite, but X is crazy. I'd like to see it. And then we've got Kelazur duking it out with Nina in a PVT. I think Nina pretty much always delivers whenever we watch her in one of these events. And Diego should be one of the favorites for the entire America region. But obviously, it's not going to be easy. It's not just Special that he has to worry about. He's going to have to worry about Trigger and Australia and Scarlett as well. So, a couple fun games still to look forward to today.
I mean, anytime I get to cast, we don't get Trigger today, I don't think. But anytime I get to cast Scarlett, Kelazur, Nina, all these different players, it's a good time. Because, well, yes, top of Europe is probably the highest level of play. We certainly, when you get to NA, you get a lot of funky games, you get a lot of funky builds, you get a lot of excellent Blink Micro coming out of players like Disc and Nina. That it's gonna be a good time. I just want it to happen now, please. Like we have 45 minutes, and that's a little bit too much.
It's okay. Dinner break will give us all some time to go for a walk, stretch the legs. We're not getting any younger, BL. We can't just sit behind the computer for 10 hours. So we'll have some time to recharge up and enjoy the final 3 series of the day. But I think so far it's been an awesome day. I've been having a great time. And I can see just at your face that you've been having a lot of fun too.
Exactly. So, friends, we'll be back at 2:30 Eastern. That is, what is that? 8:30 your Central Time, or Central European Standard Time. When we're there, There are 3 series. Scarlett, PattyMac headlines it. We'll be back soon, folks. Hopefully, well, sooner than you think. There we go.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back for our final region of the day. It's America, as we start with PattyMac and Scarlett. But before we get into that, of course, massive shout out to our sponsors here today. Without them, we could not do this. Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, ESL shop, where you can buy all manner of esports paraphernalia. But Roddy, it's time for America's. It's a rematch of last season, PattyMac and Scarlett. What are your thoughts?
Well, PattyMac was not as impressive in the qualifiers as some people may expected him to be. He actually lost in the first round of the upper bracket. In the end, he did make it in, and you can say that that's all that matters. I kind of vaguely remember that best of three, and obviously PattyMac has had his moments. He had a very good showing at the Home Stereo Cup as well, but I just think at the moment, Scarlett is good. Scarlett representing the Shopify Rebellion. WTL Code S season is currently on the way, so I think Scarlett is a pretty hefty favorite here, and I'd be very surprised if history repeats itself.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I was surprised when it happened the first time. So, you know, you're surprised round two, surprised round one, same deal. But yeah, no, it does seem like Scarlett is playing a little bit better than she was last season. She looked a little sketchy against Nina. We had those massive games with storms and everything else that made life a little bit complicated. So in general, yeah, I don't expect it, but the unexpected thing is always the most fun thing anyways, right?
Sure, I can get behind it. I mean, we've already had a few upsets so far in the first 2 days. I think the biggest one is still Wayne getting that 2-0 over Showtime. And it's not even because we don't know what Wayne, who was previously known as One Year Reddita, is capable of, but it's more just that Showtime has been looking so freaking good. So if that's possible, obviously this would be possible as well, especially because it happened before. But I'm a Scarlett fan. A lot of people out there are. And if Scarlett is just enjoying herself, she's always amazing at StarCraft 2. And I have the feeling that, you know, she took some time off, and I think right now she's having a decent amount of fun again. She's in Korea, probably doing her best. So I think we're all leaning towards Scarlett, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to be fun, right? Even when the outcome is most likely what we expect it going to be, we could still have a couple of fun games, and PattyMac has pretty wild creative Frodo's builds up his sleeve, so I'm ready, mate.
Yeah, I am as well. The other thing we do have to point out, of course, is Scarlett is playing in the Unity Team House from Korea. And PattyMac is, you know, from America, as we're playing on US West. So tiny bit of ping advantage that does exist. I don't know that it's going to change the result of this game, but again, just kind of for the sake of completeness. Ancient Cistern, though, is going to be map number 1. And in fact, we don't need to spill any more time, because Scarlett's here, PattyMac's here, so are we.
We never left.
Oh. Well, that is certainly true. And in the bottom left, having left the Americas, and again, playing from Korea for the Rebellion, Scarlett.
And in the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who's playing these games from Nashville, Tennessee. This is PattyMac.
Man, Roddy, you know what I would love?
Tell me.
You know, we don't have intro music right now. We'll get that eventually, I hope. I would love to have like region-specific player intro music. So like, PattyMac, we enter in, we get some like sort of like country riffs coming in, you know. Yet, I just want it because Nashville and, you know, city music. I don't know what I would do for anyone else, but PattyMac, we got that one figured out.
I won't know what I would pick from the Netherlands, to be completely honest. Actually, some Andre Hazes. I would go with Andre Hazes. I know that doesn't ring any bells to you, but he's a legend in the Dutch scene, especially for people my age and all the generations as well. Maybe the current generation, not so much, but I would go with some good old Andre.
Well, I guess I know what I'm listening to when I get some work done tonight. What, Andre Hazes?
Yes, Andre Hazes. I hope you're ready to get emotional, mate. A lot of the songs are very touching and very deep. You may know the melodies, because what often happened is that there was a famous song sang in English, and then he would just obviously use like the sounds of it, but not the lyrics, and he would sing over it in Dutch, put his own twist to it. Now you would have to understand it to, I guess, get emotionally touched. But anyway, we digress. It's PVZ, it's Ancient Cistern. It's been a long day for us already. We've done 8 best of 3s. No, we've done 8 best of 3s. This is the 9th one of the day, and it's always fun to watch Scarlett do her thing. Safe to say that Scarlett is one of the big favorites for this entire region, right? Even with Latin America joining, Special is dangerous, Kelazur is dangerous, but it would be silly to look past Scarlett. Without a doubt, one of the biggest names in this region.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about how Scarlett chose to open this game, because she did it very differently than most Zergs will. The one exception, of course, is Uko, who is kind of doing the same thing, but Uko works with Scarlett. He takes lessons from her. He's kind of her apprentice anyway, so that really shouldn't be too surprising. But she goes 15 gas cancels. So goes up to 14, cancels a gas, gets up to 15 drones, then takes her natural, then starts to go into things. So we've been seeing this a little bit, and what this means is on bigger maps, certainly the probe that runs across the map to try to A hash block and B scout doesn't accomplish that. And I'm not totally sure whether this is worthwhile from the perspective of kind of who loses more money by sending an early probe versus going for the gas cancel, but it is different. And it does mean that you are guaranteed to have your natural down pretty much, well, yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed, and then, well, you move on from there.
Now, I gotta give you some kudos, Behemoth, because earlier, before we took our break, you were already talking about PattyMac doing the 3-gate opening against Scarlett, and then eventually followed it up in the past with double Stargate. We don't know if that's going to be the case, as we do see a Twilight Council go down right now, but this is already a bit unusual, right? Almost all the high-level Protoss players, they'll go 1 gate into a Twilight Council, into more gateways, and then a Robo. PattyMac goes straight up 3-gate, then drops the Twilight, and now drops the Robo. So it has piqued my curiosity. I don't exactly know why he's doing it or what the goal is, but it is different.
Yeah, certainly. The interesting thing about this as well is glaives are on the way, I think, as we expected, is what I was talking about what PattyMac did last time. It was no glaives. You know, he would just not get glaives on his adepts. It was the 5-6 glaives that would run across the map. They were a transition. Right? You would get them, they would kill lings, they would force lings out, they would maybe get some drones, and it would just it was to keep the Zergar honest. So it's interesting to see now PattyMac maybe wholesale committing to it just a little bit more. Scarlett, no lings on the map right. She's got 12, but 22 more on the way, and with the Bailing Nest completing, she's going to be able to hold on against these adepts. But now the question is whether PattyMac is playing against the idea, because again, no glaives last season. This time, glaives halfway done.
Yeah, I'm worried. Oh, that's a beautiful surround by Scarlett. 1 or 2 adepts should absolutely fall here. It's just one. The other ones took a lot of damage. I'm just worried that if Scarlett decides to be aggressive right now with Banelings on the other side of the map, PattyMac is really going to need to split his adepts up in the most glorious, beautiful Protoss manner. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble already. I don't see a shield battery here. This is a lot of links. Now, Resonating Glaives is still not quite done, but apparently Scarlett does not quite want to take this fight, even without Glaives being ready, because I guess he is investing in plausible melee, and having a high leak count with this style is very important. But I'm not really feeling the start for PattyMac. Yes, he's gonna have glaives and a lot of adepts, but he already lost a couple of adepts, and now we're 5 minutes and 20 seconds into the game as well. It's just rather late to do some drone damage.
Yeah, now, Roddy, I do want to say, I said this before we got into this region, that the way PattyMac played, he was run across the map with 5 to 6 glaiveless adepts, run up the map, run up the ramp, get surrounded, go for a recall, and lose exactly 1 adept.
Yes, actually,
and it's weird that is like an actual thing. Like, this is happening again. It's like it's the idea. I don't understand it.
Well, I don't think he can quite expect the Scarlett to have that many lanes, and on top of that, Scarlett being that quick with the surround. PattyMac is threatening, but you can't really let a shade like this finish up, because then the Lings and Banelings will just wipe the floor with your army. That is a quick Colossus, though. So we have a couple of adepts, by the way, in the 3rd base mineral line. That is 5 drones, not bad at all by PattyMac. And if the adepts now on the left side can get a cancel on that hatchery, that'd be kind of big. I don't know how tanky that hatch is. Not tanky enough. We can't recall anymore, though. We've already recalled. Scarlett is now realizing that, too. Adepts will fall. The question is how many?
Well, it's certainly going to be a lot of them. Only 3 get out, but for 6 drones, for canceling a cancel on a 4th base, with the way PattyMac is going, by the way, Colossus, Extended Thermal Lance, Stalkers getting moved in. I mean, again, the adepts are a transition. Do I hate? I don't think I hate that, actually. I mean, yeah, it's a lot. It's 13 total adepts going down, but I almost feel like that's worth it.
It would definitely be worth it if Scarlett didn't double expand, right? But there is another hatchery going up in the bottom side of the map. But at the moment, I'm with you. Like, this does not look like a bad game for PattyMac. If he didn't have a Colossus, then we'd be very concerned about the high number of Lings that are currently out. But Colossus can pretty much kill infinite Zerglings, especially near a shield battery. So far, so good for the American Protoss. Upgrades, maybe not ultra early, but obviously something that you can work on. I guess we're just heading into some good old Colossus, Blink, Stalker, double Forge now apparently even. Do you think the idea is to get like an Archon, Warp Prism and win on 3 bases, or do you see him go up to 4 bases?
I really like the timing that PattyMac has right now. He's going to have 2 Colossus, third one by the time Extended Thermal Lance is done. He's going to have all these upgrades. He's going to have a really powerful army, and this 2 Colossus, or this 3 Colossus all in is, it's got history behind it. So I kind of like this idea. Yeah, you don't take that 4th base, run across the map with all your upgrades. But as I say that, he's at least giving us the idea that he does want to continue into this game. There's the +2 is on the way. He's chronoing that out. So, well, I would like to see him just kind of go for this 3 base all in. It doesn't really seem to be that what he's actually going for.
No, we do have that War Prism on the production tab now, but Scarlett was not intimidated about that old school move out of like, alright, big scary Protoss army, if I were you, I'd make a lot of units. Scarlett's like, well, yeah, but you're not me. I'm Scarlett. I like to make drones, since he's gone up to 88 workers and fired up a hive. The moment that a couple of Vipers are out and the Colossus get abducted, I mean, the rest of the army of Scarlett is gonna make her way through the army of PattyMac real quick. But it's still a fun game. Like, we are heading into familiar territory, but we took a very awkward route to get there.
And honestly, Roddy, you talk about, yes, Vipers being out, they're just going to abduct the Colossus, and that's that, but the Hive's not even done. And even if PattyMac wants to wait for +2 or just +1 armor, something like that, the Vipers will not be done. They will not have energy for the timing of this attack. So PattyMac, he's on creep a little bit. Ling's looking for a counterattack, and it seems like PattyMac actually, he wanted to give the idea that he was taking a 4th base, but he is absolutely not. So armor done in 10 seconds. Bailey speed will be done just before then. It seems Scarlett is almost destined to lose this base. I mean, this is a massive concave. One thing we're lacking, though, it's like only 1 sentry here, so no force fields to really make this a little bit easier. Stalkers, they blink backwards. Bailey's looking for the connections that they can find. Colossus get microed backwards here, and Scarlett kind of running into a wall, but she's going to be able to run right on through it. Colossus go down every which way. And Roddy, you're talking about Vipers? Who cares? You don't need them.
You need them. We have Zerglings in the natural as well on the other side of the map. Every single Colossus went down in his big attack. Scarlett was maxed out. She believed in her army, and she was right. There were very few force fields available, and there were no Archons. PattyMac made the investment in the Templar Archives. I just don't think that PattyMac expected Scarlett to be that eager to run into the army. So PattyMac probably thought, I'm not really going to push the creep back even further. I'm going to get a couple of free shots off. Then I'll warp in the High Templars, then I'll get some Archons, and then we will battle, and it should be good for me. But Scarlett did not care. Yes, Hive, no Adrenal, no Vipers, just no problem. Scarlett knew that she had enough. She was maxed out, and that wasn't just a minor win, as we even killed the Observer now with Corrosive Ball. That's just adding insult to injury.
Yeah, this is game over now. PattyMac was going for a 3 base all in. There we go. Victory. Scarlett takes game 1. And I liked the idea, but Roddy, if I'm going to change one thing of that fight, I mean, it was with 1-1 being done. You have all these Stalkers and Colossus. Take like 2 or 3 of those Stalkers, turn them into sentries. Give yourself that opportunity to carve the fight up a little bit. And yes, Biles will knock those down, but it's going to buy enough time for a couple more lasers to go out. And I do think if PattyMac has that, maybe he does have the opportunity to make things happen. But as it stands, yeah, Scarlett just runs right through the brick wall.
Yeah, no, Scarlett just saw an opportunity because he knew she was maxed out. And yeah, he could have waited, could have even sacrificed the base and tried to just buy some time with counterattacks. But yeah, if you can see an army that you can crush into, why not go for it? All these banings, we're going to get good connections. They connected with Stalkers and Colossus at the same time. It just really comes down to a few Archons, right? Like Archon, not necessarily my favorite unit. There are a lot of moments where I think Archons almost look silly, but these are not the moments. These are actually moments where Archons are fantastic when the Zerg is that heavy on Lings and Banes. That really would have made the life of PattyMac a whole lot easier. But kudos to Scarlett for just being that decisive, right? And that certain, because that looked like a big old scary Protoss army, but it wasn't intimidating to Scarlett.
Yeah, it does help, of course. The Scarlett had 50 Banes, something like that. Tons and tons of Banes, and that just kind of means you can run through a lot of things. But we are going to get a bigger map. For game number 2, it's going to be on Gressvon. I am really curious to see if we see PattyMac do this again, because, again, we talk about that at depths and recall and whatever style. He wasn't just doing it to Scarlett. It was like every single PvC he played last season. He played Lambo, actually, in DreamHack Masters Atlanta, played the same thing. We saw him do that a lot, and it worked out fairly well. So does he have another build? Is this the only thing he plays? I mean, if there is a different way to play, Gressvon's your map for it.
Yeah, I definitely think there are ways to play similar, but still switch it up, right? And it always comes down to levels of commitment. How crazy are you willing to get with the adepts early on? I mean, Gressvon is big, but I don't know if it's bigger than Ancient. I feel Ancient's history is very big too. Like maybe you can say from natural to natural, Gressvon is a tiny bit bigger, question mark, but I feel like they're both just big maps.
Big maps, big games, and big numbers of Lings, at least for our player in the upper left, in the red. It's Scarlett.
A big-time player.
Exactly. Big win.
Big accomplishments. Oh, cannon rush then? Well, if we don't cannon, why on earth would we build our first pioneer biome in the bottom right side? We are looking at the main base of the man from Nashville, Tennessee. This is PattyMac. No forge yet, but Violent Gateway. I mean, I do this sometimes if I am like 5 hours deep in a ladder session. I'm like, yeah, it's PvT, right? It's like, oh my goodness, it was PvZ. Well, now I hate it. You gotta tell me that PattyMac just casually drops Violent Gateway in the main and then plays a normal game from here on out?
I trust NA, man. That's all I gotta say. Well, sorry, trust America's now because NA is not its own region anymore. Gate cannon is a thing, you know? Gateway first, cannon rush, you get a quick robo, but the probe ran home, so there is no aggression coming out of PattyMac right now. I guess the thought is as the Overlord runs across and checks the natural wall, you find that there's not one, and that puts Scarlett into panic mode. But Roddy, the problem still remains that there's no wall. And then Speedlings run in, and what are you going to do?
And then you're going to see the Nexus, and you're really not all that concerned if you Scarlett in the first place. Yeah, I'm really confused. Maybe PattyMac expected Scarlett to 12 pull, and this would make his life easier, but I don't feel that these top tier players really struggle with 12 pull defense, even if they go for Pilot on the low ground. So generally a little bit confused. Obviously, if Scarlett doesn't do anything aggressive, and it doesn't seem to be the case, maybe PattyMac will still be able to get a wall up. Maybe it's bait that by the time Scarlett sees it, and if she then wants to do something reactionary to this, PattyMac can actually defend it perfectly, and then he gets very far ahead. I don't know, man. This is way above my pay grade, BMO. I am not smart enough to understand this, but maybe it won't have too big of an impact on how this game is going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, speed's done in a minute, all right? Ish. Actually, yeah, speed's going to be done in just about a minute, which means that by the time that happens, PattyMac should be able to have his wall up. It really, I guess that shouldn't be that much of a punish. So we go a layer deeper, I guess. PattyMac, 2 more gateways on the way, so he's got very quick 3-gate here, and I was going to say is maybe that's what he's trying to hide, but there's no way that Scarlett does not know that there's a 3rd gateway on the map, because there's a stalker here. There's going to have to have been a cybercore. To get a cybercore, you need a gateway. You're not hiding that one. So PattyMac, he's just kind of getting into a similar spot with a very weird opening.
Yeah, now we've got a Twilight Council in the wall as well. That's cool. Does the Overlord see it from there? No, the Overlord actually just sees it. I mean, maybe, like I said, maybe the idea was to bait out the link plot, and that is actually something that PattyMac wanted to go up against. If the gas timings were normal, he knows that he's always going to be able to deal with it. There are obviously scenarios, guys, where this would be a straight-up nightmare. If Scarlett would have gone gas, pull, expand, then I do think link speed finishes up in time to prevent the wall off, and then defending your Protoss natural is a nightmare. In this scenario, it's really not that big of a deal, so I guess we made a fuzz out of nothing, but it's still different, and it's still weird.
It's one of those things where I would love, and again, we're not going to be able to talk to PattyMac after this, I don't think, but I would love to know what his thought process is going into, like, what was he attempting to accomplish by opening with this? And I think realistically, even if we got to ask him, I think he would not tell us, because and then if it doesn't work out, then you know, it's a strat you can use again. So I still would love to know, though, because again, it's just enough. It's just different enough that it does have us a little bit confused. But now Adept's nice wall off there from Scarlett, and that means one Adept gets low, does not fall.
I mean, we speculated enough about it, I think, over the last few minutes. I'm sure one of our speculations was accurate, whether it's the Vade Link Flood or the easier 12 full defense or, you know, Lord knows what. We have a couple of Adepts shading into the third base of Scarlett. Recall, -1 Adept, BO, there you go.
I don't understand why it's a thing, but it is such a hallmark of PattyMac's play that you just, regardless what he's going to do. First recall, you lose 1 Adept. These Lings on the other side, though, they're not going to get anything. And this is the true PattyMac build. Slave's on the way, just about done. You get the recall, 1 Adept, double Stargate behind.
Yep. I mean, I love it. I also love playing Adept into double Stargate myself, but obviously there are different ways to get there. Pure Lingbane could really become an issue, because you often make decent amount of Adepts, and you're like, oh, okay, I can deal with some Zerglings, I can deal with some Banelings, but if Scarlett just goes pedal to the metal with this, it's honestly dangerous. PattyMac cannot forget that he already used a recall, and, well, he's just very confident. He's going deep on creep, could get surrounded, could lose Adepts to Banelings, gets 2 Queen kills, gets Queen number 3 as well. Okay, this has been an amazing Adept move out, but now it is so important for PattyMac that he saves the Adepts. Otherwise, he could be in so much trouble against Lingbane, because Phoenixes absolutely suck against Lingbane.
They do, but man, there is no anti-air on the map right now. Oh, there's going to be big surround. Bailey's looking for the connections that they're going to find, so all the Adepts are dead. 5 drones, though, they've hit the deck as a couple more Adepts find their way in. It seems like the last one, no, it will fall. And now, yeah, I'm absolutely worried about this Lingbane counterattack that Scarlett may look to go for. But Roddy, on the flip side, there are 3 queens. One of them, okay, actually, the wounded one got transfused.
But it's not about the Zerg defending. It really is about the Protoss defending. Like, this was so amazing for PattyMac if he would have just gone home after he killed all these queens. If Scarlett really goes for it here, PattyMac's going to take so much damage. Even with the Dark Strand on the way that I love, but here are the Banelings. Lingbane is a problem. Shield Battery Overcharge will not save you. PattyMac got too greedy. This was actually such an amazing start. All he had to do was go home, be happy with what you got. These 4 Phoenixes, they'll do nothing. Soon PattyMac can warp in DTs, and you may think like, oh, Phoenix DT, like Corsair DT, that's awesome. Yeah, but of 2 bases, it's just not awesome. And unfortunately, PattyMac has dropped the 2 bases. He got too greedy, BO. He got too carried away. After the 3 queen kills, he should have gone home with the Adepts.
Yeah, very much so. Delved too greedily and too deep. But hey, Lings, yeah, they're going to find their way into the natural. Defensive DTs you talked about being nice. They're not nice enough. This is the entire economy. The natural, the third base will fall. PattyMac does not have his upset. Not 2 seasons in a row, and Scarlett takes her first series win.
That's heartbreak, because now it looks like a stomp, right? It was like, wow, Scarlett just completely dominated PattyMac. But PattyMac was actually in such a good spot if he would have just shaded the Adepts back after he got the 3 queens, because then you're safe against Lingbane. Then the DTs can make the difference, because you don't just have a couple of DTs or 3 Adepts. No, you've got 10 plus Adepts. Battery can even get a defensive Archon if you really want to. And then the Phoenixes will indeed have a field day on the other side of the map because of that low queen count. But PattyMac got too greedy. It was a shade too far. I don't know if you've seen the movie A Bridge Too Far, but it was a shade too far.
You know, I thought that was just an Adept joke about shading too far forward. Or
yeah, technically too. I mean, it works both ways, right?
I mean,
we were awesome, though. Yeah, go ahead.
It was like we were talking about how many layers deep we have to go about PattyMac's build. Well, Roddy is just delving 3 layers deep on the jokes there. So well done.
No, it's a heartbreak, because that looked actually very promising for 6 minutes. And then we just kind of knew it was over, because it was too many links, too many Banelings. Like, the only way it would have not ended like that is if Scarlett didn't try to do something with her 40 plus links with +1 melee and Banelings. But Scarlett obviously has very good memory too. I'm sure she kind of thought about that, like, double Stargate potential follow-up. And yeah, pure Lingbane is awesome against Phoenix, especially if all the gateway units have died already.
Yeah, and all the Adepts. Yeah, you said the gateway units. So that means the Scarlett, she moves on. She's got her 1 win. She needs 3. PattyMac is 1 loss. He can only survive 2 more. But hey, you know, we might see him on that final day. You can play up to 5 series. And those 2-2 score lines, they're going to be fun about a week from now. But That means our first series of America is over. Fear not, though. We got 2 more. And if you thought this was pure America's action, we have Eggs and Cham ZVZ coming up next. And let me tell you about these South American Zergs. They play it very, very differently. So we'll be back briefly and see y'all right there.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
All right, so, Roddy, we get ourselves some ZVZ. It's the South American variant as we get Cham and Eggs up in this next match. And by the way, did you know that Cham's middle name is Cham?
I did not know that.
So, Pablo Cham, Blanco. It works out.
I love it. The little ZVZ, we saw ZVZ earlier today between YoungYakov and Raynor. There, obviously, we had a big favorite, and Raynor did what we expected him to do. This one, sure, I think Cham is the favorite, right? He is the champ of Latin America after all. After all these years, finally somebody dethroned Special. The last time around, we were region locked. No, it's obviously being combined, but these two still going up against one another. Axe is dangerous, though. This is not like a guaranteed win for Cham. Axe is a fast player. He's always been fun to watch, if you ask me. I had the pleasure of spending some time with him once in Korea, when I think he participated in the IEM we had back then. He's been around. He's good. He's fast. He loves making lings and banelings. I don't know how good his Roach versus Roach is, but not a guaranteed win here for Cham. He's going to have to bring his A game.
Yeah, and we've been talking about South American ZV, or I've been talking about South American ZVZ in particular. The best example of that is what Eric's been doing to Dark the last couple of weeks. He is 4-1, 2-0 in maps and series against him. And a lot of it is not because maybe Eric is mechanically better than Dark, but it's because there are so many weird builds coming out of South America. You have you have weird gas timings and gas cancels and expand timings and stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense. But it's this own kind of internal meta that exists within, again, a lot of these South American Zergs. So I am really excited to see what Cham and Eggs have in store for us. I don't think it's going to be normal. I don't think it's going to be what we think of when we think about a ZVZ. Certainly not something that Raynor and Sarah would throw at us, for example. It's going to be high octane. It's going to be weird timings. And, even if it is, even our first map is going to be aggressive fun.
Yeah, no, I'd be surprised if this turns into like roaches, hive tech, lurkers. Like, no, probably not. We're probably going to get something feisty and aggressive from these guys, as one of our casters did disconnect. But I think we're just going to go ahead and continue with this game by the looks of it. Cham's ready. Eggs is ready. And what I do miss, by the way, are the days that we had the Argentinian Zerg called Egg. Because I have actually casted Egg versus Eggs in the past. And that was, needless to say, a certified banger, Bio. But in the top left side, representing Starlight Twinkle, the same team that Spirit is on, we are looking at the main base of our Mexican Zerg, the Latin American champion of the regionals last year. This is Cham.
And in the bottom right for the Platinum Heroes, he's in the red. It's Eggs. I hear that he is exceptional.
Love it. Fear Dragon loves it. Stamp of approval.
There we go. You know, as much as I've been talking about weird gas timings and expands and shenanigans, well, I guess at the end of the day, it is Aggressvon, and we are still going to get that 16, 18, 17 type of opening, so chaos delayed.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to put it. For now, it's like, it looks sort of standard, even though we had slightly different build orders of how we got there, but still looks standard. But these guys are willing to double down on aggression at any moment in the game. Cham has always been, I think, a pretty scary Zerg, even for some of the finest Zergs in Europe to go up against. Maybe a bit similar to Namshar, right? Where they are willing to roll the dice. They are able to get a lot of roaches out where you don't expect it. They're good in hiding stuff. They're just smart. It's obviously different for Cham when he's an underdog or when he's the favorite, so maybe he's gonna have to play a little bit different here, but all these years of going up against Jim Rising, that should actually help him out a little bit here in playing versus.
Yeah, I think so. And it's funny, I was talking about this Eric Dark results recently where, you know, Eric was taking Dark down, but I got to assume that Cham and or Eggs are against that type of insanity. You got to assume that they're actually probably better situated to win those games, to not lose those games, than even Dark is, again, because a lot of the stuff here that we're looking at are strats and our ideas that are really good if you don't know what's happening, but if you do know what's happening, there is a solution. So maybe actually I'm misreading this matchup a little bit, where I'm talking about, oh, there's lots of chaos. Well, maybe that's only the chaos that really happens if we're out of region. if it's not just, again, America's players versus America's players.
Yeah, chaos plus chaos equals normal game.
Exactly.
Oh, there's a chance. Let's see. Cham drops the Baneling Nest, goes up to 3 bases. Everything's still very standard from his side. Axe has not dropped the Baneling Nest yet. Gets an Evolution Chamber. That's something that Raynor did early today on Royal Blood. And then Raynor went for +1 carrot base and then followed it up with a later Baneling Nest and a crazy amount of Lings and Banes. That was really a bit odd. Not something we see super often in ZVZ. Most of the time when I see this, I just kind of expect X to make a couple of links, try to make sure the action takes place on the other side of the map for him, and then go into Roaches, and that is exactly what he's heading towards. So there we see our Roach Warren. So this obviously spices things up already a little bit, right? If Cham would make Banelings on the other side of the map, which he's already doing, by the way, BO, there are 2 Banelings morphing relatively close to Axe. Axe has a very hard time, I think, keeping this hatchery alive, because he's gonna have to do it without Banelings, and that's an unfair fight. Ling Bane versus Bane is just not right.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. But again, behind this is going to be a Carapace timing. So if Eggs can, maybe even if he loses his third, although that gets a little bit dicey, but if he can hold on, trade evenly enough, his tech will eventually start to explode. Bailings, I don't think they got that much done actually on the right side. Cham tried to run in with that as well. So for the moment, with these 3 queens forward and the Bailings failing to find their connections, though, you got to be careful there. Eggs, no, he's not going to dance with it. Oh, he's really not going to dance with it. He is buying time, and again, now Roaches are on the way. Once the Roaches are out, this becomes a lot easier to deal with, and it's not like Cham committed super heavily to this. Yes, more Lings are on the way, but there are drones behind this. There's a Roach Warren. It's pressure. It's not all in.
No, absolutely. I do think that if Cham was doubling down from the very get-go, there's a really good chance he would have been able to get that hatchery, but none of that matters. Now, Axe is attacking with Lings, by the way, on the other side of the map. We have to take a look at that. Got 2 drones, and that is about it, but Axe probably feel like, okay, I've already got a couple of Roaches. Is supply block, though, on a gnarly moment. It was 57 out of 58. Fires up 5 Overlords. Will he ever attack up BO, or are we just going to make Roaches, Lings, Ravages, and go for it?
I mean, Roddy, it's 32 workers to 44. Eggs has cut so many workers for this time, and he's got Carapace finishing up in about next 20 seconds or so. He has no desire to take this into the mid game, not at all. He's just going pedal to the metal. Now Lings are going to look for that counterattack once again. And hey, anything you can do to equalize the economy when you've committed so hard and so early to your aggression means that life is about to be a lot easier for you. So maybe they get the queen, but no, just a couple more drones. Seems to be the case here for Eggs. So Eggs is actually getting a lot of damage. 5 drones go down, and Cham is not ready for this at all. Carapace is done. This third base is dead.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Roaches, right? If all the Roaches of Cham would make it over immediately, you could definitely save it. And Axe is not going to commit fully for the hatch. He wants to get a couple of these Roaches. Like, this is really the fight that matters. Now Axe has a couple of drones behind it, and he just wants to indeed go for that hatchery. If he fully right-clicks the hatch, obviously he's going to get it. But if he loses all the units in the process, then he's going to be so vulnerable to the counterattack. He still didn't get that hatchery. I feel that Axe was too indecisive there, BO. It was like hatch, units, hatch, units, hatch, units. In the end, he didn't really get anything. Now, he did pull all these units away. He's got that Carapace advantage, but is that enough to really win the fight and then get that hatchery?
I mean, he is starting to get some of these Roaches down. Ravager Cocoons get started, but they get canceled immediately. And it seems like, despite the fact that, yeah, there's this Carapace advantage here, and Hex is trying so hard to push on forward, and it seems like he will eventually get the hatch, clicking on it. But you're right. He's committed too much here. Defender's advantage on Gressvon is such a powerful thing. It takes so long for Roaches to find their way across that even as we have that Carapace upgrade, even as Lings take 3 shots to kill instead of 2, the defender's advantage, Cham's ability to just build more stuff closer meant that he was able to find his way through. And now this counterattack, it's pretty scary.
It is very scary. However, Axe is also counterattacking with Lings. Like, if Axe holds, he's obviously going to be in a great spot. These Lings can definitely complicate things defensively for Cham. I have the feeling that Cham doesn't even want to defend. He just wants to attack. He says, all right, you took out my hatch. I'll take out your hatch. But that's about it, right? I don't think that Cham can really get a whole lot more done. The army supplies are simply too close to keep on attacking since he doesn't have missile attacks yet, does not have roach speed. But I guess at least he's going to have the quicker third base. And with quicker third base, I mean, he's going to have a third base in minute 8.
Yeah, well, you know, Roddy, what they say, chaos deferred is not chaos denied. So no one has a third base. We're almost 8 minutes into this game. Eggs, he's got +1 carapace. He's got +1 attack on the way. He finally has that lair and roach speed and all those wonderful things. Meanwhile, Cham, on the other side, his retaken hatch is a little bit faster. He's going to have +1 attack, a little bit faster, roach speed just a little bit faster. But in all honesty, well, I guess the drone count's a little low. I was going to say, in all honesty, if Eggs just kind of sits here and waits for that third hatch to come up, I'm not sure it's the worst thing in the world, but it's certainly... Actually, as I say that more, yeah, it's going to be pretty rough here. Production's going to be lacking. Drone count's bad. I was on the copium, okay? I like the upgrades are powerful.
Yeah, I understand the copium, but the man is supply blocked once more.
Oh,
he is
man.
going for a Spire. So if Cham sits at home for minutes straight and doesn't see the Spire, lets that come into fruition, then maybe Axe still has something to be copium or hopium off. I'm not exactly sure how the lingo works, mate. Like I asked Cuckoo, but Cuckoo didn't want to explain it to me properly, so I'm still in the dark. Too much of a boomer. I just cannot imagine a world where Cham is going to sit back forever. He's got all these roaches. He should realize that he's got way more X. We gotta go home. If we were faking it, it's okay, but we really cannot commit to this fight. Does find a few drones, but it's just, I'm afraid that he's now hitting the beehive, and now all the bees are gonna come out, and they're gonna chase him to his side of the map. That Spire is still not done, and even if it finishes up 3-4 mutas, it's gonna take around 3 bases going down before these mutas are gonna have a big impact, as the banelings also manually detonated there. Or maybe those were banelings of Cham that were trying to connect with drones. I don't know what it was. What I do know is that Cham has way more units than Axe here. That supply block was extra painful.
Yeah, it really was. So the third base goes down once again. And by the way, those were banelings from Cham just trying to run in and find something. And Eggs did a good job targeting them down. But the problem is, despite the upgrade lead... okay, Eggs. Despite the upgrade lead, Eggs cannot fight this. The supply is a little bit too low. So instead... his opponent's army on the other side of the map was the best response. If your opponent's on your side of the map, put your army on your opponent's side of the map. Maybe just go for a bit of a base trade. So I like what Cham's done. Most of his army gets pulled back home. A couple roaches in the main to make sure that really there's no chance of stabilizing there. And meanwhile, supplies, they do tell a horrifying story. Roaches into the natural, but they're just going to get chased down. This will never be enough damage. Mutas are popping, but you're right, Roddy. It is literally 5 mutas against this amount of roaches. It's just not going to work.
No, it's not going to work, but you got to applaud the fact that Axe is trying. He's going to not try to gun down the lair. I actually don't think he's going to get this lair. He's going to get close, but I really don't think he's going to get it. Simply too much firepower in this army of Cham. So all these roaches will fall. There are now 2 mutas battling a queen. I mean, that's just a sad muta transition if I've ever seen one. Queen gets microed as well. Guns down a muta. Spore Crawl is going to finish up. Cham can really just ignore these mutas, send everything he has to the outside of the map. It's 114 army supply. And we've got a couple of spines going up right now on 2 bases. That's a serious next level copium as well. Axe is a fighter. He does get the score with a little bit of help from his roaches, but obviously he's going to lose all his drones on his side of the map. He's going to lose his bases. This game is over. Game 1 will go in favor towards Cham, but Axe really wants to make him work for it.
He's making it fun, but yeah, with the Hydra's out now in particular, Eggs does have to tap out. And it seems like we're kind of on our way for Cham to take his 23rd victory over Eggs.
Really? Is it 23 in a row?
It's 20. Well, no, it's 22-2. I don't know if it's in a row or not.
No. Let me go ahead and take a look at that, because that would be insane. Like in Latin America, there are some crazy streaks. I remember that from casting Latin America when it was region locked. It's like, all right, we got to work with something. And then we did find some fun stats. And I'll never forget when it was Ryu taking a map of Kelazur after he went like 0-22 or something. It was ultra hype. Didn't have much of an impact on how the season played out. But the fact that he finally snapped the streak, that was awesome.
No one beats me 37 times in a row. I got you. But yeah, it's in Legacy of the Void, Cham is 22-2 over Eggs, which is a fun. Well,
wait,
is it a fun?
Axe actually won the last time they played.
Oh, he did. Interesting.
Yeah, it is indeed historically 22-2 in series in favor of Cham, 50-11 in maps, but the last time they played was in a Homestory Cup qualifier, and Axe got a 2-0 win after losing a ridiculous amount of games in a row. But that's kind of hopeful. He's on a winning streak. Down 0-1 right now, though. Needs to turn it around if, for the first time ever, he wants to win 2 series in a row against Cham.
Yeah, that'd be fun. A whole new record. And honestly, that build he went for on game 1, Gressfon is probably the worst map for it. We talk about, okay, is Ancient Sister in the biggest one? Is Altitude? Is it Gressfon? They're all kind of bigger in different ways. Well, Gressfon certainly has the longest rush distance. So if you're trying to run across the map and get your reinforcements there, it's not going to work out all that well for you.
No, but it really goes back to that first attack, and that attack really didn't look that bad. But he was so indecisive. He was like, what do we want to do? Do we want to battle the units, or we want to battle that hatchery? And he's like, hatch units, and then he's like, that was not great. And then in the end, he sacrificed the final few units to finally get that hatchery. But if he would have gone for that hatchery the first time around, then pull back. He has a 3-base versus 2-base setup. I do think he can deal with the counterattack. And we'd be watching a completely different game. It's just, I do understand it, right? You get a bit carried away if you're attacking. You're like, okay, strategy's going well, but what do I go for right now? I think I can take the units. Now I should go for the hatch. And then you just kind of start second-guessing yourself. But you don't want to give Cham those extra seconds to get more and more units out, because that's when you just make it a whole lot worse for yourself.
It did feel like he was trying to draw the army out, and by putting pressure on the hatch, he was going to take the fight. But then, yeah, it was a little bit too messed up anyways, and well, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you don't have the proper read. Do we see someone take the gold here? I know I asked this last ZVZ at last Royal Blood, but I got a feeling here, right? It's South American Zergs. They do all manner of crazy things.
I have to admit, I don't think too much about gold bases in ZVZ. I don't think we're going to see it initially, but there's always a chance that if we do get a setup where one guy has a Spire and all the map control and plays Middling Bane, and that the other one is going to turtle on 3 bases, then I believe we'll see gold bases, but I'd be very surprised if someone takes a gold before hatchery number 4.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there are some pretty powerful Ling Floods that you can do on maps like Blackburn was a good example that had maybe a bit more of an accessible gold, but certainly on Royal Blood, man, it is absolutely out there. It's so far away. It's hard to defend. We saw Bly. Yeah, Bly tried to do it versus MaxPax. We saw how well that one worked out. So I guess I've talked myself out of it.
Spend more money on building drones than actually mining of the gold base. Like, that gold base mined nothing. Legitimately nothing.
It's it got like 10 minerals maybe. MaxPax found it like right as it completed too, so it was extra negative value.
Yeah. All right, everyone is ready. Players are ready. Referees are ready. Observers are ready. I think we were waiting to see if that caster that disconnected was going to reconnect. Seems that the answer to that question is no. So game 2 of our second to last best of 3 of the day. I mean, in the end, it all went kind of quick, right, BO? It really does help that we don't have 7-8 minute segments, but it's like, okay, we take a break, we come back from the break, we jump into the game. Kind of feels like we're flying through the day.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's only 3:20. I have daylight after this broadcast, which I know you don't. I'm sorry. But that feels weird in and of itself. So let's see whether eggs can do something to make this day last longer. That'd be nice. Or, I don't know, maybe we get a quick move into our last series. But Royal Blood, the map with the golds, is map 2.
I like how you're like, it's only 3:20. And I was like, where is it even 3:20? Like, I don't even know, mate. Where is it 3:20? Is it in Central America?
East Coast US.
Wait. No, isn't it -6 from me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, it's 3:21. Let me be specific
yeah,
here.
No, I get that, obviously. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I was like, all right, on the East Coast, it is 3:20. Sure. I guess we are covering the ESL Masters America after all, so that makes sense. That is the time that you're going with. In the top right side of Royal Blood, we are looking at the main base of the reigning defending undisputed champion of the Latin America region when it came to the DreamHack Masters Regionals. Starlight Twinkles, Cham.
The champion. And at the bottom left, in the red, trying to take us to game number 3. He won his first in a long time, his first series in a long time. Last time he played his opponent. Let's see if he can put it 2 in a row for the first time ever. It's eggs. Do you believe in the 2 in a row, Roddy?
Well, that first game was close enough that if he would have won it, I would have been like, yeah, absolutely. But since that first game unfortunately did not go his way, I don't quite believe in the 2 in a row. But I do believe in another fun and exciting game. And I also think that this map favors X well, because if there's one thing that this young man from Colombia, well, He used to be young. I guess he's also getting a bit older. But if there's one thing that this dude likes to do, it is definitely just backstab with links, be active. You know, gives me Raynor vibes when I watch him. Maybe not quite the same level, but he's still very good in being a proper nuisance, looking for openings non-stop. I think Royal Blood is stylistically a good map for him in CVZ as well.
You know, Roddy, I feel like calling someone a young man or a young person, right, regardless of whatever they are. I feel like there's no downside to that, right? They are a young person, and then they, you're describing them accurately, or they're not, and they're flattered that you're calling them a young person. So I don't see the downside here.
I'm just gonna roll with it from here on out.
There we go.
Next time I'll talk to our toasters, I'll be like, that young man who's still enjoying Brood War.
Oh, flattery will get you nowhere, Roddy.
We've got a Roach War and then an Evolution Chamber going down on X as he's working with the 2-base setup. Cham, meanwhile, going for a more standard, even though the 2-base Roach War and Evo Chamber is not too crazy. But X does have link speed, right? What we do sometimes see is that they make a Roach War, but then they don't actually want to build any roaches at all. What they instead want to do is just link flood you. I think Cham had a Baneling Nest on the way, cancelled it, went for a Roach War instead, or was that an Evo Chamber that Cham had?
I want to say that was a Baneling Nest. Actually, we can take a look. That's what we want to do. No, looks like it was an Evo or something because no gas has been lost. So not sure what it was, but not a Baneling Nest.
Or maybe he repositioned the Roach Warren wrong.
You know, if I was really good at math, I would say, well, you know, Roach Warren's 150 minerals and he lost 18, so that's whatever the salvage cost is, and we can go from there. But I don't remember what the salvage percentage is, so I got nothing, Roddy.
No, it seems like that's an Evo chamber, right? I think with the Roach one, you lose a bit more. You lose like 37. So it must have been an Evo that he cancelled. Cham makes a lot of roaches, as Axe is making indeed a lot of links. So yes, he opened up with the Roach one, but he is banking links in the back of his own natural.
This is cool. Like, yeah, he's faking this so hard. He's getting gassed on the right side in case the Overlord scout's in there. He's got +1 ranged on the way. Actually, I guess he is going to go for the follow-up on this. Lings try to find their way in, and so they will get a full scout, but this Ling count, Cham was not ready for this. He's building Lings now, but as I actually know, as I said, that he absolutely is. He's got a ton of roaches here. It's a cool idea, but it doesn't work at all.
Yeah,
never mind.
I mean, Cham just fired up a whole bunch of roaches. I think he just knows Cham, and he knows Axe, and he can expect something weird happening his way. Now, that Ling movement can still be a problem, as 2 roaches were a bit split off from the rest of the pack. Now, if Cham just grabs all of his units into the other side of the map, Axe is in a bit of trouble. He may have a few more drones, but how is he going to defend the 3rd hatchery? I really don't think he will, so instead he's going to try to backstab with these Lings one more time, but Cham is reading him like a book. Left Lings at home, Roach is already working on this hatch. This is just an excellent start for Cham, and Axe may not die, but yeah, do you really want to be building spine crawlers on 2 hatcheries versus the 3 hatcheries of your opponent?
Oh no, and now it seems like this +1 attack, I don't think it gets denied, and well, Cham, he's not even going to target it down. So +1 attack will complete, and your roaches are going to be slightly better. But I mean, just look at the supply gap here. 49 to 28, spines have to get made. There is no natural. Roach Warren eventually gets targeted, or no 3rd. Regardless of what happens here, unless this Ling counterattack gets so much damage, I don't really see. It's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard for Eggs to come back into this game.
Yeah, it's just an awkward spot right now for Axe, because economically we're like, oh, it doesn't look that bad, but obviously Cham has 3 bases, and Axe is probably going to end up losing his Roach Warren here, so he's going to be forced to rebuild the Roach Warren. He's going to end up losing probably 1 more Evo as well. It's not... Cham doesn't need to attack into this, by the way. If he does, wow, double kill on the Overlords with the Ravages, and 1 more Overlord probably get picked off as well. That's going to heavily supply block Axe. Yeah, it just doesn't look pretty for our Colombians there.
Nah, the world's Cham's oyster at this point. He can drone up his 3rd base as he kind of is. He can build a lot of units. This is not like what we saw earlier where, okay, you're against a Protoss player. Good luck running up the ramp. I'm live versus MaxPax. You can absolutely bust this down if you're Cham, if you're in the position like you are. The Biles can do so much, and Eggs is just not allowed to build units. He's perpetually supply blocked by these Biles. This just feels so bad.
The man is losing a whole lot of Overlords now. As well does not have Roach speed. Lair did finish up. He dropped the Spire instead. But yeah, avoiding Corrosive Biles when you don't have Roach speed is difficult. Even keeping your Spines alive can be kind of difficult. Cham is running up. Now, Cham obviously does not have a Lair yet himself. So if Mutas come out, and it's more than the 3 Mutas we saw in Grezron, they can have a little bit of an impact here. But yeah, I just feel that Cham has all the time in the world. He's just killing overlords. Man, Left already said that was a perfect straight line of fire. Cham is having a little bit of fun here. And Axe is once more on that copium train.
Yeah, he really is. And Roddy, you talk about how nice it would be maybe if you get Mutas out and there's no spores and there's no layer or whatever. You can't build Mutas if you're supply blocked. So that's the most powerful anti-Muta strat. As of course we say that, money has been banked. There are enough overlords for supply as the second spine will fall. But it's still like 5 Mutas. Yes, Mutas can do a good job against the Ravagers, but Eggs is going to need so much time now to reestablish his economy, to build something. He can't build enough Mutas to defend this, or to actually get enough damage that he needs.
I want to see Cham build his own Spire, by the way. I think that would be the easiest way to close out this game, as he did leave a Ravager and 2 Roaches behind. Can obviously drop the Hydra then too. Like, I don't think that Cham can really go wrong. Could even go for a bunch of Queens and still a Nidus on the other side of the map, but I really think that building your own Spire when you're at base and 21 drones ahead, I think that's totally fine. It's not like X is going to outproduce you. He has killed the Overlords for days with the Ravagers. Now he's like, can I kill Mutas as well? Well, that's a little bit more difficult, Cham.
The one thing that Cham wants to make sure he doesn't do is fight the Mutas with 1 Queen at a time, pull them outside of Spore range, and then if the Mutas can get enough map control and they can start to really hammer down on this economy, that's kind of the one opportunity. But Cham, all the lings that he had situated on the right side, big counterattack here, and he's going to get Queens at the start. Actually seems like he's going to get a decent amount of drones. So even though these Mutas, Roddy, are getting so much more than they previously did, the third base, actually that looks like it was a kill, not even a cancel. It's 10 drones going down, so it's a bad time when Mutas get less economic damage than like 30 lings.
Yeah, no, it was a cancel. No hatchery has died on a unit's lost step, but yeah, that doesn't really change anything. Axe is just in all sorts of trouble. Does have an army, can maybe go for the Hail Mary play instead of it expanding and trying to make this a macro game. We just gotta go for it, right? There is +1 missile attacks against no missile attacks. Maybe Axe can find that one miraculous fight on the other side of the map. It truly is now or never for the Colombian Zerg. He knows it, he's gonna go for it. Let's see how far he gets, Bio.
I mean, I guess the one upside here is the Hydras, as they exist, aren't fighting the Roaches, they're fighting the Mutas, and actually, anti-air is starting to fall down just a little bit, so Eggs trying to run on through, gets on the back line. A lot of the tech units will go down, but the problem is reinforcing. Yeah, Eggs had a decent initial fight. He had a good start, maybe. Army supplies was actually ahead as he made the hit. And with the upgrades, but he can't build anything more. He's got 17 drones. He just doesn't have the ability to reinforce, so it's looking okay. Cham kites backwards, but that's just because the majority of the supplies in the production tab, and Eggs is not going to be able to make this happen.
Nope, this game is going to end. GG gets called. Cham gets a pretty convincing start to his Swiss format group stage, 1-0, and he will move on to play against a other winner in the second round. Axe is gonna play a fellow loser in the second round of his Swiss group format. That fight actually went pretty well, especially because Cham moved his Roaches into his own corrosive balls. So Axe was already doing good in the fight, and then he was even doing better in the fight, but you said it. The reinforcements for days on the side of Cham, and Axe with his 22 drone economy just couldn't reinforce, so not really a fair fight. He won the battle, but he lost the war.
Yeah, it got down to 17 drones at the end. Roddy, given that state, how would you have felt about just pulling the drones with the army? Like, it's not like you have an economy. You win with this fight or not at all.
That maybe would have been a play. I don't really believe in pulling workers if you're a Zerg or a Protoss, but if there was ever a moment to do it, maybe this was indeed the moment, because that was the only fight that was ever going to change it. I do think if the drones were pulled, then Cham is going to take it like even slightly more serious than he was already taking it. So then he can obviously pull back. He can bring his own drones as well. I don't think it was really going to go anywhere. Still a pretty fun series, and the favorite delivered. He moves on, and he makes, well, I want to say the Latin American region proud, but I guess they both played in Latin America before.
Yeah. He proves his strength as champion of the Latin American region. There we go. All right. But we have one more series remaining. It's going to be Nina and Kelazur right after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
One more series. It's Nina. It's Kelazur. It's a PVT. It's a matchup that we haven't seen in a while, actually, Rotterdam. Normally, you say, well, Kelazur, he's an Americas player, maybe playing in South America. Maybe we see them on something. But Kelazur, more than anything, he's a citizen of the world. I mean, he's technically in the Americas region, hailing from Brazil. But we haven't seen this matchup in a while.
No, that's for sure, especially because Kelazur was obviously always competing in the Latin American region and competing in the American region. It's a fun one. I don't exactly know what shape Nina's in at the moment. We know that if she's feeling it, she can absolutely bring the fight to Kelazur, especially because Kelazur has looked a little bit shaky from time to time in this matchup. On top of that, Kelazur recently moved from the Netherlands to Bulgaria now, and that's why you were calling him a true citizen of the world. The man has lived everywhere, guys. Grew up in Brazil, lived in America for a while, lived in China for a while, lived in Korea for a while, spent the last few years in the Netherlands as he was working for Team Liquid and studying, and now he's in Bulgaria. And I don't know where he's going to be 2 years from now, but could very well be South Africa, knowing Kelazur at this point.
I mean, hey, I'm kind of jealous, especially if you pay attention to his Instagram and all the fun stuff he's been doing, touring the old Roman-ish ruins and things. I mean, that sounds fantastic. I'm kind of jealous. But regardless, hopefully that means that he's going to be able to. He's all refreshed. He's ready to go. We're going to get a good series from him. We should point out, by the way, that again, Kelazur is in Bulgaria. Nina is in the Americas. So we'll be playing Game 2 on Europe. Game 1 and Game 3 will be on Americas as we wait for Nina to be able to log in properly. Map 1 is Neo Humanity, and Roddy, have we seen this map today?
Yes. For sure.
We
have seen it. Yes. We have seen Neo Humanity. Don't make me look it up. I think, did we see it in a PVT?
I am not convinced we have. Anyway.
Okay. I'll go double check right now. If you do a little bit of chitty chat, I'll let you know when we saw Neo Humanity.
It's been banned out. It was banned out in every single... We haven't, actually. It's been banned out in every single series.
What about Asia?
I got Asia up. It was second. It was Jieshi's second ban. Jieshi versus Rex. Maxed's first ban. Haas versus Maxed. GoGoJoey's first ban. Akaron's first ban. BattleB's fourth ban. Raynor's second ban. Goblin's first ban. And MaxPax's second ban. I don't have any. I don't have the veto information on the Americas yet. But yeah, it was banned literally every series today, at least up through Americas.
That's funny, because yesterday we saw the decent amount of time. We saw Harston played versus Kaz. We saw Elaser playing on DNS. But yeah, I guess today we haven't seen. We saw Cyril play it on spots. I guess I just saw it so many times yesterday, and it's basically now blurred into one big, long 20-hour broadcast. But yeah, I guess you're right. That's crazy, because it's not a bad map. Obviously, it's a bit different than some of the other maps because of slow zones, because of rocks that you can knock down, because of rich Vespian guys at bases in the center. But most of the time, pros don't hate Neo Humanity that much that it's like one of these, we're going to veto it all day long kind of maps. But apparently, that's what happened.
Yeah, and it does give us really good maps. I know it hasn't given us the consistently best maps in the pool or best games on the map pool. That's probably Gressfun, but it's so nice to have a map that is kind of different from something we've seen before, right? I'm not sure that Neo Humanity falls into different archetypes, right? Or, they're very similar patterns that you can kind of look at. And certainly, it's given us one of the best games we've had recently in that Dear GPN game that we had in GSL Group A. And I'm just hoping we get something of that caliber. I'm not, it can't be because it's not a TVZ, but at least the kind of the quality of games.
I was like, Trigger played it as well, but I guess Trigger also played yesterday. So yesterday we saw it all day long, and then apparently today we just didn't see it once, which is quite wild when we've done as many best of threes as we did. But for the first time today, we are ready to hop into Neo Humanity. I'm with you, Bio. I like it. I don't think it's a bad map. I think it's pretty fun. In the past, I've hated most maps with slow zones just because I don't think slow zones are all that fun, but in this map, it's kind of okay because you got the cooling tower there, you've got the rocks that you can destroy, you got the rocks that you can knock down. So I'm not too bothered by it. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of our American Protoss representing License to Kill. This is Nina.
And to the upper left from Brazil and Bulgaria and pretty much everywhere in the world, he is the Team Liquid Terran, Kelazur. Here's the question, Roddy. Where does Kelazur slot into your list of European Terrans?
Well, I'm not sure if he qualifies because he has competed in Latin America in the past, and now he's obviously competing in the Americas region. But if we do qualify Kelazur as a European Terran, then I do think he's a pretty safe fourth pick. Obviously not counting Raynor's off race and whatnot. Because I do, as much as I love BattleB and I get very excited over that young German Terran, I still think Kelazur is a bit better. Especially if he's feeling it. Like Diego can be a bit hit or miss, right? He has his moments where he plays spectacular StarCraft and then suddenly he gets 3-0'd a couple of times by players that you would actually think he's able to beat. So he's not always bringing his A game, but if he does, he's definitely a top 4 Terran in Europe.
Yeah, I'll definitely buy that. But what I'm also curious as to, Nina being a little obnoxious, but it's actually not going to work out for anything whatsoever. I guess she was trying to block a reactor. I don't really know what that accomplished. Regardless, Reaper's out on the way. Kelazur, he's doing all this on one base, Roddy, and that's what we were going to, or I wanted to talk about. Kelazur is very, on the scale of macro Terrans to aggressive Terrans, I feel like at least in this matchup, Kelazur is very heavy on the aggressive side.
Yes, but the nice thing about Kelazur is that even though he is aggressive and he's an in-your-face kind of Terran, he does know how to play the late game. I think he's incredibly good with big Terran armies, Ghosts, Liberators. He can kind of do it all. It's just that he's a fast player, and if you are fast, then you kind of want to see if you can accomplish something with that speed on the other side of the map, or with multi-prong harassment, multiple drops going to the main base and the fourth base at the same time, and force some arrows out of your opponent. This game could very well be like an armory opening, right? Since we are going into the factory and the starport this early while still getting a CC, I kind of feel like the only reason we would open up like this if we want to go with a mine is because we also want to build an armory.
Yeah, I think that's really realistic. What I love about this opener, by the way, is where it started. Because this is a carbon copy of the TVT opener, the one that you pretty much do 99 times out of 100 against Terrans. And then some Terrans, they realize, you know what? This actually builds into a Protoss game pretty well, so we're going to start to do that. So one Widowmine is out, second one is on the way, Medevac getting started, but, well, okay, we don't have the gas for the armory quite yet, so I guess, yeah, that's kind of what we're paying attention to right now.
Yeah, obviously Widowmine drops against Twilight Council openings are not by definition bad, but it really comes down to when the first mine drop hits. Since this was factory and starport this early with a slightly later CC, we should always be able to hit before Blink is out. And then it doesn't truly matter, well, it matters obviously if there's an armory or not, but the Widowmine drop has potential, just to put it mildly, because it shouldn't get picked off immediately. These Widowmines should always be able to make it into the main base. Should always be able to at least get a couple of probes, but I do think if you open up like this as a Terran, it's very important that you can pick up the mines again and keep that medevac around, keep the Protoss busy. This is not one of these openings where, oh, let's suicide it in, let's hope we get a couple probes and then we are happy. No, you want to make sure that this comes around more than once.
Yeah, and it's certainly a pretty heavy commitment early on, so the Widowmine boosting into the main base here. Nina, though, quick on the pull. Widowmine, well, it's actually gunning. Oh, it gets gunned down, so you don't even get the pity shot. You don't even get like the single probe that says, okay, fine, this is the trade. Already, Nina is in a pretty nice spot, and the Reaper, well, it's not even thinking about diving in. So, yeah, Nina's going to have to keep a couple Stalkers in the main. There's a medevac here that you have to be worried about, but this is just not how Kelazur wanted to open.
No, this opening was not a success, and that is putting it mildly. Nina's going up to 3 bases, taking extra gases, can obviously drop a Robo Bay if she wants to. I think Nina's a pretty good Templar Archives player as well, so there's a small chance that it's going to be Templar Archives, but it makes more sense to me to play Colossus after our Blinkstalker opening, and there is our Robo Bay. We all know Nina and her Warp Prism control, but I don't think we're going to see any speedy Prisms. This is just for a nice defensive setup. Blinkstalkers, Colossus, then we can drop a Forge and we take it from there.
Yeah, certainly. And Kelazur on the other side, I mean, he does have a big push lined up. Stim, a third of the way done. Raven done. one tank here. If he does want to really go commit to this pressure, I think I would like to see more than the 2 that he has. But he's all lined up, again, for some level of heavy aggression. The other thing we should point out is Nina's choice of a third base. She's taken the linear one. She's mined out some of the gold. And how do you feel about defending this? I mean, this high ground tank position looks pretty scary to deal with.
Yeah, this is one of these things that you just want to prevent. You don't really want to deal with it. You just want to prevent it from happening. We did have the Wintermine drop show up in the main base one more time. Got a single probe, the pity shot as you call it. I like it. At least the medevac lives, so that's like the one silver lining from this opening for Kelazur. Did not lose his medevac with the Wintermine drop. But overall, it's just not a great start for Diego. Absolutely the man that we thought was going to be the favorite heading into this best of 3. However, it often comes down to the first big move out. Steam is finishing up, Combat Shield is finishing up. There are tanks, there is a Raven, Interference Matrix is scary. So there is still potential for Kelazur, but so far so good for Nina, who's honestly just playing a lovely game.
No, and definitely so. And because Nina has been able to play, oh, that Raven! Nina's going to get the Raven, and this push doesn't happen anymore. Kelazur's going to make it try, but because Nina's been so defensive, and because she has taken so little damage and done such a good job of just kind of sitting here, she's already got a Colossus on the map. Charge is done. This army that Nina has built, it's going to be very, very hard for Kelazur to break on through. I mean, yes, there are 3 tanks, Roddy, but I don't know. Those force fields are going to be nice as well. A bunch of the Marines will fall, forces the tanks to siege up way far outside of this third base, and I have very little faith in this push happening.
Yeah, the only problem for Nina is that she's currently supply blocked. That's obviously not very nice, but she doesn't have to worry about it all that much. Since Kelazur has picked up, as he agreed with you, he does not believe in the push anymore, so he's going to go home. I don't think that Raven, the way that Kelazur did, after already the initial Widowmine drop that didn't quite work out, it's a rather sloppy game on the side of Kelazur. And I honestly think that at this point, Kelazur is going to be forced to play the long, drawn-out macro game. And one saving grace as well is that the forges are somewhat late on the side of Nina, who's supply blocked again. But this time around, Nina is going to build 5 pylons at once. So that's probably the last time in a little while that we'll talk about Nina being supply blocked.
Yeah, it's like, fine, okay. You know, I did it twice. Here, 5 pylons, 30 supply. It's going to be fine. Where's that 40 supply? Anyway, Nina here. The one downside, right, of that opening that you talked about, the fact that there were no upgrades. It's double forge. But because of the as soon as Nina opts to buy them, of course, hasn't really invested into the upgrades out of that double forge just yet. But because of the recent changes, upgrades are so much faster for Protoss than they used to be. So we have seen some more of these high-tech, low upgrade armies that have been made because you can catch up on upgrades very quickly if you're the Protoss.
Yep, and it's not that Nina, or excuse me, that Nina is even that far behind, right? Or I won't say that Kelazur is that far ahead, because Kelazur only started his upgrades recently as well. Clearly wanted to get a whole lot done with that Raven tank push after the Widowmine opening. So far, really nothing going Kelazur's way, except the fact that he's been supply blocked a whole lot less than Nina has been in this game. And that allows Kelazur to just still be completely in this game. Right now, the armies favor Nina, of course, because our Viking count is non-existent. There are multiple Colossus out. Marauder should have a very tough time getting in range of these Colossus when there are this many Zealots with charge on the battlefield as well. Like, Nina is in a good spot, but obviously is not there yet, right? There are still a whole lot of things that need to happen before we can say that Nina is going to win this game.
She does have to be careful with her army splits a little bit. I mean, Kelazur is starting to enter that stage of a TVP where it's not one army, it's 2. There's one on the left, there's one on the right. You're trying to poke and prod, find value. And that can be a little complicated here, right? Especially with the wall. You got to run through your natural to get to your third. It feels weird. But Nina, she's got 2 Colossus on either side. Seems like she is well positioned to defend this. And, well, the tanks, they're not sieged up just yet, but Nina's going to have to back up when they do. That is 4 tanks right there. And that will absolutely kill any sort of Colossus pressure. So Nina, good force fields right now, backs up. There's no shield batteries. They're not ready yet. And that means this 4th base, you got to be kind of careful about it.
Yeah, 5 tanks even. That's really something you have to respect. Nina is setting up a beautiful engagement though. Zealots and Colossus coming in from the top as well. It's important this fight goes well for Nina. 1-1 finishes up for both players. Here we go. Full Zealots around. I love this engagement by Nina. Good tank target fire by Kelazur as 1 or 2 of the Colossus on the left side did get picked off. Some of the units got recalled. Nice Stalker warp in there by Nina. Snipes the medevac that was carrying a couple of these bio units. Only one medevac remains. Nina will be able to clean this up. Then it's important for Nina to keep her head in the game. Immediately continue building tropes, right? Continue those upgrades. +1 is done. +1 armor is done. Let's go ahead and fire up the next round. There is gas for days in the bank. Could Nina attack with Archon Colossus Disruptor? Yes, but I think it's better to take a little moment, make sure our macro looks good, get a War Prism, and then think about being aggressive.
I think that seems to be what she's doing. Posturing a little bit, maybe trying to catch an army in the middle of the map. But Roddy, that was some incredible handling coming out of Nina right there, right? So first of all, massive surround on the right side. Like, that was really good, and Kelazur did the best that he possibly could, getting 2 Colossus there. Meanwhile, immediately afterwards, biding her time, gets the recall on the third base to make sure she takes very little damage, and she annihilates the drop going into the main. Every single opportunity, Kelazur had 3 kind of scary options, right? The initial push, the push on the left, and the kind of the follow-on from the push when the first one didn't work out. And Nina takes no damage, so really impressive hold there coming out of our North American Protoss player.
Yeah, for sure. All of that was awesome. But still an even game, 12 minutes in, or maybe not even game. Maybe we can say advantage Nina for sure, as he's obviously a 5-base Protoss soon. Well, we warped in the 5th Nexus. These armies are getting dangerously close to each other, as there are no ghosts in the mix here. So the Archons have some potential, but that's a lot of Marauders. The Disruptors are very exposed. Kelazur gets a good fight for the first time in a while. Snipes a few units, picks up a couple of the high-tech Protoss units, loses very little. Nina's got Storm on the way, but Kelazur is also heading into Ghost and Viking production. It's just a pretty awesome game here. 13 minutes in, we are working with compositions that we're very familiar with. And at this point, it just really comes down to army control, unit positioning, and obviously cleaning up with the mines as well.
Oh man, the random Widow Mines. No disruptor shots. They're going to get targeted down here. Kelazur on the right side catches Nina looking just a little bit because of those Widow Mines, I guess. And now this 5th base, this 6th base seems pretty vulnerable, but Nina brings her entire army over. Medevac very low, and that was the full one. So that's 10 armies supplied down pretty much immediately. Nina, though, she's got 1 Stalker that she can warp in. And Roddy, I don't know about you, but 1 Stalker does not defend 5 Medevacs.
No, but there are a couple of extra stalkers showing up. We've walked in a Zealot as well. Disruptor's going to try to save the day, but Kelazur is everywhere. This is really the face in the game. Kelazur can shine. Kelazur can display some of that speed and fantastic Terran multitasking. 7 probes have gone down, and this army is honestly not being dealt with at this point. Nina has a lot of army supply, as High Templars land a storm and the Medevacs land another storm, but the Widow Mines are a problem. How many observers are out on the map? There are 2 observers. Nina needs to bring those in slightly better positions, because the Widow Mines are what's really annoying at the moment. Losing this Nexus would be a problem as well, not the end of the world, but obviously something that Nina would prefer to avoid, as 2 Disruptors come in from the top. Both of them get picked off. Look at the top right side. Here is Kelazur again. I mean, this is where Diego is so fun to watch. He's everywhere at once.
This is one of those things where Nina's supply at times has actually been ahead of the Terran. It's been really good. But Kelazur is making it look like he has more supply everywhere on the map. He feels, quite frankly, like he's playing with 250 total supply. The amount of activity that he has on the map right now, and part of it is, of course, Nina, she didn't get rid of all these minerals, so it's a little bit harder to cycle through. You have to, the ability to cycle between bases is a little awkward. But I mean, they're both maxed out, and Kelazur, he's making his army feel like there's so much more here. But now, feedback stalkers. There we go. 1 gets targeted down. 2nd Medevac falls. And this is the start of a hold. But there are still a bunch of Medevacs here. That's a lot of bio in the main. So Nina, she's got to do more than just a couple stalkers on the warp in.
Oh, that's an Artosis pylon as well. If the pylon would go down, a couple of gateways would get unpowered. I really love the heart and commitment from Kelazur that he has with these drops. Sees 5 Stalkers, sees High Templar, still goes for it. At the same time, he's going to attack the base at 6 o'clock one more time. A nice battery overcharge, but the Stalkers just don't have the DPS. The Archons are not ready to battle, and if it wasn't for that overcharge, this would be a whole lot worse, but there are still so many Widow Mines in the mix. Bit of friendly fire there, but nice EMPs by Kelazur as well, who's really starting to create a very healthy supply lead for himself. Nina has played a good game. It just seems that Kelazur past minute 10 has really stepped it up a notch, and at this point it feels that Kelazur is finding victories left, right, and center.
Roddy, those were the juiciest EMPs as well. Nina had a pretty good army to defend that. She had 3 High Templar. I think there were maybe 4 or 5 storms in those High Templar. They were pretty old. He hits all of them. Center blast, multiple EMPs, no storms there whatsoever. And then you're right. Stalkers, Zealots against 3/3 bio. Good luck. It's not going to work out. So Kelazur's just doing such a good job. Yeah. EMPs once again. A Colossus will fall. The base goes down. She's going to recall on top of it, but that one just gets denied. So finally, Kelazur not only breaks the army of Nina, but he breaks the base.
Yeah, the 3/3 bio is really doing wonders here. Nina never got to her 3/3 upgrades. Base in the bottom left side, obviously impossible to defend. Nina too far out of position. Is going to try, but it's going to run through a minefield. It's going to eat a couple of EMPs from the high ground as well. GG gets gold. Kelazur shows us why we believe in him, why we hype him up. Slow start, man. Kelazur was a bit of a diesel engine there. It really took a little while before he got going. But once he heated up past minute 10, yeah, he showed us why we still consider him one of the finest Terrans in the foreign scene. Because Nina played a good game. It's just that Kelazur kicked it into overdrive at one point.
Yeah, what was it, like minute 10, minute 12, something like that? You're looking at this, it's like, wow. You know, Kelazur, he tries to push on the right side. Nina swallows that hole. On the left side, Nina recalls, no damage there. And the main, the drop from the push on the 4th or 5th, whatever it was, that also doesn't work. Nina kills all the medevacs and doesn't just deflect the damage, makes the damage not happen. And they're like, wow, you know, this is looking really good. And then, well, Kelazur just turns it on one level further. Looks so good there.
I mean, they both look good. Nina absolutely looked like she's in pretty damn good shape as well. And if this Nina shows up in the next rounds of the Swiss format, there's a very good chance that Nina will make it in the playoffs like she's done many times in the past. But my favorite moment of that entire game was that one drop with the 5 medevacs after Diego threw down a scan. And he's going to avoid the army. And he's like, can I drop into the main base? Sees like 5 Stalkers and a High Templar, and there are so many Terrans who will be like, oh no, I shouldn't do that. But Diego's got heart and commitment. He's like, yeah, it's going to hurt, but I'm still going to go for it. Loses the medevac immediately, gets feedback on top of Stalkers, doesn't care. In the end, 3 medevacs and a bunch of bio units survive, and they just create space, right? Because they pull more units out of position, and that opens up the left side of the map where that multitasking can really shine once more. Awesome first game, and just a great performance by Kelazur, especially after minute 10. First few minutes, definitely a little sloppy. That Raven loss, not supposed to happen like that, but we're going to forgive him for the way he played in those last 6 minutes.
That we will. And by the way, I do have updates. We were talking about whether Neo Humanity was played anywhere. Well, it was also banned out in the first 2 series of North America. We got those vetoes in. So, yeah. I'm kind of sad now because game 1 was probably the best game of the day. I think that's kind of a fair statement. And it was on Neo Humanity, and we didn't get to see it for the previous 10 best of 3s. Imagine what could have happened.
We had a couple good games. I'm not complaining about today. Like, if you compare it to the past, round robin, and this is only the opening round, obviously, after this, everything will get more and more competitive as winners play against each other. And I hate using the word losers. I'm a lower bracket kind of guy, but we can't really call it lower bracket in Swiss format, right? Because if you win the second round, are you then in the medium bracket or something? That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, winners and losers will play against each other. Like, I'm really looking forward to the next few days. I will be off for quite some time, but I'm just looking forward to the storylines via Move. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it's going to be really fun to see how these groups play out. Which winners go up against each other, which losers go up against each other, who can turn it around. Like, you're going to see players lose in the opening round, then win 3 in a row. You're going to probably even see people go 0-2, and then still at least make it into the final round, where they could still potentially advance as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait, but let's see. First, what Game 2 has in store for us. Royal Blood. Bottom left side, we are looking in the main base of our American Protoss player, playing a pretty damn good first game. Unfortunately, not quite enough for the W. License to kill, Nina.
And on the north side of the map, up 1, playing incredibly well past the 13-minute mark. Let's see if we can do it a little bit earlier. Kelazur.
I'm a believer.
And I'm not the only one. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, man. Are you casting with Fear Dragon in any of the upcoming days?
If I am, it's next week. Yes, I am actually. I am working with him this weekend.
Are you gonna try to out Fear Dragon?
Hey, I'm not trying to out Fear Dragon. I'm trying to out Beowulf.
I mean, there can only be one original dead Pondo in the StarCraft 2. That's Ravi. You gotta give it to him.
I mean, that's fair, but I would like to counter with the fact that neither of us have children, Roddy.
With Ravi? Sure. TLDR, I'm looking forward to it. I think you guys are going to be very silly, and I'm going to have a lot of fun watching the games. That's all I tried to say.
Is this Boba his child?
The Boba Tea thing that he's been posting about on Twitter?
Yeah.
About mate. I
don't know.
I know very little about that. I know there's like little things that get stuck in your straw. That's all I know. Not my comfort zone, not my area of expertise.
Yeah, I got nothing. But we do have Kelazur opening in a similar vein. Game 2 and game number 1. It's Barracks, Double Gas, Factory, Command Center off of that. Game 1, we saw a Widowmine drop that really didn't get much done, and it was the late game actually where Kelazur really started to pull ahead. Does he go for just a kind of a Widowmine drop off this? Do you think there's kind of another thing that he's got on the docket here?
I mean, we could switch it up. Could go for the Factory actually this time around. Can also be like multiple Reapers, Hellion into Widowmine drop in your face. I'm not quite sure. Early Sentry, way earlier than in the previous game, right? For Nina, or did I just completely miss that?
I forget actually. So I'll trust you. And that Nina went for a much earlier Sentry here in this game number 2, and that means that she has the ability to get a hallucination scout faster and just figure out exactly what in the world Kelazur's going for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so far it is indeed looking very similar. Maybe Kelazur is like, hey, it's never gonna get worse than in the previous game where I dropped one Widowmine and it actually got picked off before it even settled for the pity shot, and I still ended up winning. Imagine if my build actually works out and does deal damage early on. So if you look at it from that angle, it makes a lot of sense for Kelazur to do it all over again.
Oh, and look at what Nina's doing, by the way. She opened Sentry. That's not something that Kelazur has scouted, so instead of just sending her hallucination directly across, which she could do, hallucination moves on the bottom right. It runs across in a different way, and yes, eventually Kelazur is going to be aware of this, but by that time, there's going to be another Stalker, there's going to be an Adept, there's going to be something that is just a little bit better at defending Reapers, and it's detection or it's information delayed.
Yeah, but I think at this point, like, just a few shots of the Marine, seeing how much damage this Phoenix took. Obviously, Kelazur is going to be well aware of the fact that this was a fake Phoenix. We've got a tank, we've got a Liberator, and I don't see any SCVs on the production tab. And that is giving me some, I want to say Akaron vibes, but I guess BattleB did it earlier today on this map against Shadown. I really enjoyed that series. You said the previous game was the best game of the day. I thought that Shadown and BattleB had an amazing game on Ancient as well, but we've just had a couple of good games. Maybe no, like one game that absolutely stood head and shoulders above the other, but we definitely had quite a few fun matches. This one, though, could get very gnarly if Nina does not pick up on the fact that this army is heading her way. It's hard, man. We saw it earlier today. If these tanks siege up as 2 probes went down to the Widowmine drop, like this time around, this opening makes so much sense, right, Bio? Because the Medevac and the Widowmines are keeping Nina busy in her main base, in her natural, and that is what allows these these Marines and the tanks to make it to the other side of the map.
And there's a Liberator as well. So it's only one tank right now. Nina, she has no idea this is happening. She thinks she wants to get a third, but now she's going to see the tank. That Sentry runs desperately away, seems doomed to die. Observer falls as well. And now Widowmine drop. Oh, she's not expecting it in the natural here, but she is on top of things. Probes are going to get pulled. And there we go. Medevac goes down here as well, but now Marines get the probes, so it's a little bit awkward. But honestly, Nina, for everything that's happening, Nina's handling this really well.
Yeah, Nina was very decisive, just blinked forward, got on top of the tank, and that was awesome. Now, there are still 2 mines that haven't fired yet. Now they did fire, so Nina can go back to mining from her natural. There was a Liberator in the main base, causing a lot of chaos. And of course, Kelazur dealt a lot of damage here, but he also got SCV production a bit earlier, so you could say this is not as bad for Nina as it would normally be, losing this amount of workers. but it's still kind of rough. Like, it's not just the 12 probes that have gone down, it's the amount of lost mining time. If you can take a look at the income advantage graph over the last 10 minutes, you can really see how much of an impact all that aggression from Kelazur had on creating an economic advantage for himself, now having a 3-4 worker lead as well. It's going to get very difficult for Nina, but maybe these Blink Stalkers have some potential.
Maybe. I mean, what do we have in the main base coming out of Kelazur right now? He's got that one tank. He's got a second one in the natural, bunker in the natural stim. It's not all that close. So Nina, oh, she blinks with one stalker forward, gets on top of the tank immediately, and now hides away a little bit. Marauder, one will fall, second one goes down here. And if there's one thing that Nina's been known for, it's her blink stalkers. So she blinks them back just a little bit, gets a little bit more damage. Problem, if there is one, is that she didn't really get a lot of economic damage. She did not kill stim, she didn't kill combat shields. She killed some of the army, and getting that tank is fantastic, but was it worth a couple stalkers? Maybe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liberator, he gets 3 more.
At least the Stalker saw barracks number 4 and 5 as well. I hope Nina is paying attention, but I'm sure that she was. So she knows about the amount of barracks. He knows about the lack of a third CC. Still a forge on the way. It's tough, right? Because Nina lost a lot of probes. So on one hand, you want to recover your economy. On the other hand, you also need to respect the move out that is going to come soon and is going to be pretty powerful with this 5 barracks setup and the tanks that we already have out on the map. And by the way, BO, I don't like to disagree with you, but I would say that if Nina is known for one thing in StarCraft, it has to be the Speed Prism and the Colossus, man. Come on.
That's fair. Sorry.
Yeah.
When I think of Nina, though, in fairness, I do think about her Blink Micro, and then it used to be she would go double Stargate Phoenix a lot against Zerg players, and that was kind of her calling card more recently. But yeah, okay, that's fair. You know, I'll give you that. Speed Prism Colossus is that's a fun one.
And I think she's amazing with it. She actually micros that so well, but obviously her Blink Stalker micro is good too, so not disagreeing. Now, I'm not sure if Nina is aware of these 2 medevacs that have made it to the bottom side of the map. There is a Colossus. The Colossus is being rallied in between these bases and is going to run away from the battery. The Colossus will fall, and that means that Nina is now in even more trouble than she already was in. Of course, a lot of probes went down earlier, but this time around, it's more than just a couple. The armies are flirting with each other in the center of the map as well, but 14 probes going down and the Colossus going down. That could very well be the end of this game. Nina's gonna try, but look at the mini-map. It is a river of blue making its way to the bottom side of Royal Blood, and I'm afraid that this is the end, man. This Terran army is going to be too big, too powerful. Nina simply does not have enough units.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like she's going to be able to do much about this, and I don't know how much of this is the fact that we're now playing on Europe, we're playing on Kelazur's map pick, but I mean, regardless, he's just so much cleaner here in this game 2 than he is in game number 1. Swarming across the map, 30 probes at the deck, the third base is dead. Nina, she's going to try to take one fight to try to maybe come back into that. She's not even going to get that. Kelazur takes the 2-0 in our final series here in ESL Masters.
It kind of just felt that Kelazur continued where he left off on Neo Humanity. Like, the man was a diesel engine. He just needed a couple minutes to get heated up. But once he started going past minute 10 on Neo Humanity, it was safe to say Kelazur was clearly feeling it. And in that second game, just everything went a lot better. Nina had her moments where she blinked forward, sniped that one tank, and at least prevented like the scary contain that could happen. But whilst he fought the tank and fought the Marines, the Liberator found damage, the Widow Mines found damage, and yeah, you don't want to fall behind as a Protoss against Kelazur, because obviously Kelazur is very good in closing things out and abusing the fact that he's got more units, got more mobility, still a very fast player.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we saw he played better. Well, he played very well here today, multitasking all over the place. And I part of that, I hesitate to say that this is just, you know, Nina lacking practice, but she was taking a break leading here into America. She started to practice more and more now. But it's clear that Kelazur is really in shape here. And remember, he had top 3 in Latin America last season. He fell down to special in the lower bracket finals before Cham finally took special out for the 17 times that special had won in a row. So you talk about these you talk about these streaks that we have. Well, at least that one's gone. But yeah, Kelazur just played incredibly well, maintaining that momentum from last season.
Yeah, I still think it stung a little bit for Kelazur that finally we had a different champ in Latin America after we build up the storyline every single season. Like, this is the season where Kelazur defeats Special. It never happened. Then we did have a new champ, and it wasn't Kelazur, it was Cham. But hey, there's a very good way for Kelazur to get over that minor StarCraft 2 trauma, and that is just by maybe shipping the entire ESL Masters America. And he really is one of the stronger players in this region. Has a chance of winning it. Might not be favored against Special, might not be favored against Scarlett or Australia, but definitely has a chance in this region. This region in the playoffs, this is going to be wild, man, because I think there's going to be a lot of like rock, paper, scissors where, for instance, Trigger would do great against Special, but then Special could do great against Scarlett, but Scarlett would do great against Trigger again. Like, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this region plays out.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. And Roddy, I know you were saying that storylines, right? The storylines we're going to get out of this Swiss stage. And I know we've been talking about it all day because it's not often we get a new format. And it is really going to be exciting. Can Nina go and come storming back, qualify out with a 3-1? Are we going to see Special lose a series? Does he have to slum it through to the 5th and final series of the tournament? I don't know, but it is more likely that we have a lot of parity here. So that does, though, put us towards the end here of our final day, or of our second day, excuse me, of ESL Masters, which means we need to take a moment and figure out where we stand in the Americas at the very least. So Roddy, Special, Disc, Trigger, all the usual suspects up there at the top. Astray hasn't played yet. Any other surprises as we look at this standings after day 2?
No, I don't think we've had too many surprises yet in the Americas region. I think it's going to be super interesting once we enter the second round of the winners and the second round of the losers. I almost feel that this graph has been filled out perfectly because I would also put Australia and Vindicta on the left side. I guess they are the high-seeded players, but if you just look at potential matchups on the right, I think almost all of them look fun and interesting, and it's hard to say who wins between these guys. And obviously in the top left, the winners, they're all going to have bangers, man. Like, nothing is a guarantee anymore at that point, and that's really where this new format is going to shine. And I'm jealous of the guys that get to cast in the upcoming days because the opening rounds is like, okay, higher seed versus lower seed, but it's just going to get better and better, and we don't have to wait weeks to enter the playoffs. No, second round, third round, it's all going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, so I believe the final games of round 1, they finish tomorrow. I think that's the case. Maybe it's on Friday for Europe, but round 2 starts this weekend. I'm doing it with Fear Dragon. Oh man, I'm actually so excited. This is gonna be fantastic.
I'll be watching 100%.
So now we're done here today. We've had awesome games. That Nina Kelazur game 1, I think personally was my best game. It was my game of the day. I know Roddy is partial to the BattleB Shadown series, but sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the good ones, but I have to go over it because we just watched a decent amount of games, right? Didn't Akaron and Shadown have a cool game as well? The one that Akaron won on Dragon Skills, I thought that was a fun one. Turned into that a bit of a, it was cool. It was kind of, it had its moments, right? Like, I'm not crazy.
I'm, you know what? I cast 11 best of 3s today, and I'm totally playing on the game you're talking about.
And even MaxPax against Bly game 2 on Dragon Skills was kind of exciting because Bly was in a very good spot. Goblin Gung Fu game 1 on Babylon, that was a good one.
Yeah.
With all the disruptors and the DTs. So
yeah.
There was a lot of solid StarCraft today, Bio. But sure, you can just label me as the BattleB fanboy. I'll wear it with pride.
Hey, I apologize for my recency bias, but maybe it's my NA bias. I don't know. But again, we are done here today. There will be 12 more days, more than that. There are a bunch more days of ESL Masters action coming up next. But before we sign out, we do have to point out that Code S, a Group D, is happening in about, 12 hours, 14 hours, something like that, shortly before ESL Masters Asia gets started tomorrow. So that's available on Africa TV, on their YouTube channel as well. If you want more top-level StarCraft, before we get into our top-level StarCraft, make sure to check that one on out. But Roddy, Day 2 is done. Any final thoughts before we move on?
No, it's just a lot of fun. 2 long days for me. I believe tomorrow it's going to be Zombie Grub and Wardy, so that's going to be a lot of fun to watch them do their thing. I've had a good time. I enjoyed it. Maybe a lot of our usual suspects have so far advanced, but the beauty of the format is that now they all go up against one another. I had a great time with you. I said it yesterday to Wadi. I'll say it today to you. I think you did a great job, Bio, running a lot of things at once. I believe that we had 1 or 2 hiccups as well, but they've got removed. So towards the end, everything was perfect. Had a lot of time spending these last 10 hours with you, and I wish you all the best in the next broadcast.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for joining me, folks. We won't be back tomorrow, but ESL Masters will be. See you there.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.